Chapter 1. The Cold Forge. Fellow cultivators, before we begin this journey, strengthen this channel's foundation. Subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a new chapter. A single like fuels the furnace. Now let us begin. Wei Yan opened his eyes to the smell of iron and ash. He lay on a packed earth floor beside a forge that had gone cold sometime in the night. The bellows hung still. The coals were black. A thin skin of frost covered the anvil's face, and the hammer beside it, heavy, old, wrapped in cracked leather, rested on its side as though dropped in haste. He sat up slowly, waiting for the dizziness to pass. His name had been something else, in another life. A researcher, an engineer who spent 14 years studying the behavior of metal under heat and pressure, who had died quietly in a hospital bed and expected nothing afterward. He remembered that life in clean, factual detail, the equations, the laboratory lighting, the smell of chemical lubricant on gloved hands. Now he was 16 years old, in a world called Douluo, in the body of a blacksmith's son whose father had died 3 days ago. He knew this the way you know a dream after waking, not as memories, but available to him like a map someone had left behind. The boy's name was Wei Yan. He kept the name. It seemed fair. The father, Wei Chung, had been a decent village smith. No spirit talent, no soul ring, no cultivation rank, simply a man who worked iron with skill and passed what he knew to his son. The boy had inherited a clear sky hammer spirit he had never managed to awaken before his father's death, because the awakening required a qualified instructor and the nearest spirit master hall was 4 hours' walk away. Wei Yan raised his right hand, and in the dim morning light he studied the faint mark of the spirit lineage where it pulsed at the center of his palm, unlit. He flexed his fingers deliberately. Nothing responded, not yet. Then the interface appeared. It materialized in the air before him, golden and faintly luminous, visible only to him. He was certain of this without being told. A clean rectangle of light, like a screen from his old life, translated into the language of this world. Forge God System, Initialization Complete Host, Wei Yan Spirit, Clear Sky Hammer, Dormant, Forge God Tier 0, Unranked First Directive, Awaken the Clear Sky Hammer Spirit before sundown. Method, complete one forge cycle, heat, shape, quench, on any metal object using the dormant spirit's latent energy as fuel. Failure to complete within the awakening window results in permanent system deactivation. Time remaining, 11 hours, 47 minutes. Wei Yan read it twice. His engineering mind, undimmed by 16 years of village life, processed the constraint with professional calm. 11 hours and 47 minutes to awaken a spirit he had never used, using techniques he had inherited from a dead boy's muscle memory. He studied the cold forge. All right, he said. He fed wood into the forge mouth. The memory in his hands knew exactly how much, and used flint and steel from the shelf above the tongs. The fire caught on the third strike. He added coal from the bin beside the door, using the iron poker to bank it correctly, and watched the orange glow deepen into working heat. While the forge climbed in temperature, he searched the smithy for metal stock. His father had kept a small store of iron ingots for commission work. He found 4, wrapped in burlap in the corner. He chose the smallest, a thumb-width bar, less than a pound. Enough. The forge reached working temperature. He felt it on his face, that particular radiant pressure that meant the metal would accept the shaping. He took up the hammer. The moment his hand closed on the grip, something shifted in his chest, a vibration, low and resonant, like a bell struck once inside a stone room. The clear sky hammer's lineage recognized the contact, recognized the forge heat, recognized the combination of intent and material and the living hand that connected them. He set the iron bar in the coals and waited. In his past life, he had understood this principle precisely. Metal must accept the heat fully before it accepts the shaping. Most beginners struck too early, compressing rather than forming. Patience was not virtuous in the forge, it was technical. When the iron bar glowed orange-yellow and the surface scale began to flux, he drew it with the tongs and set it on the anvil. He struck. The first blow landed cleanly, and the vibration in his chest deepened into something his old vocabulary had no word for, a resonance between his spirit energy and the metal that made the hammer ring with a note deeper and clearer than any mundane ironwork should produce. The ingot compressed under the blow with a quality that was almost cooperative, as if the metal recognized something fundamental about the person holding the hammer. He worked for 40 minutes. He did not plan what he was making. He let the hammer follow the resonance, and the shape that emerged was a spike, broad-headed, roughly formed but balanced. Not a weapon, not a tool. Something shaped by intent and heat, and the spirit fire he was only now understanding he had been channeling all along. He plunged it into the quench barrel. Steam rose. The spike cooled with a sound like a single clean note, held one count longer than physics required. Awakening complete, clear sky hammer spirit. Active forge points earned. 12 forge god tier. 1. Iron apprentice Wei Yan held the spike in his tongs and studied it. Rough work. The asymmetry was visible, the quench line uneven. His engineering eye cataloged every flaw without mercy. But the interface was running a quiet, steady confirmation, and the spirit fire in his chest had settled into something that felt permanent. Blueprint unlocked. Bronze vein bracer, Tier 1. Common. Recommended next action. Find a blacksmith mentor. Your technique has structural flaws that will limit advancement without correction. He set the spike on the shelf where his father had kept the first piece he ever made. And beneath the grief of the past 3 days, something else moved. A direction. A reason to be in this smithy at dawn with coal smoke in his lungs and iron scale on his hands. He banked the forge for the morning and went to find a teacher because the system was right, and the flaws in that spike were too clear to pretend otherwise. In this world, as in the last one, the gap between knowing the problem and solving it was always exactly one honest teacher away, and he had never been willing to pretend that gap did not exist. Chapter 2. The Master's Hammer. The village of Ironton, named for the iron-bearing stream that ran through its eastern quarter, had a population of roughly 300 people and 2 blacksmiths. Wei Chung had been one. The other, known by everyone simply as Old Hammer, lived in a low stone building at the edge of the market square and had not taken a commission in 2 years. Wei Yan knocked on the door at early morning, before the market stalls opened. Go away. The voice from inside was deep and unhurried, like a man who had been dismissing visitors since before Wei Yan's father was born. My name is Wei Yan, he said. My father was Wei Chung. He died 3 days ago. I have an awakened clear sky hammer spirit, a forge god system interface I can't fully explain, and a list of structural flaws in my technique that the system identified this morning. I need a teacher. A pause. Then the sound of a chair scraping on stone. The door opened. Hua Tiechue was perhaps 60, built like a retired ox, broad across the shoulders, thick in the hands, with a gray beard that had gone untended for most of a season. He wore a blacksmith's apron over rough-spun clothes. His eyes, dark and sharp, moved across Wei Yan the way a craftsman's eyes move across a piece of metal, assessing grain, hardness, flaws. Show me the hammer, he said. Wei Yan extended his right hand and called the spirit. It manifested above his palm, not large, barely the length of his forearm, but dense. The head was black iron, almost too dark, and it shed small threads of light from its edges. Not gold exactly, more the color of forge fire at its cleanest moment, before the orange turns to white. Hua Tiechue studied it for 10 full seconds. Come inside, he said. The interior of Hua's workshop was organized with the fastidiousness of a man who had nothing left to prove and everything left to preserve. Tools hung in precise rows. Blueprints, decades old, were rolled and labeled in a rack beside the door. A low forge occupied one corner, unlit. Hua poured 2 cups of water from a ceramic jug, not tea, just water, which told Wei Yan something about the man's relationship with ceremony, and sat across from him at the work table. Your father never told you about the clear sky hammer bloodline? Hua asked. He didn't know he was carrying it, Wei Yan said. The records suggest it surfaces roughly once a generation. He knew, Hua said simply. He chose not to tell you until you were older. He was worried about Spirit Hall's interest. He kept his gaze on the hammer, now dissipated. Where did you hear about a forge god system? From the system itself. It appeared when I completed the awakening forge cycle last night. Blueprints, advancement tiers, forge point rewards for crafting. Hua turned his water cup in his hands. He had heard of such a thing, in old records, twice in 300 years. A smith's cultivation system. The forge god's gift to someone who didn't fit the standard path. He asked if Wei Yan was certain it wasn't a delusion from grief. Wei Yan told him about the spike. Hua rose, walked back to the Wei smithy, and examined it for 3 minutes. Thumb along the quench line, finger checking the grain, a pressed thread of his own faded spirit sense against the metal. It's real, he said. Spirit energy embedded. Shallow but present. He handed the spike back. The quench line tells me you tipped the bar at the wrong angle at the end. And your first hammer blow was too centered. Catch the edge first to begin the shaping. Don't compress the mass. The system noted both, Wei Yan said. Hua made a sound that was the beginning of a laugh, quickly controlled. Sit down, he said. I'll teach you the first strike technique. The lesson lasted 6 hours. Hua's instruction was spare and precise. He explained theory only when asked, and when asked, the explanation was complete in exactly the number of words needed. By afternoon, Wei Yan had corrected both errors, and the 3 spikes he produced carried Hua's quiet nod. Technique correction. First strike, edge catch method. Learned forge points earned. 8 master-student bond detected. Hua Tiechue, former Heaven Do Royal Workshop Master, rank 47 Spirit Ancestor, retired. Wei Yan filed the notation about Hua's background without comment, tucking the information beside the question of why a Royal Workshop Master had spent 2 years taking no commissions in a village of 300. At the end of the day, as Wei Yan banked the forge, Hua said, I'll teach you. Not because of the system. Because your father was a good man, and the Clear Sky Hammer bloodline shouldn't die in a cold smithy. He paused at the door. Come at sunrise. Don't be late. Wei Yan watched him go, then turned back to the warm forge, the clean tools, and the 3 acceptable spikes on the shelf. He had a master. He had 12 forge points and a technique correction. The path ahead was obvious in its direction and entirely unclear in what it would cost. But the forge was warm, and that distinction mattered tonight more than the cost did. He would discover the cost soon enough. Everyone always did. The question was never whether it came, but whether you had built something worth paying it for. And that question, he understood, had already been answered the moment he chose to light the forge. Chapter 3, Stone Fist. The trouble with the smithy land came on the 5th day. Wei Yan had been awake since before dawn. Hua's schedule made no concessions for fatigue, and was working on a second iteration of the bronze vein bracer blueprint when he heard the commotion outside. He set the tongs down. 3 men were in the lane beside the smithy. 2 were obvious hired muscle, tall, broad, with the blank expressions of men practicing to look more dangerous than they were. The 3rd was Magistrate Fund Steward, a narrow-shouldered man named Cho who carried a rolled document and the self-important posture of someone delivering bad news on behalf of someone more powerful. Wei Yan, Cho announced, by order of Magistrate Fund. This property reverts to the District Estate Registry upon the death of its registered occupant, Wei Cheng. You are hereby notified to vacate within 3 days. Wei Yan dried his hands on his apron. My father's registration showed the property is owned, not rented. Reassessment has determined otherwise. Show me the reassessment document. Cho blinked. He had not expected this response. He consulted the rolled document. Before he could produce it, a large hand appeared from around the corner of the smithy and took the document from Chow's grip with complete calm. The hand belonged to a young man of roughly 16 who had the build of someone who had been lifting stones since he could walk, broad in the chest, square-faced, currently wearing an expression of cheerful interest. I know this handwriting, the young man said, examining the document. Magistrate Fun's clerk Lao. He writes his 7s with the loop on the wrong side. He handed it back to Cho. That's a forgery. The registration mark is in the wrong corner. Chow's face cycled through several colors. The 2 hired men stepped forward. I wouldn't, the large young man said. He raised his right hand, and the spirit manifested, a stone fist, gray and textured as granite, forming over his hand and forearm to the elbow. He flexed it once, gently, and small fragments of the lane's paving stones crumbled where his knuckles brushed them. The 2 hired men stepped back. Cho departed with speed he had probably not displayed in years. The large young man dissipated his spirit and turned to Wei Yan with the same cheerful expression. Bo Rome, he said, extending his hand. I live 3 lanes over. My father knows your father, knew your father. I'm sorry about Wei Cheng. Wei Yan shook the hand. How did you know the document was forged? I didn't, Bo Rong said pleasantly. But Magistrate Fin's clerk has been forging land documents for 6 years. Everyone knows. Pointing it out makes people nervous enough to leave. A pause. Usually. Sometimes you have to flex the stone fist, Wei Yan guessed. Sometimes, Bo Rong agreed, without embarrassment. He looked through the open door at the forge. What are you making? I saw the light from the second-floor window last night. By mid-morning, Bo Rong had appointed himself unofficial assistant. He had no blacksmithing ability and no particular interest in acquiring any. But he was exceptional at hauling or holding metal steady when 2 hands weren't enough, and maintaining a conversation that made solitary work feel less like solitude. He was rank 31 Spirit Elder and looking for a 4th Spirit Ring. Your spirit energy goes into the metal when you hit it, Bo Rong observed, watching with genuine curiosity. I can feel it from here. Not like normal forging. No, Wei Yan agreed. He turned the bracer on the anvil. What does it do? Right now? Makes it stronger than the same iron would be without it. Eventually, with the right technique, it makes equipment that resonates with the user's own spirit energy. Equipment that grows as the user grows. Bo Rong fell quiet. Unusual enough that Wei Yan glanced up. Could you do that for a stone fist spirit? He asked. He wasn't performing interest. He had thought about this before, the particular frustration of a spirit whose growth was solid, but whose ceiling he could feel approaching. I don't know yet, Wei Yan said honestly, but it's on the list. Bo Rong smiled with the uncomplicated pleasure of a large person who has just been told the answer might be yes. Then I'll haul things until you figure it out, he said. The bracer was finished by late afternoon. Hua examined it. The forge fire embedding was uneven in the 3rd section, a hesitation mid-stroke. 2 options. Fix the hesitation, or reheat and try again. Hesitation was neither. Wei Yan already knew what he had done wrong. He started the 2nd bracer the next morning, got the 3rd section right on the 1st try, and earned 32 forge points when it was done. The system marked Tier 1 mastery at 44%. Outside, Bo Rong hauled iron and whistled something off-key that echoed pleasantly off the lane walls. And if the sound was a little like having a family again, neither of them said so, because neither of them needed to. What neither of them had said yet was that Magistrate Fin's steward had not come alone on his own initiative. Someone had sent him, and that someone had not yet been identified, and the land document threat had been turned back, but not answered. Chapter 4. The damaged claw. She arrived on a gray morning, 9 days after the awakening. Wei Yan heard the horse first, a clean, disciplined stop outside the smithy door, not the irregular halt of a casual traveler. He wiped the cold dust from his hands and turned. The young woman in the doorway was perhaps 17. She wore traveling clothes in practical dark colors, well-made but without decoration. Her posture came from years of disciplined training, back straight, weight balanced, entirely still. Her eyes moved across the smithy with an assessment that was rapid and thorough and settled on Wei Yan without warmth. In her left hand she carried a weapon that was, even to Wei Yan's unpracticed eye, clearly damaged, a white metal claw weapon, 4-pronged, roughly the length of her forearm. 2 of the 4 prongs had developed hairline fractures near the base. The metal had a faint discoloration, a dark purple tinge running from the base toward the prong tips, like a stain spreading from an old wound. Wei Smithy, she said. Yes, I'm Wei Yan. Tang Wuying. She held up the claw. This needs repair. I was told this is the best spirit equipment smithy in the district. That was my father, he said. He died 11 days ago. I'm carrying on the work. A brief acknowledgement crossed her face. Not sympathy, but recognition. Can you repair it or not? May I examine it? She held it out without stepping forward, requiring him to close the distance. He did, without comment. He took the claw by its handle grip and let the forge sense engage. The forge sense was still new. He was learning its range and precision. It worked like a form of deep perception, reading structural integrity, spirit energy content, and any embedded techniques or modifications in metal. What he found in Tang Wuying's claw was not what he had expected. The hairline fractures were real but superficial, reparable with standard technique. The discoloration, however, was not damage. It was a seal. Specifically, an artificially embedded dampening seal, worked into the metal at a level suggesting a high-grade forgemaster's skill. The seal was old, years old, designed to suppress the spirit energy output of the weapon by approximately 40%. Whoever had made it had hidden it inside a routine strengthening layer, so that it looked like legitimate forge work to any casual inspection. Only the forge sense, reading the energy layers, revealed the difference. He raised his eyes. Tang Wuying's expression had not changed. She was watching him with the particular attention of a person who has decided to distrust until proven otherwise. "The fractures I can repair," he said carefully. "But there's something else. There is a seal embedded in this weapon, a dampening seal. It has been suppressing your spirit energy output through this claw for what looks like several years." The stillness in Tang Wuying changed quality. It became the stillness before action. "What did you say?" Her voice was level. "A dampening seal, hidden inside the base metal, disguised as part of a strengthening layer. Old work, high grade. Whoever placed it knew what they were doing." He held the claw back out to her. "I can't repair the fractures without addressing the seal. It's structurally integrated. I wanted to tell you what I found before doing anything." She took the claw back. The four prongs were between them. He did not step away. "You're 16, she said. "A village blacksmith working for less than 2 weeks. You expect me to believe you can read an embedded seal that a master forge craftsman hid in this weapon years ago?" "I have a forge sensibility," he said. "It reads energy layers in metal. Whether you believe that or not, the seal is there, and any senior spirit equipment craftsman with adequate diagnostic skill will confirm it." She studied him for a long moment. He held her gaze without difficulty, which seemed to unsettle her slightly. "If you touch this weapon," she said, "and I determine you damaged or modified it beyond what I authorized, I will return, and we will have a very different conversation. Are we clear?" "We're clear," he said. "And I will not do anything to your weapon without your explicit agreement on each step." Another moment. Then she tucked the claw under her arm and turned toward the door. "Tang Wuying," he said. She paused without turning. "The seal is also preventing the weapon from developing the resonance it should have at your cultivation level. You've been fighting at a significant disadvantage for years without knowing it." "A beat. I thought you should know before you rode to the next town." She left without answering. But through the open door, he heard her horse linger in the lane for a longer moment than any horse needed before moving on, and he filed that, too. Seal break infusion technique. Locked challenge flagged. Tier 2. Acquisition required. He would get the technique. The question was how long it would take, and whether her disadvantage would matter to something else before then. Chapter 5. Terms of inspection. Tang Wuying returned 4 days later. She arrived at mid-morning when Bo Ron was present, acknowledged him with a brief nod, and set the claw on the work table between herself and Wei Yan. "The seal is confirmed," she said. "A traveling spirit equipment appraiser from Heavendo verified it yesterday. He said removing it would require a craftsman capable of Tier 2 spirit infusion work at minimum." She met his eyes. He also said a village smith producing Tier 2 work at age 16 would be unusual. "Unusual things happen," Wei Yan said. "Walk me through what you intend to do," she said. He laid it out. The forge sense had identified the seal's 3 anchor points. Removing the seal required a technique called seal break infusion, channeling his spirit energy through the metal at those junctions with sufficient precision to unravel the seal's structure without damaging the weapon. The technique required the weapon's owner to participate, channeling her own spirit energy through the grip simultaneously, because the seal was keyed to resist unassisted removal. "I don't currently have that technique," he said. Her expression did not change. "Then why are you telling me you can repair it?" "Because I'm going to acquire it. I'm telling you the repair path so you can make an informed decision rather than leaving with a sealed weapon and no understanding of why it underperforms." He met her gaze steadily. "I am not taking this commission under false pretenses. I need more time." "How long?" 1 to 2 weeks. The prerequisite is a forge trial. A perfect edge on a mundane blade. No spirit energy in the process. Pure technique. She studied the table between them, working through a calculation that was not about trust, but about whether trust served her interests, a distinction he recognized and respected. "What do you want in return?" she asked. "Standard repair fee. The infusion work advances my own technique. You're providing the practice material, and I'm providing the service. No additional charge." He paused. "But I'll only begin the actual repair if you're present and cooperating. It cannot be done alone." "Why?" The seal resists unassisted removal. Without your spirit energy flowing from the grip end, the anchor points reinforce themselves. I tested this on a practice piece 2 days ago. A longer silence this time. She had come prepared to find exaggeration or a young smith performing confidence he didn't own. She had found something more inconvenient, careful thinking and honest disclosure of limitations. That was harder to dismiss. The forge trial, she said. How will I know when you've passed? Come back in 2 weeks, he said. I'll show you the blade. She picked up the claw, secured it at her hip, and turned toward the door. At the doorframe she stopped. Wei Yan, if you manage this, the fee is whatever you think is fair. I won't argue the price. He said nothing. She left. Bo Rong waited 3 seconds. She's going to be difficult to work with. Yes, Wei Yan agreed. You could have declined the commission. I could have, he said. He picked up the tongs. Bo Rong was still watching him. You didn't, though, Bo Rong said. No, Wei Yan agreed. Why not? The commission's complicated, she's difficult, and the technique you need is one you don't have yet. He thought about this honestly for a moment. The practical answer was that the seal break infusion was a technique he needed regardless of this commission, and Tang Wuying's claw provided the ideal practice material. The practical answer was also not the whole answer. The seal was placed deliberately, he said. High-grade work, hidden inside legitimate forge work, designed to suppress a specific person's potential over an extended period. He set the iron bar in the coals. That's not an accident. Someone decided that Tang Wuying's combat capacity should be limited, and they arranged it carefully when she was 11 years old. He looked at the coals as they began to glow. I want to know why. Bo Rong considered this. That sounds like a reason to be curious, not necessarily a reason to be the one who fixes it. I'm the one who found it, Wei Yan said. The forge sense showed me the seal and its structure and the fact that it was intentional. Having seen it clearly, declining the commission would mean choosing not to act on accurate information. He lifted the bar with the tongs and felt the weight of it. I don't see the point of an ability that shows you true things if you're only going to see them and then walk away. Bo Rong was quiet for a moment. The particular silence of someone who has received an answer they hadn't expected and is actually thinking about it. Fair enough, he said at last. The forge trial was waiting, and he had work to do. There were flaws in his technique he hadn't found yet, and the blade would show him every one of them, and he intended to correct all of them before Tang Wuying came back. Chapter 6. Silver Wolf. The spirit beast hide problem presented itself on the 12th day. The bronze vein bracer's second iteration required a lining of spirit beast hide, with latent spirit energy still present. Fresh, not market bought, which meant processed and energy stripped. Wei Yan discussed this with Hua, who confirmed that genuine spirit beast material was obtainable in the woods east of Iron. I'm not a hunter, Wei Yan said. You have a combat spirit, Hua said. Figure it out. Bo Rong volunteered before the question was finished. His stone fist spirit had a natural advantage in forest terrain, enhanced tactile sense through the ground, allowing him to locate large creatures at distances that made hunting reasonably safe for something below his cultivation level. They went out in the early morning. The silver wolf found them before they found it. It was large for its kind, not ancient, but mature, with a coat that carried the silver-blue sheen of a creature that had accumulated meaningful spirit energy over its years. It emerged from a thicket and stopped, measuring them with the particular intelligence of a creature that had not been hunted frequently. Then Wei Yan noticed the left rear leg. It was held at an angle that indicated injury, not a combat wound, but something structural, perhaps from a fall or a misstep on broken terrain. The wolf was moving carefully, redistributing its weight. He raised a hand to stop Bo Rong. It's hurt, he said quietly. That makes it easier, Bo Rong said, equally quiet. Or unnecessary. The wolf was still watching them, evaluating. The hide I need is for lining material. I need the spirit energy content, not the structural integrity of the fur. A shed coat, or material from a creature that's already dead, would serve the blueprint's requirements just as well. He considered the wolf's territory markers, a tree at the edge of the clearing. Spirit beasts at this level sometimes drop coat material near those. Bo Rong looked at him. You want to ask the wolf for its shed fur. I want to see if there's any near its territory marker without needing to fight for it. It took 20 minutes of careful movement. Wei Yan approached alone. Bo Rong's combat aura was more threatening at distance. and kept his own spirit energy below perception threshold. The wolf tracked him without retreating. At the base of the marked tree, 3 clumps of shed coat, each the size of a palm. Spirit energy content lower than fresh harvested hide, but within the blueprint's acceptable range. He collected them without touching the wolf. On the way back, he used the forge sense at its current range to read the wolf's injured leg. The sense registered clearly, a fracture in the lower leg bone, survivable but serious. No treatment he could offer here. He noted it and walked back to where Bo Rong was waiting. "You got what you needed?" Bo Rong asked. "Yes." "And the wolf? Still there? The fracture will heal, or it won't." He turned the shed fur in his hands. "But I didn't add to its problems." Forge God System. Silver Wolf Shed Coat. Spirit Energy Level. 34%. Acceptable. Bonus Forge Points. +5. Ethical Material Sourcing. Non-lethal acquisition chosen when lethal alternative was available. Wei Yan read the bonus notation twice. The system rewarded the choice to not kill a wounded animal. He turned this over in his mind. Not the points, but the value embedded in the rule. The Forge God, whoever or whatever had designed this system, cared about the ethics of the path, not just its efficiency. That was worth understanding. 5 points for being decent, Bo Rong said, reading the description over his shoulder. Should be more. Probably, Wei Yan agreed. They walked home through early afternoon light. The wolf survived the day behind them, and the 5 bonus points, modest as they were, felt like the beginning of an answer to a question he hadn't known he was asking. The Forge God had built ethics into the reward structure. That was not an accident. It was a design, and somewhere in the gap between that design and the version of this world that Spirit Hall was building, there was a conflict that hadn't fully arrived yet. Chapter 7. 3 nights. The Forge trial ran for 3 nights. It was not a physical ordeal in the dramatic sense. Wei Yan did not hallucinate from exhaustion or collapse across the anvil. He was young and fit and had spent his past life in a laboratory, which had trained him to work long hours with sustained concentration. The challenge was precision, not endurance. Producing a perfect edge on a mundane blade meant achieving a bevel angle consistent within half a degree across the entire length, without any spirit energy channeled into the metal to compensate for technique imperfections. Every deviation that spirit energy might have smoothed had to be corrected by hand and eye and feel. First night. For blades, all discarded. The angle held for the first quarter and drifted on the second. He understood the drift theoretically, uneven pressure in the final draw strokes, but correcting it at speed, while managing forge temperature and cooling rate, required a 3-variable coordination his body had not yet internalized. Hua arrived at the second hour of the first night, looked at the discarded blades without comment, and said, "The draw stroke. You're compensating with your elbow when you should be compensating with your wrist." "I know," Wei Yan said. "Knowing isn't doing," Hua said, and went back to sleep. Second night, better. 2 blades that almost passed. Angle held for 3/4 of the length and broke only near the tip, where the metal's cross-section narrowed and the cooling rate changed. Wei Yan stayed at the forge until dawn, studying the tip behavior in detail, running forge light over the blade edge and watching how the angle shifted at the narrowing point. He had the solution by the second afternoon. Third night. 1 blade. Worked slowly, with deliberate attention at every stage. The draw strokes from the wrist, not the elbow. The hammer weight and angle adjusted differently for the tip section versus the main body. Quench at the precise moment the temperature curve dictated. The blade came out of the quench, and he ran the forge sense along the edge. Perfect edge, bevel angle deviation, 0.3 degrees maximum. Consistent forge trial. Past seal break in fusion technique. Unlock the technique arrived in his understanding the way the edge work had arrived in his hands. Not a revelation, but a clarification. He practiced the energy flow component on iron scraps for 2 hours, confirming it worked as specified. Then he sat down and slept 4 hours at the bench. When he woke, Hua was in the doorway with a bowl of rice congee. "The blade," Hua said, examining it. He ran his thumb along the flat, feeling the angle, the even line that didn't break or waver from base to tip. "This is better than most journeyman smiths produce." He set the bowl beside Wei Yan. "The system gave you the technique?" "Yes." "And the girl, she's coming back in 2 days?" "Yes." Hua looked at the blade one more time. He did not say he was pleased. He said, "Eat the kanji," and left. Wei Yan ate the kanji. The blade caught the morning light in a clean, unbroken line, and he understood that the forge trial had not been about the edge. It had been about learning to hold precision under the pressure of time, alone, without the system's guidance. Tang Wuying's claw had 3 anchor points. He was ready for the first one now. But ready was not the same as prepared for consequences, and the secondary reinforcement he had found embedded in the seal's middle junction, which he had not yet told her about, suggested that the consequences of removing this seal were not going to be limited to a better weapon. Something had been locked in place for 6 years, and when it came undone, whoever had placed it would eventually notice. The question was not whether that happened. The question was whether he would be ready when it did. Chapter 8. The merchant's daughter Xiao Pei arrived at the smithy window the way some people arrive everywhere, without warning, brightly, and with the air of someone who has been observing longer than you realized. She was perhaps 15, slight but projecting a density of attention that made her seem larger, with dark eyes that inventoried the interior of the smithy at speed. She wore practical traveling clothes and carried a small ledger under one arm. In her other hand, she held one of Wei Yan's early commercial bracers. "You're Wei Yan," she said through the window. "I'm Xiao Pei. Pei Trading House, Heaven-Do. I bought this from a cart merchant 3 days ago." She held up the bracer. "I want to know if there are more." "There are more," he said. "How many in a week?" 6 to 8, depending on materials. She made a note. Spirit energy content. Tier 1, common grade. Reinforces the forearm structure during impact. Minor spirit conductivity improvement for soul masters below rank 20. The next generation of the design will be meaningfully better. How much better? He considered how to frame this for someone he had known for 30 seconds. Enough that the price point changes significantly. She came around from the window to the door and knocked, a formality after having already made herself comfortable. He gestured her inside. She moved through the smithy with purpose, examining the finished pieces on the shelf, the blueprint sketches pinned to the wall, the current work on the bench. She did not touch anything without asking first. He revised his initial assessment upward. "Distribution arrangement," she said, sitting across from him at the work table. "You produce my father's network cells in Heaven-Do and surrounding cities. 15%. You don't know what I can produce at scale," he said. "I know what this bracer does and what comparable items cost in Heaven-Do's spirit tool markets. Your quality exceeds average common grade at a production speed that suggests you're not using standard methods." She opened the ledger. "I'm here early because early arrangements with producers who are going to be significant are worth more than arrangements made later." 12%, he said. She wrote it without hesitation. "Done. Timeline on the better design. 3 to 4 weeks for the full prototype. Preliminary pieces sooner. Material advance clause. I'll include it in the formal letter. Pay per delivery against advance costs." He agreed. She made the note. She started to close the ledger, then paused. "The spirit energy in your equipment," she said. "The bracer I bought had a warmth to it that standard spirit tools don't have." "What's that from?" He considered how much to explain. "I embed my spirit energy into the metal structure rather than leaving it on the surface. It becomes part of the material. Can you make that consistent across batches?" "Yes." She nodded, offered her hand, and left. After she left, Bo-Rong came in from the back where he had been reorganizing coal. "She's 15, he said. "I know," Wei Yan said. "And she negotiated you down from 15% to 12, and then got a material advance clause on top of it." "She's good at what she does," Wei Yan said, and picked up the tongs. The system had approved of commerce from the start. The Forge God's philosophy was consistent. Get the work to people, by whatever honest path leads there. He had a market. He had a technique. He had a claw repair waiting in 2 days. The pieces were moving faster than he had planned, which meant he needed to move faster than he had planned. And that, he thought, hammering the next bracer into shape, was probably the intended design. But moving faster meant being visible faster, and being visible faster meant whoever was watching those anonymous commercial inquiries would move sooner than he was ready for. That cost had not yet been calculated, and he could not afford to ignore it. Chapter 9. The examination. Tang Wuying's terms were precise and delivered without preamble. She arrived at the smithy on the appointed day at precisely the appointed hour. She set the claw on the table between them. I've had the seal confirmed by a second appraiser, she said. He agreed on the structure and the 3 anchor points. He also said removing it without destroying the weapon requires technique he is not confident performing. She held his gaze. I want to verify your capability before I agree to let you attempt this. How, he said. Spirit Master examination in Heaven Do. Passes at Spirit Master rank or above, with distinction in the Spirit Energy Precision component. She paused. Pass it, and I'll agree to the repair. He considered this. His cultivation rank was Spirit Scholar, not yet at the Spirit Master threshold. However, the Forge God system's parallel development had pushed his spirit energy handling to a level that the examination's precision trials might measure as advanced. The next examination is in 5 days, he said. Yes, she said. I'll meet you there. He agreed. He had 4 days to prepare. Hua's response was direct. Spirit Master threshold required a 10-ring activation signature, which meant Wei Yan needed to absorb his first spirit ring. He had 4 days. Tonight, or not at all. They went that night. Bo Rong located a wind rabbit population 2 hours east by ground sense. Wei Yan absorbed the spirit ring from a 200-year specimen, and the system registered the absorption with quiet efficiency. First spirit ring absorbed. Wind rabbit, 200 years. Hammer strike velocity enhancement spirit energy output. Rank 12 confirmed cultivation status. Spirit Master Wei Yan stood in the dark woods, channeling the ring's energy with the precision the forge training had built into his spirit pathways, and thought. First of 12. The examination 4 days later was straightforward. His forge fire control mapped precisely to the energy handling requirements. He passed the precision trials with distinction, not narrowly, but clearly, in the way that made the examiner write additional notes in the margin. Tang Wuying watched from a bench at the edge of the hall, expression unreadable, until the examiner announced the distinction mark. Then she stood and waited for him to reach her. The repair, she said. When do we begin? I need to gather materials, he said. A week. She nodded once and turned toward the door. At the threshold she paused. You're faster than I expected, she said, not looking back. That's worth noting. Then she was gone into the Heaven Do afternoon. He stood in the examination hall, distinction certificate in hand, for exactly as long as it took to understand what worth noting meant from a person who had spent their first several interactions with him armed. And then he walked back to the cart and began planning the material procurement. 6 days until the first infusion session. 3 anchor points in the seal. A craftsman's skill level in whoever had placed it that the Forge Sense had rated as genuinely exceptional. Not common work, not local work, something that implied resources and specific intent. He also thought about the secondary reinforcement he had found buried in the seal's middle junction. He had not mentioned this to Tang Wuying yet. He had discovered it during the test on the practice piece, not during the initial inspection of her weapon. That reinforcement meant the seal's designer had anticipated partial removal, which meant they had thought ahead. Someone had thought, years ago, this seal might eventually be partially removed, and they had designed against it. Who thinks that way about a seal placed on an 11-year-old's weapon? The cart horse moved at its steady pace through the late afternoon fields, and Wei Yan watched the road without seeing it, turning the question over. He would not have an answer before the infusion sessions. The sessions might give him more data. The full resonance pattern after the seal was cleared could tell him things the current suppressed state couldn't. First, he needed to be ready. Second, he needed to execute the technique correctly. Third, and he had not yet said this to Tang Wuying, because he did not have enough certainty to say it. He was beginning to understand that removing this seal was not just going to restore her weapon. It was going to open a question that someone had spent years and considerable skill trying to keep closed, and whoever that person was had the resources to notice when the seal went quiet. Chapter 10. The Public Awakening. The Spirit Master Hall in Heaven Do occupied a 3-story building on the east side of the civic quarter, and its registration desk was staffed by 2 examiners whose combined experience ran to approximately 40 years of processing awakening certificates and cultivation rank records. Neither of them had ever recorded a clear sky hammer awakening. Wei Yan had come to register his spirit, standard procedure for a newly confirmed spirit master. He stood at the desk, activated his spirit at the examiner's request, and watched the clear sky hammer materialize above his palm in its form. Dense, dark iron head, forge fire light threading from the edges, a weight to it that the observers in the room could feel without touching it. The older examiner's pen stopped moving. The younger examiner's chair scraped back 3 inches before he caught himself. In the registration hall of the Heaven Do Spirit Master Hall, there were perhaps 20 other spirit masters waiting for various administrative processes. They had been quietly minding their own business. They were no longer doing this. The murmuring moved through the room like a wave. Clear Sky Hammer. That's the Clear Sky bloodline. It hasn't appeared outside the Tang clan in how long? He dissipated the spirit and addressed the older examiner. I'd like to complete the registration, please. The older examiner recovered with professional credit. He documented the spirit designation, the ring count, the energy classification, standard procedure, followed exactly, though his handwriting was less steady than it had probably been in years. He stamped the certificate and slid it across the counter. Your registration is complete, he said. As a Clear Sky Hammer inheritor, you should be aware that several parties maintain standing interest notifications on this spirit designation. They will be automatically informed of your registration. Wei Yan had expected this. Who receives those notifications? The examiner consulted a list. The Tang Clan Administrative Office, the Heaven Do Royal Spirit Registry, and, a slight pause, as though he were choosing how to deliver this, the Spirit Hall Regional Branch. Wei Yan took the certificate. Thank you. He walked out into the Heaven Do afternoon and stood on the hall's front steps for a moment, looking at the civic quarter moving normally around him. Merchants, students, spirit masters on their own business, city guards at their posts. None of them knew that 2 minutes ago, a registration had been filed that would flag in Spirit Hall's records within the day. The forge work had made him visible locally. The registration had made him visible to every major power in the region simultaneously. He had expected this to happen eventually. He had not expected it on day 2 of his first visit to Heaven Do. He thought through the consequences methodically. The Tang clan would investigate the bloodline claim, a process that could mean anything from bureaucratic correspondence to a personal visit. The royal registry would note his hammer spirit as a citizen asset, largely symbolic, but occasionally useful as political leverage. Spirit Hall's interest was the variable with the shortest patience and the longest reach. He sent a message to Hua before boarding the cart back to Ironton. Registration done. Spirit Hall notified. Move timeline needs discussion. Forge God system. Clear Sky Hammer registration complete note. Spirit Hall awareness confirmed. Estimated response time. Weeks to months depending on current priorities. Accelerate capability development before attention intensifies. Forge points earned. 15. Milestone. Public registration. He read the system note on the cart ride home, with the rice fields moving past and the Heaven Do towers receding. Weeks to months was more time than a day, but it was not as much time as he wanted. And the word estimated was doing a great deal of work in that sentence, because Spirit Hall's interest did not necessarily follow estimated timelines. The cart rattled on through the late afternoon, and Wei Yan watched the familiar road to Ironton with the particular attention of someone who was beginning to understand how few routes in and out of their situation they actually had. The window for building more was not unlimited. It had started closing the moment his hammer spirit appeared above that registration desk, and 30 people in a quiet room went still all at once. He could not afford to be wrong about how fast it was moving. Chapter 11. The guild's interest. Gao Lei was the kind of man who dressed expensively and moved with a deliberate care that announced itself as control. Wei Yan had catalogued him before the man had any reason to notice Wei Yan. Present in the Spirit Master Hall's registration waiting area, not registering, simply there. Absorbing. He was perhaps 35, lean and well-constructed, with the ring count of a spirit king, 52, visible to spirit sense as a faint resonance pattern, and the eyes of someone who had learned to assess value in things that moved. The moment the hammer spirit manifested above Wei Yan's palm, and the room went still, Gao Lei had received information he had not paid for. Wei Yan logged his face and moved on. On the cart home, he thought through what that meant. A spirit king in an institutional space for no apparent administrative reason, with commercial interests in spirit tools and the judgment to recognize value in unusual spirit designations. The most probable explanation, the Iron Thorn Guild's master, assessing the market personally. Back in Ironton, Hua confirmed the identification immediately. Ironthorn Guild, he said, without being told the face. He explained from there. The guild had operated in the prefecture for 12 years, legitimate trading house at first, gray market spirit tools once they discovered the margin differential. Gao Lei had taken the guild master position 6 years ago and pushed it into darker channels. He moved equipment for Spirit Hall's regional branch in unofficial channels, providing deniability for both parties. When he makes contact, Hua said, it will be structured as an offer. Protection, distribution, fair prices. The subtext will be that refusing puts you on the wrong side of his relationship with Spirit Hall. Timeline. Wei Yan asked. Days. Hua finished his tea. He'll want to get ahead of the Tang clan and Spirit Hall both. An independent clear sky hammersmith producing resonant equipment is worth more to him as an asset than as a competitor. Wei Yan thought about this. The registration had been unavoidable. An unregistered spirit master with a clear sky hammer bloodline was more dangerous, not less, in terms of the attention it would eventually attract. But it had accelerated the timeline on several fronts simultaneously. I need to move faster on commercial capacity, he said. And the city transfer. I'll make the inquiry on the Forge District property, Hua said. He said it as though the decision had already been made, and he was simply reporting it. You produce visible, verified equipment. The public reputation is a form of protection, even at this stage. After Hua left, Wei Yan stood at the forge bench and thought about the shape of the pressure forming around him. A guild master who would arrive with an offer, Spirit Hall that would arrive with a summons, and a Tang clan that would arrive with questions about bloodline. All three would expect different things from him. He would need to be prepared to disappoint all three, and to make that disappointment cost more than compliance. He banked the forge and began the next bracer, because the only response to an accelerating timeline was faster, better work. The forge points would accumulate. The reputation would build. He thought about Gao Lei's eyes in the Spirit Master Hall registration room. The assessment, the brief pause, the departure. A man with 12 years of guild operations and a direct line to Spirit Hall did not pause and then wait. He gathered information, updated his model, and acted. What are you thinking about? Bo Rong said, from the doorway where he had reappeared with an armload of ore. Gao Lei, Wei Yan said. He left the Spirit Master Hall immediately after the registration. He had a 2-hour head start on us back to this prefecture. He turned the bracer on the anvil. That's enough time to send 3 different messages to 3 different people. Bo Rong set the ear down. He understood the implication without it being spelled out. So the next contact might not be from Gao Lei directly, he said. Possibly not, Wei Yan said. Which means the test run tonight or tomorrow might not look like a guild operation. Bo Rong looked at the door, then at the windows, then back at Wei Yan, with the uncomplicated readiness of someone who had decided not to overthink what came next. I'll sleep lighter, he said. That would be useful, Wei Yan agreed, because the only thing he could control was the quality of his preparation, and tonight that preparation had just become considerably more urgent than it had been this morning. Chapter 12. The first infusion session began on a Tuesday morning under gray skies that were doing nothing dramatic, which Wei Yan took as a good sign. Tang Wuying arrived precisely on time. She had been in Ironton for 2 days at that point, staying with a contact. She mentioned this with studied neutrality, and had spent them training. She was more settled than their first meeting, and still precisely as difficult. She set the claw on the forge bench. He had cleared the space and prepared the tools. A specialized set of shaping implements Hua had brought from storage, designed for spirit energy work at the Tier 2 level. Smaller than standard forge tools. More precise. You understand what's required, Wei Yan said. Not a question. You channel spirit energy along the seal's anchor points while I push my own spirit energy into the weapon from the grip end, Tang Wuying said. The 2 energy flows meet at each anchor point, and the seal structure unravels from the inside. She studied the claw. You said the backlash risk is moderate. Moderate is accurate. If the flows desynchronize at an anchor point, the seal resists and redirects the energy. The backlash could damage the claw further or disrupt both our cultivations temporarily. He held her gaze. It won't be dangerous at the level we're attempting. Uncomfortable, possibly. My spirit energy control is precise, she said, stating a fact rather than seeking reassurance. I know, he said. It's why I agreed to attempt this. She picked up the claw the way practitioners hold weapons when they're not in combat. Habitual, certain, the grip as natural as breathing. She channeled a careful thread of her spirit energy through the grip and into the claw's body. He watched with the forged sense. Her energy was as clean as advertised, a smooth, consistent flow with excellent directionality. She was not exaggerating her precision. He engaged the seal break infusion technique. The experience differed from standard forge work in a way he hadn't fully anticipated. He was not shaping metal, he was navigating it, moving his spirit energy along the grain of existing forge work the way a hand moves through a carved channel, following the path the original craftsman had left. The seal's structure was visible to the forged sense as a faintly purple lattice embedded in the metal, not malevolent, just tight, well-made, resistant. He found the first anchor point at the base of the third prong. Tang Wuying's energy was there, a steady presence from the other direction. He aligned his flow with it and began the unraveling. The first anchor point offered resistance, firm and structured, requiring consistent pressure for nearly 4 minutes without breaking alignment. Tang Wuying held her end with exactly the stability she had promised. The anchor point released with a sensation he felt through his hands rather than heard. 1/3 of the seal's structure went slack. The purple discoloration faded in the area around the third prong. Wei Yan released the technique, sat back, and assessed both himself and the weapon. 1 anchor point clear, 2 remaining, metal structure uncompromised. Tang Wuying was looking at her weapon with an expression he had not seen from her before, brief, unguarded, the face of someone who had felt something familiar change. 1 of 3, he said. She closed the expression. The second. Not today. We've done 1 anchor point safely. Pressing on immediately increases backlash risk. 2 more sessions, tomorrow for the second, a day after for the third. She tested the claw's energy, checking the residual effect of the session. The weapon feels different, she said. Lighter in the way that counts, he said. You've had 40% of your potential suppressed for years. Even with 1 anchor point cleared, you should notice improved response. She turned the claw over in her hands, studying it. Tomorrow morning, she said. Same time. Same time, he agreed. After she left, Bo Rong appeared from the back of the workshop without pretending he had been anywhere else. She held the energy exactly right, he said. Wei Yan looked at the forge bench where the claw had rested. Yes, he said. She did. He also thought. Whoever had placed that seal had known precisely what they were hiding and from whom. The construction was too deliberate, the secondary reinforcement too specifically designed against partial removal. That kind of care was not what someone invested in a routine suppression job. It was what someone invested when the thing they were hiding was genuinely dangerous, and when they understood the person they were hiding it from well enough to know she might one day find someone who could undo their work. The question was not whether the seal's removal would have consequences. The question was whose attention it would draw, and how quickly. Chapter 13. Backlash. The second session went wrong at the 40-minute mark. The second seal junction was deeper in the claw's metal than the first, embedded at the junction of the base plate and the central prong in a way that required Wei Yan to navigate a more complex path. The original craftsman had been methodical. This junction was reinforced with a secondary locking structure the first had not had. He worked carefully. Tang Wuying held steady. At 40 minutes, she shifted, not her energy, but her body. A small movement, barely perceptible, as though she had corrected her balance. The energy in the grip fluctuated by a fraction. It was enough. The seal's second anchor point, half unraveled and therefore structurally unstable, registered the variation as interference and inverted. The redirected force traveled back along both energy flows simultaneously. Wei Yan heard Tang Wuying gasp. The backlash hit his own spirit energy like a fist against a bruise, sharp, disorienting, not damaging but immediate. His body moved without conscious decision and stepped back from the bench. The claw clattered to the stone floor, radiating a pulse of purple-black energy. The surge threw both of them. Wei Yan into the back wall with enough force to leave a clear outline in the plaster. Tang Wuying across the smithy width into a workbench she caught with both hands. For a moment neither moved. Wei Yan pushed off the wall and checked his spirit energy. Disrupted, not damaged. He assessed the claw with the forged sense from distance. The middle seal junction had reasserted and slightly strengthened from the inversion, but the metal structure was intact. Tang Wuing straightened from the workbench and checked her claw with the methodical calm of a trained practitioner assessing injury. "Are you?" he started. "Fine," she said, with a flatness that was focus rather than irritation. She ran her spirit energy through the claw's body, checking for structural damage. "The weapon is intact," the seal reinforced. She met his eyes. Unmoved. "That was mine." He had been about to note that the reinforcement structure had surprised him, which was also true. Both were true. He did not say the second thing. "The process works," he said instead. "First anchor point is still clear. The second point's reinforcement means we need a different approach. We need to address the reinforcement structure first, before targeting the anchor point itself." She set the claw on the bench carefully. "How long?" "Another day to prepare. I need to adjust the infusion pattern." She nodded. She did not apologize for the movement. He did not expect her to. But she held a silence that he recognized as the particular quality of someone honestly assessing an error they had made. "The secondary reinforcement," she said. "Can you map it tonight?" "I started mapping it when the inversion happened," he said. "I have most of the structure already." She studied him for a moment, not with hostility, with something closer to recalibration. "Tomorrow," she said. "Tomorrow," he agreed. The claw pulsed once more on the bench, the purple light diminishing. Wei Yan watched it settle and thought about the craftsman who had built this seal. Real skill, real patience, a design that anticipated partial removal and defended against it. Someone who had expected, years ago, that someone might one day try exactly what he was doing now. The question of why someone had wanted to suppress Tang Wuing's weapon was growing more urgent than the question of how to remove the seal. And the reinforcement structure's design suggested that whoever had built it had expected this question to arise, and had not cared. Chapter 14. Shared silence. He brought food. This was not sentiment. Tang Wuing had been working her spirit energy for 3 consecutive mornings in demanding technical processes, and the infusion work required sustained channeling at precision levels that depleted cultivation reserves. Recovery required nutrients. She was staying in a contact's house rather than an inn with a proper kitchen. The practical argument was sound. He was being honest with himself. He had made more kanji than he needed. She studied the second bowl when he set it on the bench beside the claw. "You made extra," she said. "The session tomorrow requires full reserves," he said. "I mapped the reinforcement structure last night. It's workable, but will take longer." She sat and ate without making it into anything. He sat at the other end of the bench, ate his own portion, and reviewed the reinforcement map in his mind while the forge burned low between them. She said, at some point, without transition, "The seal has been there since I was 11. He did not respond immediately. He let the statement exist. "I knew something was wrong," she continued, addressing the claw rather than him. "My performance in training was inconsistent. I would reach what felt like a ceiling and couldn't understand why." A pause. "My clan's instructors said it was technique. I worked on technique for 3 years." He understood what 3 years of misdirected effort felt like. In his past life, there had been a research project with a flawed foundational assumption. You worked harder and harder against the grain of the problem and thought the resistance was you. You blamed the self. That was the worst of it. "Who had access to the weapon when you were 11? He asked. She held a brief stillness that was not silence but calculation about how much to say. "Several people," she said. "It was a formal gifting ceremony. The claw was commissioned by my clan's minor branch as a gift for my initial awakening evaluation." She paused. There were representatives from the main branch present, and a spirit hall observer. They attend all formal awakening ceremonies in clan households. He did not say what he was thinking. He organized it in the part of his mind that held things he could not yet act on. "The seal was high-grade work," he said instead. "Whoever placed it understood resonant forge technique well enough to hide it inside a legitimate strengthening layer. That's not common skill." "No," she said. "And the secondary reinforcement, the locking structure in that middle junction, was designed specifically to outlast casual removal attempts. The craftsman built it expecting someone might one day try to undo it." He paused. "Which means this wasn't impulsive. Someone planned years ahead." She put down the bowl. She was looking at the claw with a different quality of attention now. Not just the weapon she used, but an object with a history she hadn't been permitted to read. "That's not comforting," she said. "No. But there's a reason behind it, not random malice. When the third anchor point releases, I should be able to read the full resonance pattern and understand what the seal was actually protecting or extracting. He banked the forge for the afternoon and laid out the adjusted infusion tools. Tomorrow we find out. She stood. At the door she paused. Why did you make extra kanji? Practical reasons, he said. She studied him for a moment with the expression he had been learning to read, not neutral, but considered in a way that suggested she had weighed several possible responses and chosen silence. Then she left. Bo Rong appeared from behind a support post immediately. Wei Yan did not ask how long he had been there. Practical reasons, Bo Rong said. Go haul something, Wei Yan said. Bo Rong went, grinning, and Wei Yan turned back to the adjusted infusion map, because a spirit hall observer at a formal clan ceremony 6 years ago was either coincidence or the opening move of a strategy that was still in play, and he did not believe in coincidence when someone had gone to the trouble of building a self-reinforcing seal that was designed to survive partial removal, and that meant whoever had placed it expected someone to try, and had not expected them to succeed. Chapter 15. Night Raid. The Iron Thorn Guild sent 4 men at the second hour past midnight. Wei Yan was still awake, refining the reinforcement map and testing the adjusted infusion approach on a piece of practice iron. He heard them before he saw them. The particular footfall pattern of people trying to move quietly who were not quite quiet enough, and the faint metallic pressure of armed intent brushing the edge of his hammer domain. The hammer domain was small and new, 20 meters normally, 40 under combat activation. But within it, he could sense metallic objects the way a hand senses temperature. For distinct signatures, knives, a short sword, a cudgel with a metal ring at the striking end. He took the heaviest hammer from the forge stand and put out the forge light. The first man through the door received 3 seconds of darkness before Wei Yan's adjusted eyes marked him clearly. He was not here to kill anyone. But the Iron Thorn men did not know that. And a forge in complete darkness with an unseen opponent operating on spirit sense was a genuinely disorienting environment to find yourself in. He redirected the first man into the wall, not the physical body, but the metal in the man's belt buckle and knife sheath, pulled sharply by the hammer domain. The man hit the wall and stayed down. Bo Rong appeared in the back doorway, stone fist fully activated, orange forge light catching the gray granite surface of the spirit. He had been sleeping in the storage room, which had been his unofficial arrangement for the past week on the grounds that the spare bedroll was comfortable and he liked the warmth. Wei Yan had not asked him to leave. The next 2 men encountered Bo Rong. The stone fist at Spirit Elder 31 was substantial, and Bo Rong applied it without drama. The 4th man, the leader, who had maintained position at the door, assessed the situation for 2 seconds and decided it was not recoverable. He left. Wei Yan stood in the dark smithy with the hammer in hand, listening to the retreating footsteps until they were gone. He checked the 2 men Bo Rong had handled, unconscious, bruised, alive. Same for the man from the wall. He lit the lamp. The damage: 1 overturned workbench, a gouge in the door frame from an elbow, and 1 cracked bracer on the floor where it had fallen from the shelf. The cracked bracer irritated him more than the raid itself. Iron Thorn, Bo Rong asked, resetting his spirit. Guild send out work. No titled Douluo, no organized formation. This was a test to see if we'd fold at the first pressure. He set the hammer down. The answer they'll report back is no. Which means the next test will be more serious, Bo Rong said. Yes. He picked up the cracked bracer, examining the damage. We need to move the city transfer timeline up. If Gao Lei can reach us here with 4 men and no preparation time, he can reach us here with 20 men and a week of planning. He set the bracer down. We won't be here for that conversation. He wrote to Hua and to Xiao Pei, left the 3 Iron Thorn men untied. Either confidence or stupidity, and either reading served his purposes, and returned to the reinforcement map until morning. The hammer domain had responded faster than he had expected during the confrontation. He filed that, too. The metallic touch across 20 meters had been almost instantaneous, the redirect through the belt buckle more precise than his practice drills had been. Combat conditions appeared to sharpen the ability in ways that controlled training hadn't revealed. He also thought about the 4th man, the leader who had stayed at the door and departed when the assessment turned unfavorable. That man had been watching, not fighting. He had been evaluating the nature of the defense, not participating in it, which meant there was a report on its way to Gao Lei right now with specific details: the hammer domain range, the spirit sense navigation in darkness, and the combat awareness level of both Wei Yan and Bo Rong. Gao Lei would update his model accordingly. Wei Yan updated his own model in response. The next approach would either be significantly heavier, enough force to overwhelm what the fourth man had observed, or it would come from a direction that made the hammer domain irrelevant. Politics, commerce law, spirit hall pressure applied through official channels. The reinforcement map for Tang Wuing's second anchor point waited on the bench, precise and detailed. He worked on it until the pre-dawn bird started, then worked on the bracer until morning, because the city move had just become non-optional, and he needed every piece of preparation to be in place before Gao Lei's next move landed. Chapter 16. Hua's advice. Old Hammer sat across from Wei Yan in the smithy the morning after the raid and studied him with the specific expression of a man who has seen a particular kind of trouble arrive before and is deciding what to do about its new version. Gao Lei, he said. For men. Test run. Wei Yan poured the tea. No one seriously hurt, but it establishes intent. Hua accepted the tea and turned the cup in his thick hands. He organized his thoughts the way he organized tools, with deliberate placement, nothing wasted. The Iron Thorn Guild has been operating in this prefecture for 12 years, he said. Legitimate trading house at first, then gray market spirit tools once they found the margins. Gao Lei took the guild master position 6 years ago and pushed it darker. He drank. He's not stupid. He knows attacking a smith with a clear sky bloodline will draw attention he doesn't want. The test run was to measure your response. He got it, Wei Yan said. The core problem, Hua said, is not the guild. The guild is a middle layer. The real problem is that Gao Lei moves equipment for Spirit Hall's regional branch in unofficial channels. They need deniability. He needs protection. When Spirit Hall takes an active interest in you, Gao Lei becomes their local instrument. He set the cup down. You cannot separate those two threats. They move together, which means staying in Ironton creates a two-front vulnerability with no institutional counterweight, Wei Yan said. Exactly. Hua looked at the smithy walls. Walls he had spent 20 years walking past. The city has walls. It has laws and a commerce ministry that technically governs spirit tool trade, and a royal court that technically oversees Spirit Hall activities. Imperfect protections, but protections that don't exist here. He paused. I've been in contact with the Forge District property. It's available now. I know. Your message arrived last night. Can you afford the lease? Wei Yan reviewed it honestly. 5 commercial deliveries through Xiaopei, a pending noble order she had mentioned, the claw repair commission. Marginally, not comfortably. I'll cover the first quarter, Hua said, with the quiet finality of a decision already made. Wei Yan began to respond. Don't, Hua said. I should have moved the workshop into the city years ago. I didn't, because I was finished and there was no reason to. You are not finished. This is not charity. It's an investment in work that matters. He stood. I'll contact the property agent today. Tell Xiaopei to move the commercial timeline forward. We'll want capital before the move. Wei Yan said. Thank you. Hua dismissed it with a wave. Don't be late to the morning session, he said, and left. Wei Yan sat in the morning-lit smithy and thought about the quiet protection that had assembled itself around him since the first awakening. Hua's experience and connections, Bo Rong's uncomplicated loyalty, Xiaopei's commercial skill. None of it had been arranged. All of it had arrived in response to the work itself, as though the work was the signal and the people were the answer. He picked up the forge hammer and got back to work, because the only honest way to pay back that kind of support was to deserve it. And deserving it meant producing work today that exceeded yesterday's by a margin that would matter when the pressure came in earnest. The pressure was coming. Hua understood this better than anyone. He had spent 2 years in voluntary exile in Ironton precisely because he had understood it the last time and had not moved fast enough. Wei Yan did not intend to make the same mistake. He had 7 days before the city, and the forge would not be cold for a single one of them. He ran through the mental inventory of what remained before the move. The third infusion session with Tang Wuing, the final commercial batch for Xiaopei, the packing of the blueprint vault in a sequence that protected the most critical documents first. He needed to inspect the Heavendo workshop space personally before trusting it with the equipment. The forge temperature stability in a new building was always an unknown. He struck the bracer into shape and thought about Gao Lei's four-man test. The response those men would carry back was, no panic, competent defense, no excessive force, no invitation for escalation. A reasonable person in Gao Lei's position would read that as cautious, disciplined, worth approaching through non-violent channels before committing to anything heavier, which was exactly the reading he had intended. The question was whether Gao Lei was a reasonable person or whether the guild master's patience had a shorter horizon than Wei Yan was accounting for. That was an unknown he could not resolve from here. He added it to the list of things that would clarify once he was in the city, and kept working, because the forge did not wait on uncertainty, and neither would he. Chapter 17. The first market, the commercial batch for the Heaven-Do delivery, took 4 days. Wei Yan produced 12 pieces, 6 bronze vein bracers in their second iteration, with the grain refinement he had worked out from the forge trial practice sessions, 3 edge-reinforced hunting knives with basic spirit energy conductivity, and 3 items he had designed without a blueprint. A helmet reinforcement plate that distributed impact force across a wider area, using forge fire patterning in the metal's internal structure. The helmet plate was an improvised design, and the system flagged it immediately. New blueprint created. Impact distribution plate. Tier 1. Uncommon. Design quality. Acceptable for improvised work. Forge points earned. 18. Original design bonus. He was not fully satisfied with it. The forge fire pattern in the third plate had a minor irregularity he had caught too late to correct. But the design principle was sound, and sound principles were more valuable than perfect first instances. Xiaopei arrived with a cart. She examined each piece with a thoroughness that reminded him of laboratory quality checks. Systematic, unhurried, notes in the ledger as she went. When she reached the helmet plates, she spent longer than on anything else. These are new, she said. Improvised design. Not in any standard catalog. The impact distribution pattern. Can you replicate it consistently across multiple units? With practice. The third plate has a minor irregularity. The first 2 are cleaner. She held up the first plate and turned it in the light, reading the pattern with the kind of attention that was not admiration but analysis. Do you know what the Heaven-Do Guard barracks pays for quality helmet liners? No. More than your current rate, she said. Because there is no supply. Standard smiths don't produce this quality at this weight. She placed it carefully in the carry case. I'm going to test the impact performance before I put it in the general catalog. If it confirms, I'm going to the garrison quartermaster directly. That's a standing contract, not a single sale. He had not considered the garrison supply chain. He revised his market model to include it. Bracers and knives, he said. Gone before I returned to Heaven-Do. She counted the pieces with practice speed. I need more bracers. The demand is outrunning your production rate. 6 per week at current capacity. 8 after the workshop move. How soon is the move? 10 days. She wrote this down. I'll hold the garrison contact until after the move. Better to demonstrate consistent supply before opening that channel. She closed the ledger and looked up directly. I've had 2 inquiries about your work from buyers who sent intermediaries and declined to identify themselves. 2 separate inquiries, 2 different channels. Wei Yan processed this. Iron Thorn Guild or Spirit Hall commercial contacts. Possibly either. Possibly both. She held his gaze steadily. I didn't respond to either inquiry and I won't, but you should know about them. Someone is trying to get ahead of a formal approach. Which means they expect the formal approach to fail, he said. Which means they think you're the kind of person who would decline it, she said. She loaded the cart with the efficiency of someone who had been moving goods since childhood. Be careful in the next 10 days. You're visible in more places than is comfortable for someone who hasn't built real institutional protection yet. I know, he said. Just checking, she said, and drove the cart down the lane with 12 pieces that would sell themselves in a city that did not yet know where they had come from, but would know soon, and knowing would bring its own complications. He went back to the forge. 10 days until the move. The garrison contact waiting on confirmed supply consistency. 2 anonymous inquiries from buyers who had declined to identify themselves. He thought about the last point while heeding the next blank. Anonymous buyers who used intermediaries and declined to identify themselves were, in his experience, always one of 2 things. Buyers who were embarrassed by their interest or buyers whose interest would be more effectively pursued through indirect channels. The Iron Thorn Guild was not embarrassed. Spirit Hall's commercial arm was not embarrassed either, which meant both were choosing indirection deliberately, not to preserve their dignity, but because a direct approach to Wei Yan had already been assessed as unlikely to succeed. Gao Lei had watched the registration. Spirit Hall had its census notation. Both had concluded, independently, that Wei Yan was the kind of person who would decline direct acquisition attempts. So they were both trying to build a position first. He struck the bracer blank into its initial shape, watching the forge fire pattern move through the metal exactly as it should. The anonymous inquiries had failed because Xiao Pei had not responded to them. But the buyers would try again, through different channels, because that was what buyers with long timelines and strategic patience did, and he was running out of days in Ironton to build a defense against it. Chapter 18, The Healer. Mei Suyin arrived 3 days before the planned departure. She was smaller than Tang Wuying, with a quieter presence, not shy, but contained, the quality of a person whose energy flows inward rather than outward. She had a healer's hands, precise, attentive, the kind that touch things to understand rather than to claim. Her spirit was a silk ribbon, support type, which made her of limited combat value but exceptional practical worth in any group that expected to take damage and wanted to recover from it efficiently. She found Tang Wuying at the smithy, which was where Tang Wuying had been spending most of her time since the first infusion session. The quality in Tang Wuying's expression shifted the moment Mei Suyin appeared, the careful neutral face relaxing briefly into something with warmth in it, genuine and unmanaged before it settled back. The change was small and fast, and told Wei Yan more about Tang Wuying than any of their direct conversations had. Mei Suyin moved through the smithy with curious attention, the equipment, the blueprint sketches, the practice pieces on the bench. She did not perform interest. She was simply interested. Then she turned to Tang Wuying. "Your claw," she said. Tang Wuying handed it over without being asked. Mei Suyin's silk ribbon spirit sense extended, a support-type diagnostic that reached some of the same conclusions as the forge sense from a different angle. "The seal is cracking," she said. "It's been there a long time." She looked up at Tang Wuying. "We're 2 sessions into removing it," Tang Wuying said. Mei Suyin turned to Wei Yan. She examined him the way she had examined the claw, attentively, without judgment, gathering information before forming conclusions. "You're the one doing it," she said. "Yes," he said. She said, "You're 16. "Yes." A brief consideration. "Then, she also said you made extra kanji." She did not smile, but something in her expression did the equivalent. Tang Wuying, from across the room. "I did not say that." "You described the morning," Mei Suyin said, with the serenity of someone who knows precisely what they are doing, in some detail. The kanji came up. Wei Yan continued organizing tools and made no comment. He noticed, at the peripheral edge of his attention, that Mei Suyin's read on the claw through her silk ribbon sense offered a complementary angle to his forged sense. She was reading the resonance effect on the user rather than the seal structure in the metal. 2 different instruments reading the same problem from different sides. "The seal removal," Mei Suyin said, addressing him directly. "The final session, after the 3rd anchor point releases, Tang Wuying's spirit energy will rebound from years of suppression. Has she prepared for that?" He paused. He had thought about the mechanics of the final seal junction. He had not adequately thought about the rebound from the user's side. "No," he said honestly. "I don't have enough information about what a years-long suppression rebound feels like for the cultivator. I know the weapon side. I can be present for the 3rd session," Mei Suyin said. "For the rebound management, if it's needed." Tang Wuying opened her mouth. "That would be useful," Wei Yan said, at the same moment. Tang Wuying looked at them both and chose to address the wall instead. Mei Suyin smiled gently and turned to finish her examination of the workshop. "Is this the space you're leaving in 3 days?" she asked. 10 days, Wei Yan said. Wuying said 3 days. He looked at Tang Wuying. She was examining the ceiling. "The timeline may have moved up," he said, and made a note to ask Hua whether 3 days was actually possible, because Tang Wuying had mentioned 3 days, and she did not say things carelessly, which meant she had heard something he hadn't, from a source he hadn't accounted for, and whatever she had heard had convinced her the move needed to happen faster than anyone had planned. Chapter 19. The census observer, the Spirit Hall census team, arrived on the 4th day before the planned departure. They were efficient, as Spirit Hall operations tended to be. 5 members in total, a formal census designate with documentation authority, 2 administrators with recording equipment, and 2 mid-ranked soul masters as escort. They moved through the village checking spirit master registrations, noting commerce activities that touched on spirit tool production, and updating their regional records with the brisk professionalism of people who had done this circuit many times. Wei Yan observed them through the smithy window as they crossed the market square. He had not expected them this soon. The registration in Heavendo had been one pathway for Spirit Hall to become aware of him. The regional census circuit was a different track, more fundamental, operating on its own schedule. He had calculated the circuit would not reach Ironton for another month, by which time he would be established in the city workshop. He had been wrong. He kept working. The forge was at operating temperature. The smell of coal and hot iron was present throughout the lane. Anyone checking the smithy would find a young smith at work on standard commission pieces. Nothing unusual. Nothing that said run. The census team moved through the market square and down the main lane with methodical efficiency. They stopped at 4 houses for documentation checks. They paused at the Spirit Master registration board near the well, the public list that would show Wei Yan's recent registration. An administrator made notes. Then the census designate stopped in the lane directly outside the smithy. He was perhaps 50, gray at the temples, wearing Spirit Hall administrative gray with the quiet authority of long institutional habit. He did not approach the door. He stood in the lane and looked at the smithy's exterior, and his spirit sense extended, not aggressively, not an examination, just a light touch at the range of casual awareness. Wei Yan felt that touch against the edge of his forge fire resonance. A distant, feather-light pressure, the kind a senior practitioner extends when they are assessing at range rather than committing to a direct read. He did not stop working. The census designate remained in the lane for nearly a minute. He consulted his documentation twice. He made a notation, not a quick mark, but a deliberate one, the kind that takes real thought. Then he rejoined his team at the far end of the lane, and by mid-afternoon the entire census team had left Ironton in an organized column heading east toward the next village. Wei Yan waited until the resonance of their departing spirit energy passed beyond the forge sense's range entirely. Then he set down his tools and thought. The pause. The notation. A census designate who spent a minute looking at a smithy exterior and writing something careful in his margin was not completing a routine form. He was flagging something for review by someone above him. And above a census designate's review level was a name that Wei Yan had not yet learned to worry about at full intensity, but was about to. He moved the departure timeline to 7 days and sent the revised message to Hua immediately. He also sent a secondary note. The Forge District property. They needed to be able to move on 3 days' notice once they arrived. The system flagged nothing. But the census designate's notation existed now, somewhere in Spirit Hall's records, and whatever it said would make its way upward through the hierarchy at the speed of bureaucratic attention. He could not know how fast that was. What he knew was that every day he spent in Ironton after today was a day spent in a position he could not defend, and 7 days was already pressing it. He worked through the evening with one eye on the lane and the forge at full temperature, building inventory for the move. The census designate had not stopped at the smithy door by accident. Someone above the designate's level had flagged the forge fire resonance pattern in this district as worth noting, and worth noting, at Spirit Hall's administrative level was never as harmless as it sounded. He was running out of time in Ironton. What he did not yet know was how much time remained, and that ignorance was a cost he was already paying. Chapter 20. The seal breaks. The third infusion session required 3 hours. Mei Suyin was present, seated to one side with her silk ribbon spirit extended in quiet readiness. Tang Wuing held the claw as she had in the first 2 sessions, her spirit energy channeling through the grip with the consistency that Wei Yan had come to understand was not just technical precision. It was a particular form of discipline that Tang Wuing had built over years of working against a ceiling she hadn't known was artificial. He had mapped the final seal junction completely during the preparation day. He understood the reinforcement structure as a design now, not just an obstacle. The craftsman's intent was legible in the architecture, a patient, layered defense against exactly the kind of intervention he was performing. Respect the craftsmanship. understand the purpose, undo it anyway. He engaged the seal break infusion. The third anchor point offered a different kind of resistance from the first two. The first had been tight. The second had been actively defended. The third was patient, as though the seal's architecture had anticipated that the first two anchor points might eventually be cleared and had concentrated its holding power here. It was not stronger. It was more settled, the way an old root holds ground differently from a new one. He worked carefully. Tang Wuying's energy held its line. Mei Suin's presence at the edge of the process was a calm, light counterweight. At 2 hours and 11 minutes, the last seal junction began to release. At 2 hours and 14 minutes, it released completely. The claw's response was immediate and total. The purple discoloration that had threaded its metal for years vanished in a single instant, replaced by a pulse of white gold energy traveling from base to prong tip and back, and then again, and then settling into a steady light that slowly faded to the weapon's natural sheen. It vibrated in Tang Wuying's hands with a resonance she had never felt from it, the actual resonance of its nature, nothing between the weapon and its owner. Tang Wuying did not move. Wei Yan watched the rebound move through her, the sudden restoration of suppressed potential flooding spirit energy channels that had been working against resistance for 6 years. Mei Suin's silk ribbon sense engaged gently, reading the flow, managing the pressure. Steady, Mei Suin said. Let it settle. It took 5 minutes. Tang Wuying stood through it with her characteristic stillness, though the stillness now had a different quality. The stillness of someone holding very still because something large was happening inside them, and the right response to something large was not to flinch. When the resonance settled, she looked at the claw. Wei Yan cleaned the infusion tools and set them aside. Mei Suin let her spirit ribbon dissipate. Nobody spoke, because nothing needed to be said immediately, and they all understood this. Tang Wuying walked toward the door. He thought she would leave without another word, which would have been consistent and would have been fine. The work was done. The claw was free. She stopped at the door. She did not look back. Thank you, Wei Yan, she said, quietly, like something decided and then done. He opened his mouth to answer. A courier knocked on the open door from outside, stepping past Tang Wuying with practiced efficiency, and held out a folded document sealed with an official mark. Wei Yan took it. He broke the seal and read the single line of formal text. A summons from the Spirit Hall Regional Branch. 14-day window. Standard language. Official stamp. The personal seal at the bottom was not standard. Supreme Elder Deng Fong. Spirit Hall. 4th seat. He read the name twice to be certain. Then he held up the document so Tang Wuying could read it. She turned at the sound of the courier and read the name from 2 steps away. The first genuine alarm he had ever seen in her face moved through it briefly, real and unmanaged, before she controlled it. That's not a local summons, she said. No, he agreed. It isn't. The forge burned behind him, steady and warm. The claw's freed resonance was still settling in Tang Wuying's hands. Deng Fong's personal seal was on that document. The 4th seat of Spirit Hall, taking a personal interest in a 16-year-old village blacksmith. That was not what happened to craftsmen, however talented. That was what happened to people whose existence had been assessed as a problem worth solving from the top. What are you going to do? Tang Wuying said. He looked at the document. He looked at the seal. He looked at the forge behind him, warm and steady, and the cleared claw in her hands, and the work that was only just beginning. Not what he expects, he said. And for the first time in the conversation, something in Tang Wuying's expression shifted from alarm towards something that might, eventually, become something else. Closing CTA, and so the Tao continues. If this journey moved you, leave a like and share your thoughts in the comments below. Subscribe and ring the bell. More stories await on the path ahead. Until next time, fellow cultivators. Chapter 21. The refusal. Wei Yan read the summons one more time that night, alone in the smithy after Tang Wuying and Mei Suin had returned to their lodgings. The language was official and the subtext was plain. The Spirit Hall Regional Branch, acting under the authority of Supreme Elder Deng Fong, required his attendance for a registration interview as an artisan of exceptional grade. The 14-day window was a courtesy. The personal seal was a warning. He thought about the options methodically. Attending meant entering Spirit Hall's institutional space on their terms, where refusal became harder to sustain and social pressure would compound. Refusing directly was a statement of intent that would accelerate whatever Deng Fang was planning. Ignoring the summons was a third option, not legally punishable for a civilian craftsman, but the kind of non-response that typically invited a follow-up visit with substantially more personnel. He wrote back in the morning, a formal letter, polite and register, noting that as a civilian spirit tool craftsman, he operated under the Heaven-Do Commerce Ministry's jurisdiction, that no mandatory registration requirement for civilian smiths existed in current law, and that he was happy to discuss any concerns through official channels with Commerce Ministry mediation. He sent the letter through a public courier service, which meant it would be logged in the courier office's records. That's going to make Deng Fang pay attention faster, Hua said, reading the draft at the breakfast table. It's also a legal defense if he tries to use the summons as the basis for an arrest warrant, Wei Yan said. I've declined through official channels with documented reasoning. If he escalates from there, he has to do it overtly. No procedural deniability. He folded the letter. I don't want to fight Spirit Hall, but I need them to fight me on terrain I've chosen, not terrain they've chosen. Hua was quiet for a moment with the look of a man who recognizes the strategy and is assessing it against the reality of a power that has operated without meaningful opposition for 3 generations. The move needs to happen in 5 days, he said. Not 7. I know, Wei Yan said. The next 5 days were the most productive of his life in this world. He worked the forge day and night, building commercial inventory, completing specialized equipment for the team's individual needs, and finishing 3 more bronze vein bracer iterations that the system marked as approaching Tier 2 quality. Xiao Pei came on the 3rd day and took everything he had ready. 12 pieces, all verified, all carrying the Forge Fire brand that could not be faked. The garrison quartermaster responded to the helmet plate sample, she said. 20 units per month, standing contract. I can do 15 until the new workshop is fully operational, he said. 20 after. She wrote it down. The 2 anonymous inquiries have come back through a 3rd intermediary. Same principles, I think. Still declining identification. Still not responding, he said. She nodded. I thought so, but I wanted you to know they're persistent. Persistent buyers with anonymous channels and no patience for refusal, the Iron Thorn Guild, certainly. The possibility of Spirit Hall commercial contacts, less certain but not excluded. Either way, persistence was the signal that someone had assessed Wei Yan's refusal as a tactical position rather than a final answer. He moved the forge equipment in a rented cart on the 5th morning, in the pre-dawn darkness when the lane was empty. Bo Rong carried what could be carried. Hua supervised with the quiet authority of someone who had done this before and knew which step people always got wrong. In this case, the blueprint vault, which needed to be packed last and transported in a separate case, not stacked with tools. By midday, they were in Heaven-Do's Forge district, in a building that smelled of 10 years of other people's iron work and had excellent ventilation that Hua immediately began improving. Wei Yan stood in the center of the new workshop and took one slow breath. The move was done. The next problem was already in motion. Spirit Hall summons had not expired, and Deng Fang's patience would not last indefinitely. Whoever was coming would come here, and Wei Yan was not yet ready for that conversation. He had perhaps 2 weeks before that changed. The question was whether 2 weeks would be enough. Chapter 22. Elder Crane the old man arrived on their 3rd morning in the new workshop. He did not knock. He stood in the doorway at the early hour when the forge was lit, but the rest of the district was still quiet. And he was completely still, with the stillness of a man who had spent decades learning to wait and had no impatience left to spend on the habit. Wei Yan became aware of him gradually, and then all at once, the way you become aware of a change in air pressure. He was perhaps 70, lean and precise in the manner that sometimes develops in people who have disciplined themselves past the point where the body carries unnecessary weight. He wore plain gray traveling clothes without insignia or decoration. His spirit energy was suppressed below casual perception threshold, but the suppression itself was so clean and complete that it was its own signal. That degree of thorough concealment required a great deal to conceal. Wei Yan, the old man said. Not a question. Yes, Wei Yan said. By he, the old man said. Some people call me Elder Crane. He stepped inside without being invited. He moved through the workshop with attentive curiosity, reading the tools, the blueprints pinned to the board, the quality of the finished pieces on the display shelf. His attention was precise and professional, the evaluation of someone who knew what they were looking at. He stopped in front of Wei Yan. I tracked the forge fire resonance from Lingluan City, he said. 3 cities in 12 days. The pattern is distinctive. He looked at Wei Yan's right hand with the close attention of someone reading a spirit signature from the residual energy in the skin. Clear sky bloodline. I thought it was gone from the independent branches. He paused for a beat. Show me the spirit, he said. Wei Yan called it. The hammer materialized above his palm in its complete form. Dense black iron, forge fire threading from the edges, a weight that pressed on the room's spiritual atmosphere in a way that made the air feel thicker, and the light seemed to lean toward the manifested shape. He studied it for a long time without moving. His own spirit energy, still suppressed, shifted very faintly. The way a person's breathing changes when they see something they recognize and had not been expecting to find. Stronger than the current Tang clan branch representatives, he said, half to himself. The bloodline concentrated over several generations of non-use. He looked up at Wei Yan. Are you capable of receiving combat instruction? I can hold my own at my current rank, Wei Yan said. That is not what I asked, he said. He walked to the space in front of the forge, the largest clear area in the workshop, and turned without further preamble. He launched a crane strike with no additional warning. A precise extension of spirit energy in the form of a white heron's wing, targeted at Wei Yan's left shoulder. Wei Yan did not consciously decide to respond. His hammer domain engaged, and the spirit energy of the strike deflected partially, not enough to negate the impact, but enough to change its angle significantly. The blow sent him sideways 3 steps rather than down. He steadied himself and looked at Bai He. Deflection at range, not block or counter, Bai He said, with the clinical interest of a teacher assessing a first response. Good instinct. That is the correct application of the domain in that context. Your execution needs considerable work. I've had the domain for 6 weeks, Wei Yan said. I know, Bai He said. That is why I am here. He settled into a relaxed standing posture. I will teach you the combat applications of the clear sky inheritance. In exchange, nothing. I'm here because the bloodline should not be lost to poor technique, and because the resonant equipment work is the first interesting development in spirit tool craft I have seen in 20 years. He paused. I have old ties to the sect that originally held this bloodline's guardian role. I will not discuss those further unless you ask directly. Wei Yan studied him for a moment. What is your rank? 83, Bai said simply. Titled Douluo. Retired. A brief quiet. When do we start? Wei Yan said. Now, Bai said. Footwork. You stand like a blacksmith. We will begin there, because everything else depends on the foundation being correct, and the foundation is currently wrong. Chapter 23. Footwork. The footwork lesson lasted 4 hours, and covered ground Wei Yan had not known he was missing. He had treated the forge and combat as separate disciplines, physical skills that shared some principles, but operated from different foundations. He spent the first 40 minutes demonstrating that this framing was incorrect. The stance that distributed weight correctly for hammer work was not identical to the combat stance, but the underlying principle was the same. Ground contact, center of mass, the direction of force application relative to the spine's vertical axis. You've spent 6 weeks building forge strength and precision, He said, watching Wei Yan work through a basic footwork pattern on the workshop floor. Those are not wasted. But forge precision is applied to a fixed object. Combat precision is applied to an opponent who is moving and who is specifically trying to make your precision fail. Wei Yan adjusted his weight distribution on the inside of the turn. The metal does not decide to move away from the hammer. Correct. Which is why combat requires footwork and forge work does not in the same way. He circled him slowly, watching. Better on the left side. Your right side carries weight high. That is a forge habit, keeping the dominant hand ready for the swing. In combat, that high carry creates a predictable counterbalance. Opponents will target it. He worked the pattern until the right side matched the left. The system noted the progress. Combat technique. Footwork. Basic in progress note. Elder Crane's instruction includes clear sky heritage combat forms. Technique integration with Forge God system training will accelerate both tracks. The hammer domain, He said, watching him through the 4th hour. You have been using it defensively, deflect and retreat. That is correct instinct for your current cultivation level. But the domain has an offensive application that the Clear Sky bloodline developed specifically for a combat smith style. What is it? Wei Yan said. You will reach it in 6 weeks, if you do the footwork correctly every morning before the forge work begins. He sat on the workshop bench with the ease of someone who has been sitting on rough surfaces for 50 years. The forge work is not separate from the combat training. Your spirit energy develops through crafting, but it applies through combat. You have already discovered this. The domain redirect during the Iron Thorn defense earned you forge points because it was a forge-derived technique applied in combat. Wei Yan paused in the pattern. The system counted the domain redirect as a forge application. The domain is a forge tool that also operates as a combat ability. The system rewards any demonstration of the forge god's approach, which is craft as the foundation of action. He met Wei Yan's eyes directly. You are not a combat soul master who happens to forge. You are a forge master whose combat ability develops from the craft outward. Do not let anyone teach you to think of it the other way around. That inversion would cost you the quality that makes you genuinely difficult to deal with. Wei Yan stood in the workshop at the end of the 4th hour, with the footwork patterns settling into muscle memory and a reconfigured understanding of what he was actually developing. He had been treating the combat ability as a side effect. While he was telling him it was the core application of the same discipline. He picked up the forge hammer for the afternoon session with a different sense of what both the hammer and the combat domain were for. The footwork, the forge, the breath, the domain. One connected system, not 2 separate skills. Deng Fong was coming for a craftsman. He would find something harder to contain than that, but only if the work between now and then never stopped. Wei Yan picked up the forge hammer again, and this time the grip felt different, not heavier, but more exact. Chapter 24. The noble contract Xiao Pei's presentation arrived with a 4-page written summary, organized with the precision Wei Yan had come to expect from her. She sat across from him in the new workshop's attached office, a small room Hua had arranged as a commercial space, with a proper desk and a locked cabinet for contracts, and laid out the noble commission with the methodical clarity of a merchant who had spent years learning to anticipate every question before it was asked. 3 Heaven Do noble houses, the Ling, the Bao, and the Duan. Combined requirement, 12 rare-grade spirit weapons in 6 weeks. She turned the first page. Specific requirements by house. The Ling house wants 3 sword-edge reinforcements with spirit conductivity enhancement. They supply the blades. You reinforce and enhance. The Bao house wants 4 spear tips with penetration force amplification, custom dimensions. She turned the second page. The Duan house requires 5 armor bracers that coordinate together in combat. They want to be able to use the set in a group defensive formation with enhanced coverage and synchronized response. Wei Yan reviewed the requirements while she spoke. The swords and spears were within his established Tier 2 capability with room to spare. The coordinated bracers were the technical challenge. The Forge God system had flagged a development that morning, before Xiao Pei's arrival. Tier 3 advancement trial available. Produce a coordinated set of resonant equipment. 3+ pieces, spirit energy synchronization between pieces required. Completion serves as first Tier 3 proof piece toward Tier 4 advancement. The Duan house's coordinated bracers matched the trial specification exactly. Xiao Pei had, without knowledge of the system, delivered his advancement requirement in the form of a commercial commission. This was either coincidence or the natural outcome of high-quality work attracting the kinds of commissions that required the next level of technique. Can you do the coordinated bracers? Xiao Pei said. Yes, he said. 6 weeks. The deadline is firm. 3 noble houses with individual house advisors checking the work means any quality issue cascades through 3 different approval processes. She looked at him directly. I'm not trying to manage your expectations. I'm telling you what the political environment around this commission is. If all 12 pieces deliver at the quality level your recent output suggests, the 3 houses together can provide meaningful political counterweight against Spirit Hall's local interference. Not combat protection. They can't match Spirit Hall's force, but enough institutional standing to complicate any legal approach significantly. You've been thinking about the political angle, he said. You've been declining to think about it, she said, without criticism. Someone has to. He signed the contract. She left. He stood at the forge bench after her departure and reviewed the work ahead. 6 weeks, 12 pieces, one of which was his Tier 3 advancement challenge. The system was running the production window. Forge trial. Coordinated resonant bracer set. Production window. 42 days current Tier 2. Tier 3 synchronization technique required for coordinated set. He would need to develop the synchronization technique in parallel with the production schedule, which meant the next 2 weeks were going to require a level of parallel task management that left no margin for disruption. He began the work sequence planning that night, and the forge burned until the pre-dawn hours, and the system registered steady forge point accumulation as the techniques developed, steady and consistent, which was what the next 6 weeks required. He also ran the risk assessment Xiao Pei had prompted him to consider. The Noble Commission created visibility. 3 noble houses were now invested in his operation succeeding. That visibility was political protection, but it was also a target. Anyone who wanted to prevent Wei Yan from building an independent institutional position would see the Noble Commission as a step toward that position and would have 6 weeks to disrupt it before delivery. The disruption methods available were material supply interruption, administrative interference with the permits, targeted pressure on the noble houses themselves to withdraw the commission, or direct force against the workshop. The first 2 were within the Iron Thorn Guild's capability. The third required Spirit Hall's influence, which was possible but politically expensive during an active court audit. The fourth was the only one he couldn't counter primarily through preparation. He added security during the production window to the work plan and sent a brief message to Baihe before the pre-dawn sleep session. Daily presence requested for the next 6 weeks. Baihe's response arrived by morning. Simply, agreed. 6 weeks. He would use every hour. And when it was done, the 3 noble houses would have their weapons, and he would have his Tier 4 advancement in a political position that was genuinely harder to attack. Or something would go wrong. He intended to be ready for both outcomes. The cost of not being ready, of something going wrong at exactly the wrong moment, was a calculation he had run already and did not want to revisit. 6 weeks. Nothing could go wrong in 6 weeks that he could not absorb. That was not certainty. It was a threshold, and the threshold was not guaranteed. Chapter 25. The prince's offer. Prince Xian arrived at the workshop on a Tuesday morning with 6 retainers and the cultivated ease of a man who had spent his entire adult life perfecting the impression he made on entry. He was perhaps 25, lean and sharp-featured, with a spirit ancestor's cultivation rank, 42nd ring, and the particular alertness of someone whose political survival had depended on reading rooms accurately since he was old enough to understand what rooms were. He dressed well without ostentation and smiled with precision rather than warmth. "Wei Yan," he said, settling into the client chair across the work table without waiting for an invitation. "Remarkable things have been reaching my household about your work." "Thank you for the interest, Your Highness," Wei Yan said, without moving from behind the bench where he was reviewing material specifications. "I'd like to discuss a formal arrangement," the prince said. "Royal patronage. My household funds your operations, provides political protection, ensures your work reaches the highest quality channels in the kingdom." He paused briefly. "In exchange, first rights on production output. Not exclusive, simply preferential. I've recently signed supply agreements with 3 noble houses," Wei Yan said, "and I have an existing commercial relationship with the Pei trading house. A preferential arrangement with the royal household would create conflicting obligations under the supply agreement's terms. The royal household outranks the noble houses," the prince said, with the patience of someone accustomed to explaining hierarchies to people who have momentarily forgotten them. "In political matters, yes," Wei Yan agreed. "Commercial contracts registered with the Commerce Ministry have their own standing. The noble house agreements are registered and binding, and renegotiating them to accommodate a preferential royal arrangement would require compensation to the noble houses, cost that would need to be factored into any royal patronage calculation." A moment of silence. The prince's expression did not change, but something behind it did. The shift of someone recalibrating rather than retreating. He had expected a simpler conversation. "You're being careful," the prince said. He said it as observation. "I'm being accurate," Wei Yan said. "The offer you're describing would benefit the royal household significantly and would create legal and commercial complications for my existing commitments. The trade doesn't benefit me at the current terms. He set down the material specification sheet and gave the prince his full attention. If your highness had a different structure in mind, one that didn't conflict with existing arrangements, I'm willing to hear it. The prince studied him for a longer moment than he usually gave to craftsmen. I'll ask again when the price of refusal becomes clearer, he said. He stood, smiled without warmth, and departed with his retinue. Bo-rong, who had been present, waited until the footsteps were gone. He's going to wait for a crisis moment and offer the same terms when you're under pressure, he said. Yes, Wei Yan agreed. Which means I need to ensure I have enough institutional standing that the crisis moment he's waiting for doesn't arrive on his schedule. He picked up the specification sheet. The noble contract, completed well, is the first step toward that. The resonant cores are the second. The match pair clause for Tang Wing are the third. He looked at Bo-rong. By the time the prince asks again, I want the answer to be no for a different reason. Not because I can't accept, but because I don't need to. Bo-rong looked thoughtful. That's a lot to build in a short time. It is, Wei Yan agreed, and returned to the forge, because short times were what he had, and he intended to use them completely. Chapter 26. Bo-rong's ring. The spirit ring hunt took 3 days, which was fast for the 4th ring and reflected both Bo-rong's preparation and some genuine good fortune with the hunting ground conditions. Wei Yan accompanied as support, carrying a travel forge kit in a pack and maintaining the hammer domain at active readiness throughout the journey. The system had identified that sustained domain used during travel was building his passive combat application skill, not dramatically, but with the consistent accumulation that small daily work produced over time. The target spirit beast was a 500-year stone fist ape, found in a rock formation area 2 days east of Heaven Do. The hunting ground was legally accessible, but the terrain was rough, and the ape at this age was a genuine challenge for Bo-rong's current cultivation level. Spirit Elder, 34th ring. Wei Yan had prepared for this, and the preparation took the form of the stone fist gauntlet. He had spent 2 weeks building it, longer than the design complexity strictly required, because he had been running the synchronization technique experiments in parallel and had used the gauntlet's simpler architecture as a testing environment for the coordination concepts he would need for the Duan House Commission. The result was a Tier 2 resonant piece with a growth function built into the base metal. The gauntlet's output would scale with Bo-rong's spirit ring additions, rather than becoming obsolete when his cultivation advanced past its initial calibration point. The system had flagged the completed piece, Spirit Resonant Equipment, Stone Fist Gauntlet, Tier 2 Complete Function. Amplifies Stone Fist Spirit Energy Output. Growth Function Active Forge Points. 45. When Bo-rong put the gauntlet on before the hunt and felt the stone-gray moonsteel alloy respond to his spirit energy, his expression moved through surprise and then to a particular quiet. The expression of someone receiving something they did not know they needed. You built this for me, he said. You've been hauling or for 2 months, Wei Yan said. Consider it overhead. Bo-rong was quiet for a moment. Then, thank you, he said, with the direct simplicity of someone who meant it precisely and did not need to ornament it. The hunt was efficient. The stone fist ape was powerful and territorial, but Bo-rong's gauntlet pushed his effective combat output past the normal spirit elder's ceiling by enough margin that the confrontation lasted 3 minutes rather than the estimated 8. The ape's spirit energy, absorbed when the ring bonded, carried the strength of Mountain's ability, a passive that amplified his weight and impact force under gravitational enhancement. The moment the ring settled into Bo-rong's cultivation base, the gauntlet's growth function activated. The forge sense registered it, a 15% increase in the gauntlet's output, automatic, responding to the new ring's energy contribution to the user's total spirit power. Wei Yan stood in the rock formation and watched the resonance feedback cycle run its first full iteration, and the forge sense confirmed what the system had promised. Equipment that genuinely scaled with the user was qualitatively different from anything standard spirit tool production had ever achieved. A standard resonant piece provided a fixed amplification. A growth function piece provided a compounding investment. It got stronger, Bo-rong said, flexing the gauntlet fist with the new ring's power moving through both the stone-gray metal and his own pathways. That is the design, Wei Yan said. Every new ring you add will increase the gauntlet's output by approximately the same ratio. By the time you have your 7th ring, the gauntlet will be performing at a level comparable to a Tier 4 piece. Bo Rong looked at the gauntlet for a long moment, then at the rock formation where the hunt had taken place, and then back at Wei Yan. This changes everything, he said. For you? Yes, Wei Yan said. That's what it was built to do. They walked back toward the camp as the sun dropped behind the formation, and the forge points from the first successful proof-of-concept field test accumulated in Wei Yan's interface. 30 of them, for the growth function's first confirmed activation, and Wei Yan recognized something he had not understood before. Equipment that grew with the user was not a convenience. It was a threat to every fixed-tier system that profited from planned obsolescence. Spirit Hall controlled the equipment market partly because equipment did not adapt. If that changed, if resonant equipment spread beyond this one field test, the consequences would be far larger than he had planned for. Chapter 27. Tang Wuing returns. She came back 10 days after the seal removal, moving through the workshop door with the particular quality Wei Yan had come to recognize as her version of casual, which was to say, she had a pretext and had decided the pretext was sufficient cover for whatever else she was also doing. The pretext was a commission inquiry. I need a second claw weapon, she said, standing at the counter where Xiao Pei had set up the commercial intake procedure. For my right hand. The left claw's performance has changed significantly since the seal was removed. The right claw is now the limiting factor in my overall combat output. He looked at her for a moment. That's a legitimate commission inquiry, he agreed. I've trained for 10 days since the removal, she said, with the precise tone of someone providing relevant background information and nothing else. My rank advancement rate has approximately doubled. The left claw's resonance is growing faster than my clan's evaluation predicted. They are reassessing my profile. She set a folded document on the counter. This is the specification sheet for the right-hand claw I'd like you to build. He unfolded it. It was detailed and technically accurate. She had researched the specification format and filled it out correctly, with material preferences, resonance requirements, and performance targets that were both ambitious and achievable. He read it twice, because the quality of the specification suggested she had spent real-time thinking through what she needed rather than what she wanted. Where did you learn the specification format? He said. Your commercial intake forms use it, she said. I borrowed one and adapted it. He looked at the specifications, and then at her, and set the document down. I can build this, he said. But the better approach is a matched pair, both claws designed together, resonance systems synchronized, calibrated to work in tandem from the start. He pulled out the design notes he had been developing since her first visit. The individual right claw performance would be lower than what a match pair design achieves. She studied him. How much lower? The match pair's combined output would exceed 2 individually built claws by approximately 30% due to the synchronization effect. Both would also grow more efficiently if they're calibrated to each other from the beginning, because the shared spirit energy pool amplifies advancement for both pieces simultaneously. He set the notes on the table between them. 8 to 12 weeks for the matched pair. 4 to 6 for the right claw alone. She looked at the design notes with the focused attention she brought to everything related to the weapons, not general interest, but the specific regard of someone whose stakes in the outcome were personal, in a way that went beyond performance metrics. The match pair, she said. He opened the full match pair blueprint. I'll need you here for spirit energy calibration sessions. Similar to the infusion work, but less intensive. The calibration ensures both claws are built to your specific energy signature rather than general clear sky hammer compatibility. When do the sessions begin? Tomorrow morning, he said. She came back the next morning. She came back the morning after that as well, and the morning after that, though the measurements had been complete by the end of the first session. Neither of them commented on this. She brought detailed training notes from her morning sessions, and they reviewed them alongside the calibration readings, which gave Wei Yan progressively cleaner data on her spirit energy's behavior under different combat conditions, which made the claw design progressively more precise. It was efficient, he told himself. It was good data collection. This was entirely true and not quite the whole truth, and he was aware of both facts simultaneously. The second fact had consequences he had not yet mapped, which was a problem, because unmapped consequences had a way of arriving at exactly the wrong moment. He had never been wrong about the value of clean data. He had, occasionally, been wrong about what the data meant. He wondered which this was. Chapter 28. The Match Pair Blueprint. The Forge God System's evaluation of the Match Pair Blueprint was the most direct communication it had delivered since the awakening. Blueprint unlocked. Matched Resonant Claw Pair. Tier 3. Legendary Design. Function. Dual Weapon Synchronization. Shared Spirit Energy Pool between both pieces. Mutual Amplification during combined combat. Use note. This design exceeds current Tier 3 standard. Production will serve as second Tier 3 advancement proof piece. Production requirement. MONSDL, minimum grade 4. And 2 resonance anchor gems, which meant the Match Pair Commission and the Noble Contracts coordinated bracers were both Tier 3 proof pieces running in parallel. Wei Yan studied the combined timeline and concluded it was achievable, barely, if nothing disrupted either production track. He began material sourcing the same day. Moonsteel at grade 4 or higher cost approximately 5 times standard spirit-grade iron and required the pay trading house's direct Heavendo connections to source reliably. The resonance anchor gems came from the Spirit Beast materials market and cost more than his first month's commercial income combined. He paid for both without hesitation because the system had flagged the design as legendary grade, and he had no intention of building legendary-grade equipment from inferior materials. Tang Wuying appeared during the sourcing phase, nominally for a calibration session, actually curious about the process. She picked up one of the moonsteel ingots and examined it with the spirit sense of someone who had learned to read material quality through weapon handling. "This is better metal than the original claw," she said. "The match pair needs material that can hold the synchronization anchoring without degradation," he said. "Standard spirit iron would work for individual performance, but would limit the synchronization bandwidth. The shared pool would lose efficiency under heavy use." He took the ingot from her carefully and placed it back on the material shelf. "The moonsteel holds the energy impression permanently. Once the calibration is complete, the pattern is structural, not surface." She watched him organize the materials with the attention she brought to everything related to the weapons. "What happens if the synchronization degrades?" she said. "The pair reverts to 2 independent resonant weapons, losing the shared pool enhancement but retaining the individual base quality. Both pieces remain fully functional." He looked at the moonsteel. "It will not degrade if the calibration is done correctly. I trust your judgment on this," she said. She said it matter-of-factly, reporting a conclusion she had reached and was sharing as relevant information. He kept his attention on the material organization for a moment before responding. "That is a significant statement," he said, "from someone who drew a weapon on me the first time we met." "You've earned it," she said, as though this were obvious and the only thing remaining was for him to acknowledge the obvious. Then she left for her morning training, and he stood in the workshop for a moment before returning to the material preparation, because trust from Tang Wuying was not a casual thing, and he intended to justify it completely. He thought about the design implications of that trust as he organized the moonsteel. The Match Pair Commission had started as a repair escalation, an extension of the first claw work into something more ambitious. But the calibration sessions had shifted something in the design philosophy, because calibrating to Tang Wuying's specific energy signature rather than to a general clear sky-adjacent specification had pushed the design into territory that no standard blueprint covered. The synchronization system, the moonsteel material choice, the growth function architecture, none of these came from the blueprint database. They came from the calibration data, from dozens of sessions watching her spirit energy move through the nascent claw forms and understanding its particular quality, controlled, precise, capable of sustained high-output applications that most soul masters at her level could not maintain. The weapons were going to be exceptional not because Wei Yan had access to exceptional techniques, but because he had paid precise attention to who was going to use them. He set the moonsteel blank on the workbench and looked at it for a moment. The Forge God system had a note on this. Note: attention to the user is the foundation of resonant craft. The technical skill enables the design. The design requires the understanding. He had not needed the system to tell him this, but it was useful to have it confirmed, and it meant the trust Tang Wuying had offered was not separate from the weapons she would receive. It was the reason the weapons would be what they would be. The inverse was also true. He could not build those weapons incorrectly now, no matter how much pressure arrived from Spirit Hall, or Gao Lei's operation, or any of the other forces that were moving in his direction. The design demanded the understanding. The understanding demanded honesty about what she needed and what he was capable of giving. That was not a comfortable realization, but it was an accurate one, and accuracy had never failed him. Chapter 29. The second test. The Iron Thorn Guild's second approach was more sophisticated than the first and more designed to avoid the defensive response that had neutralized the night raid. It came through a city guard captain named Zhun who had been on Gao Lei's informal payroll for the past year and a half. The captain arrived at the workshop during business hours with 2 guard soldiers, presenting credentials that identified him as operating under the city's commercial enforcement division, and announced a surprise inspection of the workshop's operational permits and compliance documentation. Wei Yan reviewed the permits, current, complete, filed correctly through the Commerce Ministry, while the captain's soldiers moved through the workshop with a thoroughness that suggested they were searching for something specific rather than completing a routine inspection. They examined every shelf, every cabinet, every storage area. While he was in the workshop's rear training space, he made no movement and no sound. But his spirit energy, even suppressed, had a quality that experienced soul masters registered instinctively as significant. The 2 guard soldiers moved through the main workshop and did not proceed to the training space. The inspection found nothing because there was nothing to find. Wei Yan watched the captain's body language shift through increasing frustration as the search returned no violations and the permit review returned no anomalies. Everything appears in order, the captain said at last, with the neutral professionalism of someone who had not gotten what he came for. I thought it would be, Wei Yan said. A follow-up inspection may be required, the captain said. The Commerce Ministry's inspection schedule is public record, Wei Yan said, maintaining an even tone. I'm happy to accommodate any scheduled review. I'd note that unscheduled inspections of correctly permitted operations are generally reserved for documented violation reports. He met the captain's eyes with the calm of a craftsman who had prepared for this conversation before the captain arrived. I'd be interested to know who filed the violation report that triggered this inspection. The captain left without answering that question. He emerged from the training space and stood beside Wei Yan at the workshop door, watching the guard detail depart down the Forge District lane with the unhurried patience of a man for whom retreating opponents were a familiar sight. They will find something to file against you if you do not solve the political problem at its source, he said. I know, Wei Yan said. The noble contract completes in 4 weeks. After delivery, 3 noble houses have enough commercial stake in this operation to make filed violations politically costly for anyone who authorizes them. He watched the last guard disappear around the corner. 4 weeks is a significant exposure window if Gao Lei decides to escalate beyond administrative measures. I can be present during any inspection, he said, with the simple statement of a rank. 83 titled Douluo, who understood that presence was its own form of deterrence. That would be useful, Wei Yan said, and turned to the moonsteel preparation. Because the footwork practice had been completed, the domain was extending its range, and the Duan House coordination bracers were not going to develop their synchronization technique by themselves. He worked through the afternoon with the systematic focus of someone who has correctly identified that the most effective response to external pressure is internal preparation done faster than the pressure can accelerate. He also thought about the captain's 2 guard soldiers and the way they had moved through the workshop. Professional. Specific. They had known what they were looking for, not general violations, but something particular. Which meant Gao Lei had told them what a spirit tool operation at Wei Yan's level would produce as evidence of permit violations, and they had looked for exactly that. The specificity suggested Gao Lei had access to detailed information about how spirit tool workshops at Tier 2 capability were supposed to operate. Information that came either from the Commerce Ministry's Technical Standards database or from a similar operation. More likely the former, given that Spirit Hall's commercial procurement arm would have routine access to Ministry Technical Standards, which meant the anonymous inquiries and the guard inspection were coordinated, even if Gao Lei had not arranged both. Spirit Hall's commercial channels had provided the inspection criteria. Gao Lei had provided the captain. The 4-week window before the noble contract completion was real, but it was not the only clock. Something was being built against him in layers, and the layers were not all coming from the same direction. He filed the analysis and kept working, because the work was the answer to all of it, and the work would not wait. Chapter 30. Gao Lei visits. Gao Lei himself arrived on a Wednesday, which was a market day, which meant the Forge District's usual traffic provided him with the comfortable invisibility of a man in a busy place. He came alone, which was a specific and legible choice. This is a business call, not a threat delivery. He dressed better than anyone else in the Forge District that day and moved through the space with the careful precision of someone who understood exactly how much room he occupied and had made deliberate decisions about all of it. He sat down in the client chair without being invited and looked around the workshop with the comprehensive attention of a professional who evaluated assets for a living. "You're doing well," he said. "Better than I expected, honestly. 3 noble contracts, a garrison supply channel, a royal inquiry, and a registered titled Douluo as a combat advisor in less than 2 months." He paused. "Remarkable. Thank you for the interest," Wei Yan said. "I'm here to offer you something that would make the next 2 months easier," Gao Lei said. His tone was that of a man who is presenting information rather than making a demand. The Iron Thorn Guild has distribution channels in 7 cities, relationships with 12 noble households, and an informal arrangement with Spirit Hall's commercial procurement office that insulates our clients from certain institutional pressures. He folded his hands on the desk. "You've declined 2 indirect approaches and 1 direct inspection attempt through Captain Jun. That tells me you are careful, legally thorough, and not intimidated by administrative pressure. Good. I prefer clients who are difficult to intimidate." "I am not a potential client," Wei Yan said. "I have existing distribution arrangements and no unfilled channel requirements." "Spirit Hall is coming," Gao Lei said. With the patience of someone delivering information he knows will be resisted but considers accurate. "Supreme Elder Dangfang's summons was your first signal. The census notation before that was the second. When Dangfang escalates, and he will, because that is what Dangfang does when his initial overtures are declined, you will need cover that operates above the Commerce Ministry's jurisdiction." He leaned forward slightly. "The Iron Thorn Guild's Spirit Hall relationship can provide that cover. At a price, but a survivable one." "The price," Wei Yan said. 30% of commercial output through guild channels, at market rate," Gao Lei said. "And first right of refusal on military-grade equipment production." "No," Wei Yan said. Gao Lei studied him with the focused attention he had been applying to this conversation since he sat down. He was looking for the actual reason, not the stated one. "You understand that refusing me does not make Dangfang go away," he said. "I understand that completely," Wei Yan said. "But accepting your terms creates a permanent dependency on your relationship with Spirit Hall, which means every future decision I make is constrained by the boundaries of what that relationship can tolerate. That is a more limiting position than the one I currently occupy, regardless of the short-term pressure relief." He held Gao Lei's gaze. "You are offering me a narrower cage in exchange for a calmer one. I don't find that trade favorable." Gao Lei held the gaze for a moment, reassessing. Then he sat back. 2 weeks, he said. "After that, I stop holding back the inspection escalation. The existing inspection attempt is already documented through Commerce Ministry records as a standard inspection that found no violations," Wei Yan said. "Any further inspections will be documented the same way. The pattern is readable by anyone who reviews the ministry records, and readable patterns have legal implications." Gao Lei smiled, the first genuinely uncontrolled expression Wei Yan had seen from him, brief and real. "You have been extraordinarily thorough," he said. He stood. At the threshold he paused, half-turned. "The people asking about your work through anonymous intermediaries, that is not me. I wanted you to know that specifically." He walked out. Wei Yan sat in the empty workshop after he was gone and held the final statement in his mind. Gao Lei had volunteered that denial without being asked, which was either a distancing maneuver or genuinely accurate intelligence. Either reading meant the same thing. The anonymous inquiries were a separate operation, running on a separate timeline, with separate objectives, and they had not stopped despite 2 rounds of non-response. Spirit Hall commercial channels, operating independently of Gao Lei, on their own patient clock. He added it to the threat map and resumed the Moonsteel preparation. The map was getting complicated, too complicated for a single craftsman to navigate without allies who understood what was at stake. He thought about who those allies were, and whether they knew yet that they were positioned as such. He thought about what it would cost if that calculation was wrong. Chapter 31. The noble contract pieces were delivered on day 40 of the 6-week window, 2 days ahead of schedule. 12 pieces, 3 Ling House sword edge reinforcements in forge fire enhanced steel for bow house spear tips with penetration force amplification embedded in the structural lattice, and 5 Duan House coordinated bracers that had consumed 3 weeks of parallel technique development and represented the first complete proof that Wei Yan's synchronization approach worked at production scale. The coordinated bracers had exceeded their specification by a margin that surprised him when the Forge Sense ran the final quality verification. Coordinated resonant bracer set, 5 pieces epic quality, exceeds rare grade requirement synchronization efficiency, 94%, Tier 3 minimum, 75%. Shared spirit energy pool, stable under sustained combat conditions Forge God system. First Tier 3 proof piece, confirmed, not Tier 4 yet. Tang Wuying's commission was the second required proof piece, but the system acknowledged the bracer set and updated the advancement counter. Progress visible in concrete terms. Xiaopei handled the deliveries with systematic efficiency, walking the House representatives through quality verification at the Commerce Ministry's testing station. The sword edges passed the edge retention test at 3 times the standard score. The spear tip's penetration amplification made the bow house representative revise his expression twice before he controlled it. The coordinated bracers created a visible reaction in the testing room. When the 5 Duan House Guard retainers equipped them and activated their spirit energy in coordination, the synchronization produced a faint blue-gray resonance field that the testing staff spent 20 minutes documenting because none of them had seen 5 separate pieces operate as a functional unit before. The formal acceptance and payment arrived within the day. The Ling House steward requested a private meeting the following morning. The Ling House has a proposal, the steward said, sitting across from Wei Yan in the office with the careful posture of someone experienced in noble household diplomacy. Political in nature rather than commercial. He placed a document on the table. Spirit Hall has been making preliminary inquiries about your operation through the Heaven Do Court's administrative channels. The Ling House believes formal proceedings will begin within 3 to 4 weeks. Wei Yan waited. We would like to offer the Ling House's political standing as a formal protective patron in exchange for a 10-year preferred access agreement. Not exclusive, not controlling. Simply preferential with documented standing. The steward's tone was measured and direct. The Ling House cannot guarantee Spirit Hall's actions, but we can make the political cost of those actions significantly higher. It was a better offer than Prince Xian's from a less complicated source, and it arrived at the right moment. He accepted it, signed the document, and returned to the workshop floor. Political protection established. Ling Noble House note. This is a step, not a solution. Deng Fong will assess the Ling House's standing and recalibrate his approach accordingly. The question is what his recalibration looks like. Tang Wuying's commission was waiting. He picked up the moonsteel left claw body and got back to work. He thought, while shaping the moonsteel, about Deng Fong's recalibration. The Ling House protection would be assessed and found insufficient for direct confrontation. Spirit Hall's combat resources dwarfed any noble house's private guard. What the Ling House protection did was raise the political cost of overt action. It made Spirit Hall's interference visible to the Heaven Do Court, created a paper trail, and gave 3 noble families a reason to complain formally. That was worth something. What it was not worth was Deng Fong's patience, which was apparently considerable. A man who held a rank 95 elder Douluo position did not achieve that rank by making decisions too quickly. He would assess the Ling House protection, note it, factor it into the approach, and then find a method that bypassed it entirely. The resonant cores were the counter to that. Not because they provided protection directly, but because each one placed in the hands of a strong soul master was another person with a personal stake in Wei Yan's continued operation. 3 resonant cores given to the right 3 people were worth more than 1 noble house agreement. He needed to identify the right 3 people before Deng Fong arrived. He shaped the moonsteel and thought about it, and the answer was not yet clear, but it was closer than it had been yesterday, and that was the direction he needed to keep moving. Chapter 32. The claw takes shape. The moonsteel claw commission grew on a schedule that Tang Wuying tracked with attention she did not call tracking. She came for calibration sessions every 3 days. The calibration required her to channel a measured thread of spirit energy through both nascent claw forms simultaneously, while Wei Yan read the flow with the forge sense and adjusted the Moonsteel's lattice structure to match her specific energy signature precisely. The sessions took 40 minutes. She generally stayed for 2 to 3 hours. Wei Yan worked on the calibration and the coordination bracer commission simultaneously, managing the parallel production tracks with the methodical efficiency his past life had drilled into him through 14 years of laboratory work where multi-project management was the baseline expectation. Hua watched the claw work one evening with the focused attention of a master craftsman evaluating something at the edge of his own technical comprehension. The synchronization structure, he said, after Tang Wuing had left for the day. I have never seen this technique applied to a dual weapon pair. Standard practice uses it for multi-component armor sets, where the pieces don't move independently of each other. The principle is the same, Wei Yan said. Two pieces that share a spirit energy pool grow that pool faster than two pieces maintaining independent reserves. The efficiency gain compounds over time. Each advancement expands both pieces' capacity simultaneously. He turned the left claw's half-formed body on the small anvil. The challenge with dual weapons is that they move independently in combat, which means the synchronization connection has to be stable under conditions where the physical distance between the pieces fluctuates. And you've solved that, Hua said. The resonance anchor gems handle it, Wei Yan said. The gems maintain the synchronization connection through the ambient spirit energy field rather than through direct physical alignment. Separation up to approximately 20 meters doesn't disrupt the shared pool function. Hua was quiet for a moment. She trains with aggressive footwork, he said. 20 meters is well within her combat range separation. I know, Wei Yan said. I watched her training sessions before calibrating that range. Hua looked at him with an expression that did not require words. The windows face the courtyard, Wei Yan said. Of course they do, Hua said, and went back to his tea. The system noted the left claw's progress. Matched resonant claw pair. Production. 65% left claw. Structure complete. Synchronization anchoring in progress right claw. Base structure begun. Estimated completion. 18 days at current rate 18 days. Both of Gao Lei's ultimatum windows had now expired without escalation beyond the single guard inspection, suggesting his 2-week statement had been a negotiating position. But Deng Feng's 14-day summons window had also passed without response, and that silence was a different kind of clock, not the kind that ran out and stopped, but the kind that accumulated pressure steadily, like heat building in a sealed forge. He worked on the claw and let the clocks run. The Moonsteel took the synchronization anchoring pattern with a precision that standard iron could not have matched. He could feel the difference through the forge sense, where iron held the energy impression at the surface and lost it gradually over time. Moonsteel integrated the impression into its structural lattice and held it with the permanence of a change in the metal's nature rather than a treatment on its surface. The calibration work he had done with Tang Wuing was locked into the material itself. Removing it would require destroying the weapon. This was not an accidental property. Hua had been right to flag the synchronization technique as unusual for a dual weapon pair. The technique existed in the literature for armor sets specifically because armor pieces were not designed to be destroyed in combat, while weapons were subjected to stresses that standard resonance bonds could not survive. The Moonsteel solved this by making the bond structural. Tang Wuing fought with aggressive footwork and high-velocity strike exchanges. The weapons would be subjected to combat stress levels that would have broken a standard resonance bond within weeks. The Moonsteel bond would hold indefinitely. He noted this with the particular satisfaction of an engineer who has solved a load-bearing problem correctly, and went back to the left claw's synchronization anchoring with the precision the Moonsteel demanded. Not hurried, not anxious, just fully present with the work, which was the only way to do it correctly. 17 more days. A lot could go wrong in 17 days. He recognized this as fact rather than anxiety, the way an architect recognizes that load-bearing walls could, in principle, fail. The question was not whether something would go wrong. The question was whether he had built for the right failure modes. He was not certain he had. Chapter 33, System Upgrade. The Forge God Systems Tier 4 notification arrived at the 11th hour of the evening, 17 days after the noble contract delivery. Wei Yan was alone in the workshop, running the final synchronization calibration pass on the left claw. Tang Wuying had left 2 hours earlier. Hua was asleep. Bo Rong was somewhere in the city with Ren Chao, a wandering spear user he had met at a martial circuit bout and befriended on the grounds that anyone who could do what Ren Chao did with a standard spear deserved a better weapon and possibly a place to sleep. The system interface pulsed gold. Tier 3 proof piece completed. Coordinated resonant bracer set, 5 pieces. Tier 3 proof piece completed. Matched resonant claw. Left unit, first half. Note: full Tier 4 advancement requires matched pair completion. New blueprint available. Preview. Resonant core, Tier 4, epic, resonant core. A spirit tool that interfaces with any compatible resonant weapon and amplifies the user's spirit ring abilities by an average of 25% PR ring. Upgrades with user. Mass production potential. High, scalable design. Reduced calibration requirement. Wei Yan read the resonant core description 3 times. A spirit tool that amplified ring abilities independently of the specific weapon. Scalable design, meaning he could produce multiples without each one requiring the full bespoke calibration of a resonant weapon. And 25% amplification per ring, compounding with user advancement. He ran the strategic analysis. A Spirit King at the 52 ring level with 4 active combat rings would gain the effective equivalent of a full ring's combat contribution from a single resonant core. A Spirit Saint with 7 rings would experience a transformative enhancement. The price point would be high, but the demand would be higher. And more critically, giving resonant cores strategically to specific allies could build alliances faster than any commercial relationship. The system added a note. Note: the resonant core was the Forge God Inheritance primary contribution to cultivation civilization in the original Bearer's ERA. The Forge God distributed resonant cores to allies before major conflicts. This information is recorded in an inheritance fragment you have not yet accessed. He read the note twice. The Forge God had distributed resonant cores before major conflicts. His own situation, Dengfang's patience, the Spirit Hall escalation, Gao Lei's ongoing pressure, was not yet at the level of a major conflict. But it was moving in that direction, and the distance between here and there was measured in weeks, not months. He began the first resonant core prototype before dawn, and kept working through the morning with the focused attention of someone who has understood what the next step is and is moving toward it without hesitation. The resonant core's scalable design was genuinely elegant. Where a bespoke resonant weapon required full calibration to a specific user's energy signature, a process that took multiple sessions and produced a piece that worked optimally only for that person. The resonant core used a different architectural approach. Rather than calibrating to the user, it calibrated to the user's spirit rings, reading their resonance pattern on first contact and establishing the amplification bond through that reading rather than through a pre-built signature match. The difference was significant for production. A bespoke weapon, weeks of calibration work, 1 user, 1 piece. A resonant core, hours of production, any compatible user, scalable output. The limitation was that the resonant core required a weapon already carrying resonant work to interface with. It amplified through the weapon, not independently. But this was not a severe limitation given that Wei Yan was already producing resonant weapons at scale through the noble contracts and commercial output. He thought about the 6 resonant cores he was planning for the Ling House Guard. 6 fighters, each amplified by 25% per ring, each with a personal stake in the operation that produced the tool they would come to depend on. Dengfang was 2 days away at best and had not yet taken overt action. The 6 cores needed to be delivered and bonded before that changed. He worked faster, and the system noted the urgency with a quiet forge point accumulation that felt, this morning, like encouragement. But Dengfang did not wait for craftsmen who were not ready. The 6 cores needed to reach their recipients before Spirit Hall arrived with grounds to question whose property they were. And if the timing failed by even a day, everything he had built in the past 3 weeks could become evidence rather than product. Chapter 34. The false complaint. The forged documentation arrived through the Commerce Ministry on the 23rd day after the noble contract delivery, which was not a coincidence in timing. A complaint, filed by an unnamed third party, alleged that Wei Yan's spirit equipment showed signs of structural instability under extended spirit energy use, and it caused 3 users minor cultivation disruptions. The complaint referenced specific piece serial numbers, numbers that matched his recent commercial output, and requested a mandatory quality audit. Wei Yan read the complaint documentation twice and cataloged 3 anomalies. First, the serial numbers were real, but the pieces cited had been sold to users in different cities, making the alleged simultaneous testing impossible under any coherent timeline. Second, the described cultivation disruptions were consistent with equipment produced from degraded spirit materials, which is moonsteel and premium iron stock could not produce at any stage of the forging process. Third, the filing date was 3 days earlier than the complaint's claimed date of incident. The complaint had been filed before the alleged incidents occurred. He requested the original handwritten filing documentation from the Commerce Ministry. The clerk provided it with the mildly surprised expression of someone who had never been asked for originals before. The handwriting on the complaint matched a document he had seen previously. He had not kept the original, but he had studied it carefully. The same irregular 7-digit formation with the loop on the wrong side. Different scribe, same training. The Iron Thorn Guild used the same forger for multiple operations across different document types. Xiao Pei handled the ministry dispute while he continued the forge work. Because this was the correct division of labor, she was better at bureaucratic procedures than he would be, and he was better at the forge work than anyone else available. Within 5 days, she had documented the timeline inconsistencies, the impossible geography of the alleged incidents, and the handwriting match, and had filed a counter-complaint regarding submission of fabricated evidence. The ministry was, as she had predicted, nervous. They processed the counter-complaint in 9 days rather than the standard 22. The original complaint was dismissed. The counter-complaint was logged permanently in ministry records, attached to the original filing. Gao Lei had moved, and Wei Yan had moved faster. But the cost of moving faster was time. Time spent on documentation instead of the forge, and time on the match pair right claw that Wei Yan could not recover. The administrative harassment approach had failed, and Gao Lei would now need either a significantly heavier move or a fundamentally different strategy. The third option, one that Wei Yan had not yet found, was a resolution that gave Gao Lei something he actually wanted without creating the dependency Wei Yan could not accept. That option required information he still did not have. He noted the gap and kept building. He also noted something about the false complaint's specific choice of targets. The pieces cited were all from the same production week, all sold through Xiao Pei's commercial channels rather than the noble contract channels, which meant someone had access to the Pei trading house's outgoing records or the buyer's end-use documentation. Either the guild had placed someone inside the trading house's distribution network, or Spirit Hall's commercial monitoring extended to the trading house's clients. He sent a brief message to Xiao Pei asking whether she had noticed any irregularities in her distribution records. Her response arrived within 2 hours. 2 items in the distribution chain had experienced documentation anomalies in the past 3 weeks, the kind of anomalies that might indicate someone reading records they were not supposed to read. She had already identified and addressed both anomalies. He had known she would have, but the confirmation that his commercial operation was being monitored from multiple angles, not just through Spirit Hall's official channels, but through the distribution network itself, meant the pressure was more comprehensive than the inspection visit had suggested. He filed this and picked up the structural base. The pressure was more comprehensive than he had planned for, and comprehensive pressure had a way of finding the gaps in any position, no matter how carefully built. He had not yet identified all the gaps. That was the problem he had never been able to solve in advance, only discover at the moment it cost him. Chapter 35. The Bishop Arrives. Bishop Yan Mao arrived in Heavendo on a Thursday. Registration documented in the city's official Soul Master records as a Spirit Hall official visitor, rank 72, Spirit Saint, standard Spirit Hall business. Wei Yan learned about it from Xiao Pei's Commerce Circuit Intelligence Network. She maintained a systematic tracking protocol for significant Soul Master movements through Heavendo's public registration records, which had been paying dividends since they arrived in the city. Yan Mao is Deng Feng's field agent, she said, presenting the registration details at the morning review session. He appears in cities where Spirit Hall has strategic interests and assesses the optimal approach to resolving them. He is very good at identifying leverage points and applying them precisely. What do you know about his methods? Wei Yan said. He prefers psychological pressure to direct confrontation against targets with institutional protection, she said. She had prepared notes. He maps the social environment first, identifies the weakest connection in a target's support network, and applies pressure there rather than directly at the target. The Dong City Merchant Consortium dispute 3 years ago. 2 consortium members experienced sudden family legal complications within a week of Yin Mao's arrival. The consortium agreed to Spirit Hall terms shortly after. She looked at Wei Yan. Family leverage is his preferred starting point when other approaches have been neutralized. Wei Yan thought about the people around him. Hua had no family he was in contact with. Bo Rong's family was in Ironton, outside Spirit Hall's Heaven Do presence. Xiao Pei's father ran the Pei Trading House, a commercial entity with its own institutional standing. Tang Wuying's situation was the most complicated. She had clan ties, and her clan had its own complicated relationship with Spirit Hall. He'll attend the Spirit Equipment Market demonstration next week, Xiao Pei said. You've already accepted the invitation. He had accepted it before knowing Yin Mao was in the city. Withdrawing would read as defensive. He chose to attend, because confidence was the correct strategic posture and because the alternative, appearing to flee before a Spirit Hall assessment, would confirm exactly the vulnerability Yin Mao would be looking for. He selected the 3 demonstration pieces with care, the 2nd-generation bronze vein bracer, a noble commission sword edge, and the first completed resonant core prototype. The first 2 established quality baseline. The resonant core was a deliberate signal. I have already moved to Tier 4 capability, and this is what that means for anyone equipped with my work. He sent a message to the Ling House steward requesting a representative at the demonstration. He sent a second message to Bai He requesting presence in a non-official capacity. He sent a third message to Tang Wuying noting the demonstration date and leaving the interpretation of that notification to her. He was not going to let Yin Mao read an undefended position at the first assessment, because the first assessment was the one that shaped everything that followed. He spent the evening before the demonstration reviewing what he knew about Yin Mao's assessment methodology. The Dong City case was the clearest data point. The bishop had arrived, mapped the target's support network, identified 2 members with vulnerable family situations, and applied pressure at those points rather than at the target directly. The consortium's agreement came not because the target changed his mind, but because the support structure collapsed. Wei Yan's support structure. Hua, who had no family dependencies. Bo Rong, whose family was in Ironton. Xiao Pei, whose father ran a trading house with its own institutional standing and its own interests in not having Spirit Hall's attention. Bai He, a retired titled Douluo whose motivations Yin Mao would need to assess before acting. And Tang Wuying, whose clan ties were complicated and whose match pair clause represented a personal connection to Wei Yan's work that was not simply commercial. Yin Mao would see the clause at the demonstration. They had been delivered that morning, and Tang Wuying trained with them in the courtyard. He would assess what they represented. He would file that assessment in his report to Deng Fong. Wei Yan needed Yin Mao to see exactly what he intended him to see, and nothing else. He thought about this for a long time before sleeping, and the answer he arrived at was, show the work. Let the resonant core speak for itself. Let the quality be the statement. Because the quality was the truth. But Yin Mao was Deng Fong's instrument, and Deng Fong had not reached rank 95 by being deterred by things he could not directly control. The question was not whether the quality would hold. The quality would hold. The question was whether Yin Mao would recognize it as a problem before he recognized it as an opportunity, and which one he would report to his master first. Chapter 36. The cleared complaint. The Commerce Ministry's formal conclusion arrived 2 days before the demonstration, with timing that Xiao Pei had not arranged, but that suited the situation precisely. The finding. The original complaint contained materially false information. The filing was flagged as potentially fraudulent under Commerce Act Provision 7.3. All quality concerns regarding Wei Yan's equipment were dismissed in full. His operating permits were renewed for 3 years with an appended note commending the counter-filing's documentation quality. The ministry distributed copies to all parties of record, which included the Iron Thorn Guild as the entity whose identifying markers appeared in the forger's handwriting analysis. Gao Lei received this documentation and, in Wei Yan's assessment, ran the expected calculation. The complaint mechanism had been neutralized. Using it again would compound the evidence trail against the guild. The administrative harassment route was closed. One of Gao Lei's senior captains appeared at the workshop the following morning and asked, without preamble, whether Wei Yan was willing to discuss revised terms with the guild. No, Wei Yan said. But if Gao Lei wants to discuss a legitimate distribution arrangement, standard commercial terms, no spirit hall exclusivity clause, I'm willing to hear specific numbers. The captain departed. 2 hours later, Bo Rong brought Wei Yan a message from Xiao Pei. One of the Iron Thorn Guild sub-captains had privately provided her with detailed internal documentation about the guild's structure and spirit hall purchasing arrangement. Not an official defection, a private transfer, motivation unknown. The documentation was detailed and specific. The spirit hall purchasing arrangement worked through 3 intermediate entities, each providing a layer of deniability. The pricing structure, the volume commitments, the names of the spirit hall procurement officers involved, all of it documented, with dates and transaction records. Wei Yan read it carefully, filed it in the locked cabinet, and told Xiao Pei to protect the sub-captain's anonymity carefully, because this information had multiple potential uses and he did not know yet which one would matter most. The demonstration was in 2 days. Yin Mao would be watching. The resonant core would be on display. He went back to the match pair right claw and worked with the clean focus of someone who has just acquired a significant advantage and is making sure that advantage does not cost him the preparation he needs before he can use it. The guild documentation in the locked cabinet represented a weapon that could damage Spirit Hall's procurement operation significantly if published through the right channel. The question was timing. Publishing it now would provoke an immediate response that might arrive before he was ready for it. Publishing it after Deng Fang's visit would risk it being used as a counter-escalation rather than a deterrent. The optimal window was somewhere in between, but identifying that window required knowing Deng Fang's timeline more precisely than he currently did. He added Deng Fang's arrival timeline to the list of information gaps that needed filling before the bishop's assessment visit at the demonstration, because Yin Mao was Deng Fang's field agent, which meant he would know the timeline, and what he knew, his behavior would reveal to someone who knew how to read it. Tomorrow's demonstration was not just a display of quality. It was an intelligence-gathering opportunity. He would not waste it. Bo Rong stopped by the workshop that afternoon and sat on the corner bench while Wei Yan finished a polished sequence. He had a particular silence that meant he was turning something over rather than waiting to speak. The guild sub-captain who sent the documents, Bo Rong said eventually. You think he wants protection, or just wants to be positioned on the right side before the balance shifts? Both, Wei Yan said. Neither motive requires trust from me, only acknowledgement that what he provided was accurate. Xiao Pei's cross-check confirmed 2 of the transaction records independently. He set the claw down and checked the surface alignment. Someone inside the Iron Thorn Guild has looked at the Spirit Hall arrangement and decided the long-term math does not favor the guild's position. That is useful regardless of his reasoning. The demonstration is going to draw Yin Mao's full attention, Bo Rong said, which means it also draws Deng Fang's. You are walking into their assessment grid voluntarily. I am demonstrating Tier 4 work in public before they have legal grounds to restrict it, Wei Yan said. That is not the same thing as giving them access. The demonstration establishes a commercial fact that predates any administrative action. Noble houses have witnessed it. The Commerce Ministry will have a record. A claim filed after a public demonstration of legitimate artisan work looks materially different from a claim filed before one. Bo Rong was quiet again for a moment. You've been planning the legal architecture of this from the beginning, haven't you? Since the first summons, Wei Yan said. Outside, the Forge District's afternoon traffic moved through the narrow streets without knowledge of the locked cabinet. The bishop scheduled for tomorrow, or the moonsteel weapons on the final preparation stand that would change a young woman's cultivation the moment her spirit energy connected with them. The balance in the room felt exactly as precarious as it was. Wei Yan set the claw down and prepared the final surface seal with steady hands. Precarious was not the same as fragile, but it was not the same as safe, either. Tomorrow, Yin Mao would watch him demonstrate Tier 4 work. Tomorrow, Deng Fang's field agent would decide what recommendation to send north. That recommendation would determine what arrived at his door in 48 hours. He had never been wrong about a material's failure point before. He had, once, been wrong about how long he had before it was tested. Chapter 37. The domain expands by he noted the hammer domain's expansion on the 28th morning of footwork practice, midway through the exercise sequence, without breaking the pattern. 80 meters, he said. Wei Yan checked the perimeter with the forge sense. 82, he corrected. The expansion rate exceeds the recorded development curve for the clear sky bloodline's known practitioners, he said, adjusting the footwork pattern to incorporate the new outer edge into the drill range. The system is amplifying it beyond the cultivation rank-based progression. The forge work builds spirit energy density faster than standard cultivation, Wei Yan said, maintaining the pattern. The domain radius tracks spirit energy density rather than ring count. It grows with the density regardless of how that density developed. He watched the pattern with the precise attention of a man who has been teaching for decades and has learned to observe without interrupting. Your father, he said, after a pause in the sequence. Wei Yan continued the footwork. What about him? He knew about the bloodline, he said. I have met people who knew Wei Cheng. He was connected, peripherally, to certain protective networks around the clear sky bloodline's independent inheritors, informal arrangements that developed after the Tang clan's conflicts with Spirit Hall in the previous generation. He paused. He kept you ignorant deliberately. The less you knew, the less you could reveal under pressure. Spirit Hall's interest in the bloodline is not just the spirit itself, Wei Yan said. It was a statement, not a question. No, he said. The bloodline generates above-average spirit energy density across generations. Spirit Hall has been systematically incorporating strong bloodlines into their core member families for 3 generations. Controlled breeding, effectively. A bloodline as strong as yours appearing outside their structure is a competitive problem in their framework. And the Forge God system on top of it, Wei Yan said. That element I cannot account for in their calculations, he said. And there was something in his tone that sounded like genuine uncertainty, a quality Wei Yan had not heard from him before. I doubt they can account for it either. The system has not appeared in 300 years. Whatever models Spirit Hall uses for assessing unusual spirit tool practitioners do not include it. He stopped the footwork pattern and looked at Wei Yan directly. The Tang sect has records of the system's previous appearance, he said. I have read some of those records. The previous bearer died before Spirit Hall understood what the system was. You should not die before they understand what they are dealing with. That is the practical advice I can give you. Wei Yan turned at the domain's 82-meter boundary and held by his gaze. How do I ensure that, he said. Become too useful to kill and too powerful to simply acquire, he said. You are working on both. The pace is correct. Continue. He continued, and the domain pushed to 85 meters by the end of the session, and the right claw's synchronization work ran cleaner than it had the day before, and somewhere in the city Bishop Yan Mao was attending his second day of preliminary observations before the demonstration, and all of these things were moving simultaneously toward the same convergence point. The combat training and the forge work and the domain expansion and the political maneuvering and the claw building were not separate tracks. He had been seeing them as separate because managing them individually was simpler than managing them as one system. But his comment about craft as the foundation of everything had reframed the question, and the reframe was useful. All of these activities were expressions of the same underlying development, the Forge God's path applied at multiple scales simultaneously. The domain expanded because the forge work built spirit energy density. The combat technique improved because the domain gave it a foundation. The political position strengthened because the equipment quality was undeniable. The equipment quality improved because the technique deepened. Around and back. He turned at the domain's new 85-meter boundary and thought, when Dengfang arrives, he is going to be dealing with someone who is not the 16-year-old village smith who received that summons. The question is whether he knows that yet, and whether knowing it early changes what he does, or whether it is already too late for that knowledge to change anything. Chapter 38. The Pulse. He finished the match pair clause on day 41, at the 7th hour of the evening, alone in the workshop. Hua had gone to the market district for a late dinner. Bo Rong was training with Rin Xiao in the courtyard. Tang Wuying had left 2 hours earlier after the afternoon calibration session, saying she would return in the morning. Wei Yan picked up both finished claws, left and right, Moonsteel construction with forge fire embedded in every structural layer, resonance anchor gems set at each synchronization point. The shared spirit energy pool calibrated to Tang Wing's specific energy signature and held them in both hands simultaneously for the first time. The forge sense registered them as a unit. 2 objects, 1 function. He set them on the central display bench. He activated the forge sense at full precision and began the final quality verification. The moment both claws made contact with the bench's surface and came within proximity of each other, the synchronization system activated. A clean, steady current of forge fire energy moving from left claw to right and back, establishing the shared pool, confirming the resonance anchor connection between both pieces. Matched resonant claw pair, complete quality, legendary, exceeds epic tier, tier 3 second proof piece, complete tier 4 advancement, unlocked forge god tier 4, gold master. The tier 4 advancement was confirmed. And because Wei Yan was running the quality check at full forge sense intensity, and both pieces were responding to that intensity simultaneously, the synchronization confirmation pulse propagated outward through the ambient spirit energy field. 85 meters. 3 seconds of gold-black energy visible from any window in the forge district that faced toward his workshop. He heard the sound of Bo Rong's training session stop in the courtyard. He heard doors opening on the forge district street. He heard, distantly, the sound of a spirit sense extending toward him and then pulling back sharply. Someone in the district who had felt the pulse and made the calculation that distance was the correct response. And then he heard a familiar step on the workshop stairs. Tang Wuing, who had apparently not gone as far as her lodgings before the pulse reached her, and who had come back to the workshop at the same pace she used when something required her immediate presence. She stood in the doorway. Her white tiger spirit had activated involuntarily at the pulse's edge, both claws partially manifested at her forearms, the tiger spirit responding on instinct to the resonance that had saturated the air. Her expression was the one she used when something had happened that she had not planned for and needed to process before responding. "What was that?" she said. "The matched pair completing at tier 4, he said. The synchronization confirmation pulse propagated through the domain when both pieces were active simultaneously for the first time. He registered her arms, where the manifested spirit was already settling. "Are you all right?" "Yes," she said. She looked at the claws on the display bench. She looked at him. "Those are finished." "Yes," he said. She walked across the workshop floor and stood in front of the display bench, looking at the matched pair with the specific attention she had brought to every calibration session. But this time the claws were complete, settled, finished, exactly what they had been designed to be. She was reading them with her spirit, since the way she had read them through every session. But now there was nothing provisional in the reading. "Can I?" she began. "Yes," he said, before she completed the question. She picked up both claws together. The synchronization activated the instant her spirit energy connected with the matching calibration signature, the shared pool engaging with the certainty of a key finding a lock it had been built for. Her white tiger spirit surged. Not a calibration response, not a test reading, but the full activation of a spirit that had finally received the weapons it was meant to carry. She stood in the workshop with both claws, processing the surge with the controlled stillness she brought to everything that mattered, and said nothing for a full minute. Outside, in the forge district, at least 4 doors had opened, and people were comparing notes on what they had felt. Prince Xian's spirit sensing advisors would register it within the hour. Spirit Hall's local branch detection network would file a report by morning. And somewhere in the city, Bishop Yin Mao was composing a message to Supreme Elder Deng Fong, a message that would need to arrive before the Supreme Elder had already decided to move. Chapter 39. The night before Wei Yan spent the night consolidating the workshop's position. Bai He, summoned by a brief message, arrived within the hour and swept the forge district's immediate perimeter with his full spirit sense, confirming no Spirit Hall operatives were in position within 300 meters. The pulse had been felt. No immediate response force was visible yet. "Yin Mao's report to Deng Fong will go out tonight," Bai He said, settling onto the workshop bench. "Deng Fong is not currently in Heaven Do. He is in the Spirit Hall provincial capital, which is 2 days' travel. He cannot respond in person for at least 48 hours. "That is the window," Wei Yan said. "What are you using it for?" Bai He said. 3 things, Wei Yan said. He was already at the forge, heating the first resonant core blank. First, 6 resonant cores completed tonight for the Ling House Guard. That establishes another deliverable relationship before anything escalates. And it means 6 of the Ling House's senior fighters are equipped with my work before Spirit Hall arrives. He checked the blank's temperature. Second, formal notice of the Tier 4 advancement filed with the Commerce Ministry tonight. For the commercial records, an advancement that makes Spirit Hall's registration claim technically accurate under their own law, which changes my legal posture in the summons dispute. And third, he said, third, the match pair clause reached Tang Wing before Spirit Hall has legal grounds to treat them as evidence in any proceeding against me, Wei Yan said. Tomorrow morning, first thing. Anything in my workshop that Spirit Hall decides is relevant to a registration case becomes a complication once they're here. The claws are hers. They were built for her, and they should be in her possession. He looked at him for a moment with the expression of a teacher recognizing a student who has understood something at the level it needed to be understood. The third one first, he said. The others can run in parallel. Bo Rong kept watch at the workshop entrance. Old Hammer sat in the corner with tea and did not pretend to sleep. The 6 resonant cores took until the pre-dawn hours, each one produced at the new Tier 4 baseline quality, faster than the match pair calibration, because the scalable design required significantly less individual calibration work. Resonant core, Tier 4 complete times 6 quality, epic grade forge points, 18 each, total, 108, Hua said. At some point in the 3rd hour past midnight. You understand those weapons are going to bind her to this situation regardless of what she decides going forward. She decided that already, Wei Yan said. Before I gave them to her. Hua drank his tea. He did not argue the point, because he could not. The 6th resonant core was sealed at the 4th hour past midnight. Wei Yan set all 6 in a padded case for Xiao Pei to deliver to the Ling House Guard captain at dawn. A delivery that would be registered with the Commerce Ministry's morning log, creating a time-stamped commercial record before Spirit Hall's administrative apparatus could move. He crossed to the locked cabinet and opened it once more, reading the guild documentation by lamplight. The procurement names, the transaction dates, the Spirit Hall officers, all of it accurate, cross-checked, preserved in 3 separate copies in 3 separate locations. He closed the cabinet and turned back to the forge. The match pair claws were on the final preparation stand, complete, sealed, calibrated, carrying the pulse signature that had rolled through heaven dough like a bell struck at the core of the earth. Someone in this city had felt that and reported it. Tang Wuing needed to hold those weapons before that report became an order. Get some rest, he said from the bench, though he had not moved and his eyes had not closed. Later, Wei Yan said. He sat down beside the forge, hands on his knees, and ran through everything he needed to do in the morning in order, building the sequence in his mind until it was solid. The clause to Tang Wuing. The Commerce Ministry notice. The resonant cores to Xiao Pei. Each step dependent on the one before it. Each step protecting the position that mattered most. Outside, the city was quiet in the way that cities are quiet at the 5th hour before dawn. Not truly still, but carrying only the sounds of people who have no idea what the morning will require of them. He was one of the few who did. And knowing what the morning required was not the same as knowing whether the morning would cooperate. 48 hours. Deng Fong, 2 days away, moving toward a city where his field agent had just watched a Tier 4 pulse. Whatever window Wei Yan had built through 6 weeks of careful positioning was closing, and it would close whether he was ready or not. Chapter 40. The delivery Tang Wuing arrived at the 7th hour of the morning. This was earlier than any calibration session had required, which told Wei Yan she had registered the pulse's implications and had made her own assessment of what the morning required, without being told and without needing to be. He met her at the workshop door with both claws in hand. He had been holding them for the last 10 minutes, going over the final quality check one more time, confirming everything he had built into them was exactly what he had intended. She stopped when she saw them. She did not reach for them immediately, which was not hesitation. It was the same quality of attention she brought to anything she was about to commit to completely. He extended both claws to her. She accepted them with both hands, the synchronization activating the moment her spirit energy connected with the calibration signature. The shared pool filled with the clean, immediate certainty of a design meeting its intended use for the first time. The white tiger spirit responded, not the involuntary surge of the night before, but a controlled, deliberate activation, the spirit recognizing its weapons. Her spirit power registered an immediate advancement of one full cultivation rank as the suppression that had replaced the old seal's ceiling was replaced by the claw's amplification. She looked at her own hands for a moment, then at him. The delivery timing, she said. Yin Mao is in the city, he said. He sent his report to Deng Fong last night. The Supreme Elder is 2 days away. When he arrives, the situation changes in ways I can't fully predict. He held her gaze. The claws are yours. They were built for you. Every calibration session, every material choice, every technique I developed for the synchronization function. Whatever Spirit Hall does next, that fact does not change. She held both claws and looked at him with the expression that had never been neutral, that he had learned over the course of weeks was her version of entirely unguarded. The face she wore when she had decided to let something be exactly what it was. Wei Yan, she said. What are you exactly? He felt the question land in a register that was not quite rhetorical and not quite literal. She was not asking about his cultivation rank or his forging tier. She was asking about the thing she had watched him build over weeks. The legal architecture, the information network, the calibration technique that had learned her spirit from the inside out. She was asking what kind of person builds all of that, while also building her a pair of weapons that understood her better than any previous equipment had. He considered how to answer that. He had been thinking about it for longer than she knew. Since the first calibration session, since the moment he had recognized that she was not simply a skilled fighter who needed better tools, but someone navigating her own set of constraints with the same methodical care he brought to his. Someone who builds things to last, he said, including the conditions that make building possible. She held his gaze for a moment with the particular quality of attention she reserved for things she intended to remember. That is not a complete answer, she said. No, he agreed. But it's accurate. She might have said something else. He had a response prepared and the moment to give it. He could see in her expression that the conversation was building towards something that would change the shape of the weeks ahead. A clarification neither of them had made explicit, that the calibration sessions and the commission and the shared intelligence about Deng Fong's operation had been building toward without announcement. Then the workshop door exploded inward. Bishop Yin Mao stepped through the smoke, unhurried, immaculate, with 6 Spirit Hall enforcers behind him and a sealed writ in his right hand. He had not waited for Deng Fong's arrival. He had not waited for the 48-hour window to close. He looked at Tang Wuying, then at the moonsteel weapons in her hands, and something in his expression shifted from professional assessment to something more calculating. Wei Yan, he said pleasantly, I believe we need to have a conversation. Closing CTA, and so the Tao continues. If this journey moved you, leave a like and share your thoughts in the comments below. Subscribe and ring the bell. More stories await on the path ahead. Until next time, fellow cultivators. Chapter 41. The writ. Bishop Yin Mao held the writ the way a man holds a document he intends to be the last word in a conversation. He was immaculate in Spirit Hall's white and gold vestments, unhurried, and carrying the specific kind of calm that comes from rank 72 cultivation and decades of institutional authority. The 6 enforcers behind him were ranked 50 through 63, Spirit Kings, every one of them, standing in a practiced arc designed to make exit calculation obvious. The smoke from the broken door had not yet settled. Wei Yan looked at the writ, at Yin Mao's face, at the Spirit Hall seal on the document, and did not move from where he stood. The writ demands my attendance for registration as an artisan of exceptional grade, he said. The writ does not authorize entry into private commercial premises without notice. The Heavendo Commerce Code, Provision 14.2. Provision 14.2 does not apply to Spirit Hall authority operating under a public safety exemption, Yin Mao said pleasantly. You crafted equipment that generated an unsanctioned resonance event affecting multiple city blocks. That qualifies. That is a creative interpretation, Wei Yan replied. I have flexible colleagues, Yin Mao agreed. From the back room, the sound of movement, and then Elder Crane by he stepped through the doorway. He had not deployed his spirit aura. He did not need to. Rank 83 was visible in the way he carried himself, in the quality of stillness he brought into any space. The absolute self-possession of a man who has stood at the edge of death so many times that he no longer registers its approach as urgency. Yin Mao's gaze moved to Bai He. A calculation happened behind the bishop's eyes, fast, professional, and visible to anyone watching for it. Elder Crane Bai He, the bishop said. Retired. Traveling. A pause. This is a Spirit Hall administrative proceeding. Your presence is not. I am a guest of this workshop, Bai He said simply. I am observing a Spirit Hall administrative proceeding in the company of a soul master under my informal mentorship. That is within my rights as a retired titled Douluo under the Spirit Hall Compact, Article 7. His expression did not change. If you believe otherwise, I am happy to consult the compact's text with you. Another calculation. The enforcers had gone very still. The registration requirement stands, Yin Mao said, and his voice was exactly as pleasant as before, which told Wei Yan he was recalibrating rather than retreating. However, I see no reason this cannot proceed through formal administrative channels. Wei Yan, you will receive a formal notice within 3 days specifying the registration requirement, the documentation needed, and the timeline for compliance. He folded the writ. I look forward to our next meeting. He left. The 6 enforcers followed. The smoke from the broken door finished clearing. Tang Wuing stood in the center of the workshop, both claws drawn, looking at the empty doorway. Then she looked at Wei Yan. He withdrew, she said. He recalculated. Wei Yan told him. He will be back with better leverage. He turned to Bai He. What is Article 7 of the Spirit Hall Compact? I have no idea, Bai He said. But neither does he. Spirit Hall Compact documents are lengthy, and I have found that bishops rarely read past Article 4. His gaze moved to the broken door. The formal notice would arrive in 3 days. 3 days to prepare. The bishop had shown him one thing clearly. Yin Mao was careful, adaptive, and preferred to win through institutional mechanics rather than direct force. That was a profile Wei Yan could work with. He crossed to the forge. Tang Wuing was still holding her claws. She was looking at him with the expression that was not neutral and never had been. Put those away, he said. We have work to do before his next move, and it will come faster than he implied. He was right about that, and the cost of not being ready for it would be everything he had built. Chapter 42. The stalemate. The Ling House noble arrived at the workshop before the formal Spirit Hall notice did. Lord Ling Kai was a trim man in his late 40s with the careful bearing of someone accustomed to political weather. He had provided Wei Yan with institutional cover for months through the equipment supply contract, and he had received resonant cores for 6 of his household guard in return. He understood the exchange had been mutual. He was here because mutual interest required talking. Spirit Hall has filed a preliminary notice with the Heaven Do Administrative Court, he said, seated across from Wei Yan at the workshop's planning table. Not a criminal proceeding, administrative. The distinction matters. Administrative proceedings can be contested through the Commerce Ministry and the city's civil tribunal simultaneously. Criminal proceedings cannot. The 3-day notice will specify administrative charges, Wei Yan said. Almost certainly. Yin Mao is methodical and the resonance pulse, whatever the Spirit Hall exemption claim, will not survive a scrutiny test in criminal court. The pulse was brief, localized, and generated no material damage. Administrative grounds are softer to assert. Ling Kai folded his hands. Which means you have time. Not much, but some. What would help from the Ling house? Wei Yan asked. Political presence. If my household formally registers as a standing commercial partner with the Heaven Do Civil Tribunal while the administrative case is pending, it complicates Spirit Hall's ability to move against the workshop directly. They would be moving against commercial interests of a noble family, which triggers the royal court's merchant protection statutes. Ling Kai's expression was precise. It is not a wall. It is a cost they will need to calculate. And in exchange? Wei Yan asked. A standing equipment supply arrangement. Formalized. On public record. Ling Kai almost smiled. Which is what we have already documented properly. I am offering to make the documentation more visible. The notice arrived that afternoon through the official courier service. 3 pages of administrative language, a Spirit Hall seal, and a 14-day compliance window. The charges were failure to register as an artisan of exceptional grade, unsanctioned resonance generation within city limits, and possession of techniques classified under the Spirit Hall Advanced Crafting Registry. Wei Yan read it carefully. The third charge was the problem. The first two were administrative inconveniences. The third was a substantive claim that could justify seizure of workshop materials and documents. He filed the advanced crafting registry charge to give himself grounds to enter the workshop legally on short notice, Xiaopei said, reading over his shoulder. She had arrived within an hour of the notice and had already drafted 3 pages of counterfiling strategy. If they determine any blueprint you're using is registered under Spirit Hall's advanced crafting code, they can demand inspection. What is on the advanced crafting registry? Wei Yan asked. Spirit Hall publishes a list once a year, Xiaopei said. The last public list is 14 months old. She set it on the table. The resonant core design is not on it. The match pair synchronization technique is not on it. The Heaven Forge technique is not on it because Spirit Hall doesn't know about it yet. What is on it? Spirit infusion mode, Xiaopei said. Classified as a restricted technique under Spirit Hall's artisan registry, with usage restricted to Hall-approved workshops. Wei Yan absorbed this. Spirit infusion mode was the foundation of everything he had built. Every resonant piece had been created using it. If Spirit Hall could claim the technique as registered property, the legal exposure was significant. File the counter notice through the civil tribunal, he said. Standard civilian artisan protections, independent development claim, request for a technical review panel with Commerce Ministry participation. He looked at the charges again. And give me the name of the Heavendo legal advocate who handled the Tang merchant disputes last year, the one who kept the Commerce Ministry challenge running for 9 months. Xiaopei was already writing. Outside, Bo Rong stood at the workshop door with his gauntlet active and his expression watchful. The Forge district was quiet. Yan Mao had returned to the Spirit Hall branch office and would be reading the Ling House's formal filing by now. The stalemate was active. The question was who would blink first, and at what cost. Wei Yan had not yet decided whether he could afford the answer. Chapter 43. The public move. The healing tool donation took 1 day to plan and 2 to execute, and Xiaopei managed the public dimension with the precision of someone who had been watching political weather since childhood. The Heavendo Hospital District covered 11 blocks in the city's eastern quarter, underfunded, overcrowded, and operating with healing spirit tools 2 decades past their useful life. Wei Yan knew this because Mei Suyin had told him 6 weeks earlier, offhand, during a conversation about spirit energy calibration in medical contexts. He had filed the information without a specific application in mind. The application was now clear. He spent 1 night producing 60 healing tools, bone knitting braces at Tier 3 quality, spirit heat compresses at Tier 2, and 4 specialized deep tissue restoration units at Tier 4. The last ones Mei Suyin had helped design and outline, though she had not known they would be produced this quickly or in this context. Bone knitting brace, Tier 3 complete times 24 quality, rare grade forge points. 8 each, total. 192 spirit heat compress, Tier 2 complete times 32 quality, uncommon grade forge points. For each, total. 128 deep tissue restoration unit, Tier 4 complete times 4 quality, epic grade forge points. 22 each, total. 88 the public donation, registered through the Heavendo Commerce Ministry's Charitable Acts log and announced through the Pei Trading House's merchant network, generated a specific kind of visibility that Spirit Hall's administrative apparatus could not easily address. Spirit Hall cannot arrest a benefactor of the sick, Xiaopei had said. She was correct. The calculus was simpler than that. Any action against Wei Yan now would be visibly punitive rather than procedural. Every injured laborer in the hospital district had received a bone knitting brace bearing the Spirit Equipment Institute's mark. Every healer had signed a receipt acknowledging the equipment's provenance. Yan Mao reviewed the reports. Wei Yan assumed and understood the move precisely. The bishop's response was professional silence, which was itself a response. Ling Kai's assistant brought a note. 3 additional noble families had quietly inquired about standing equipment supply arrangements following the donation. None of them were willing to be publicly visible, but their interest was real. They are hedging, Wei Yan told Bo Rong, reading the assistant's note. They want to be positioned on the right side if the administrative challenge succeeds, without the exposure of being seen as Spirit Hall opponents before the outcome is clear. Is that useful? Bo Rong asked. Everything is useful if used at the right time, Wei Yan said. He drafted polite acknowledgement responses to each inquiry, noting the Institute's current commission load and offering to discuss arrangements once the administrative process concluded. No commitment, no rejection, just an open door with a clear threshold. Mei Suyin found him that evening, alone in the workshop during the post-donation lull. I heard you used the medical equipment outline I mentioned, she said. The design framework you described for deep tissue restoration was more detailed than you realized, he said. I filled in the technical components. She studied him for a moment. You listen more carefully than most people, she said. It makes others underestimate how much you're taking in. That is occasionally useful, he said. She smiled slightly. Tang Wuing does the same thing in combat. Lets opponents believe they understand her pattern before she changes it. She paused. She is not as unaffected by all of this as she appears. I know, he said. Do you know what you are going to do about that? I am going to finish the administrative challenge first, Wei Yan said, and then figure out what the next crisis is going to be. And then, if there is time, there is never time unless you make it, Mei Suyin said gently. That is the thing the forge keeps you from learning. He considered this for a long moment. Outside, the hospital district was processing 60 new tools. Yin Mao was recalculating. The administrative challenge was running. And somewhere in the province, Spirit Hall's clock was turning towards something Wei Yan had not yet identified. He made a note to add, make time, to his planning ledger. Whether he would follow through on it was a different question, but he had never been wrong about the cost of ignoring a gap in his plans. Chapter 44, The Earth Bear. The forest 3 hours south of Heaven Do was old growth, tall spine pines and river oak mixed with stone root trees whose trunks were calcified from decades of absorbing spirit beast energy. The ground was dense with the accumulated pressure of predator-level spirit beasts, and the ambient spirit energy reading was high enough that Wei Yan's forge sense activated without conscious direction. Bo Rong's third ring hunt had been planned for weeks, deferred 3 times by workshop emergencies. It could not be deferred further. Bo Rong was at the ceiling of his spirit elder rank, his stone fist gauntlet straining against a growth threshold that could only be resolved by ring acquisition. He had been patient about this in a way that spoke well of his character and told Wei Yan exactly how much discomfort he had been absorbing without complaint. The 1,000-year Earth Bear was Bo Rong's target, a spirit beast calibrated to his stone fist spirit, its earth element resonance compatible with Bo Rong's existing 2 rings and his gauntlet's growth function. They found it in the 3rd hour, in a rocky clearing where it had been denning against a stone outcropping. It was larger than Wei Yan had expected. For meters at the shoulder, fur the color of compressed granite, with the slow, absolute confidence of an apex predator that had not faced a serious challenge in years. The Earth Bear turned its head and looked at them with small amber eyes. Stone Fist versus Earth Bear, Bo Rong said, mostly to himself. Element match. Element match means it can absorb your attacks, Wei Yan noted. Don't hit it with full force until you've tested its absorption ceiling. Right. Bo Rong flexed the gauntlet. The stone reinforcing energy activated, and the gauntlet's resonance function responded, a visible shimmer, the equipment acknowledging combat conditions. You're here for support, not rescue. Support, Wei Yan confirmed. Bo Rong moved forward. The Earth Bear was fast for something its size. The first lunge covered 12 meters in a single motion, its forepaw carrying enough force to crush stone. Bo Rong sidestepped with practiced precision. Elder Crane's footwork drills, applied here outside a training context for the first time, and took the blow on the gauntlet at an angle rather than full face. The impact still drove him back 3 meters. Wei Yan activated his hammer domain. Within the 50-meter radius, every metallic element in the environment answered him with low-level awareness. The iron deposits in the rock outcropping, the trace metal in the spirit beast's claws. He did not use it yet. This was Bo Rong's hunt, but having it active meant the bear's mineral body structure was legible to him in a way normal combat did not allow. The Earth Bear's absorption ceiling was high, but not unlimited. Bo Rong found it on the 4th exchange, a concentrated stone fist strike to the bear's left shoulder joint that produced a genuine wince. Not absorbed. Felt. Shoulder joint, Wei Yan said. Got it, Bo Rong said and closed. The next 3 minutes were technically impressive and dangerous in the specific way that all genuine combat is dangerous. not through any single catastrophic moment, but through accumulated risk, every exchange carrying a probability of failure that stacked against the probability of success. Bo Rong fought with the solidity his spirit required, ground-planted, force-conserving, using the gauntlet's growth function to adapt each strike to the bear's response pattern. The earth bear landed a swipe that Bo Rong caught on his chest rather than the gauntlet. He went down on one knee. Wei Yan shifted his weight, ready to intervene. Bo Rong got up. He landed the finishing blow on the left shoulder joint with the gauntlet at full extension. The stone energy combined with 3 rings accumulated power, the growth function activating at maximum efficiency. The earth bear's spirit energy released in a cascade as it fell, the 1,000-year ring offering itself. Bo Rong absorbed it. The ring integration process took 6 minutes. When he opened his eyes, his gauntlet had shifted in color, darker, denser, the stone energy more concentrated. His combat spirit rank had advanced to the threshold of spirit ancestor. "How do you feel?" Wei Yan asked. "Heavy," Bo Rong said. "In a good way." He looked at the gauntlet. The growth function responded to the new ring before I finished absorbing it. Designed for exactly this, Wei Yan confirmed. The resonance component recalibrates automatically on ring acquisition. Bo Rong looked at him with an expression that was appreciative and complicated at once. "You designed it to do that before you knew I'd be using it for a 1,000-year absorption." "I designed it to handle ring acquisitions up to 10,000-year level," Wei Yan told him. "The gauntlet will keep pace with your growth regardless of ring tier." Bo Rong held the thought for a moment. Then he picked up the Strength of Mountains Earth ring and filed it mentally with the things he could not articulate properly and did not intend to forget. The forest was quiet around them, the spirit energy settling back to its natural distribution. Wei Yan deactivated the hammer domain and ran a quick forge sense check on the gauntlet's new calibration. The system noted new combat forge points earned through domain deployment in a genuine encounter, 42 points, with a notation that hammer domain's efficiency had improved through field application. On the walk back, Bo Rong said, "I heard what Mei Suyin said about making time." Wei Yan looked straight ahead. "I'm not weighing in," Bo Rong said. "I'm just noting that some things don't benefit from the same patience as a forge session." Wei Yan said nothing, which was not the same as not hearing it. Chapter 45. The ransacking. They returned to find the workshop door standing open. Wei Yan registered this fact 2 blocks away. The Forge District's afternoon traffic was moving in the slightly altered pattern of people who have recently passed something that gave them pause. He crossed to the door and stopped in the frame. The workshop interior was intact structurally. The forge equipment had not been touched. Whoever had entered knew the value of what they could not carry and the liability of damaging it visibly. But the planning ledgers were gone. The commercial records, 6 months of transaction logs, the client documentation, the formal receipts from the Noble House supply contracts, all gone from the locked cabinet, which had been opened with a tool rather than broken. Old Hammer Hua Tiechue was on the floor near the blueprint vault, sitting with his back against the cabinet. His right arm was pressed against his chest. His breathing was controlled in the precise way that indicates someone managing pain through long practice. "I was here when they came," Hua said. 4 of them. They knew what they wanted and where it was. Wei Yan crossed to him and assessed the arm. The injury was in the forearm, a compression injury from the way they had moved him away from the vault. Hua had not yielded easily, which the bruising pattern confirmed. "The vault?" Wei Yan asked. "Sealed. They did not have the opening sequence." Hua's jaw was tight. "I took the arm to keep it that way. The blueprints were intact. The financial records were gone." Wei Yan helped him to the bench and assessed the damage carefully. The arm was not broken. Hua's rank 47 body conditioning had protected the bone, but there was soft tissue damage significant enough that full function was not guaranteed without treatment. "Ironthorn Guild," Bo Rong said from the doorway. He had checked the exterior, the entry marks, the street pattern. Same technique as the night raid, but more surgical. "They didn't come here to damage the workshop," Wei Yan said. He was looking at the empty cabinet. "They came to take the ledgers. Financial records, if manipulated, can be used as evidence of irregular commerce practices. Under Spirit Hall's administrative charge regarding unregistered artisan activity, falsified ledgers showing irregular pricing patterns would support a claim of black market operation." "The administrative case," Xiaopei said, arriving behind Bo Rong. She had been notified by their street contact network and had come fast. The bishop filed the advanced crafting registry charge 3 days ago. If the Iron Thorn Guild is working with Yin Mao, they have been for months, Wei Yan told them. We knew this. Now they are coordinating timing. His gaze moved to Hua's arm again. I need to treat this first. Then we deal with the ledger situation. What is the ledger situation? Bo Rong asked. Without the originals, their fabricated version becomes the contested version, Xiao Pei said quietly. We have copies, but the originals were the authoritative record. Spirit Hall will argue the copies were made after the fact. Wei Yan was already at the forge, heating the materials for a treatment bracer. The arm injury could be managed. The ledger situation could be addressed. Xiao Pei had backups. The Commerce Ministry had copies of the formal filings, and Ling House's records could corroborate the legitimate transactions. But the bishop had moved faster than Wei Yan's 3-day window. Yin Mao had not waited for the administrative process to play out. That meant he was more comfortable with risk than Wei Yan had calculated, or the timeline was tighter than the formal notice had implied. Both possibilities needed to be resolved before the next move arrived. And it would arrive before they were ready. The only question was whether it would arrive before or after he had identified what he had missed. He had missed something. He was almost certain of it. Chapter 46. The full story. Hua Tiechue accepted the treatment bracer with the dignity of a man who knows he has been injured and does not intend to make it anyone else's problem. He submitted to the fitting process with patience and said nothing about the pain until Wei Yan asked him directly. Full function in 4 to 6 days, Wei Yan told him. The bracer's spirit heat function is calibrated to your residual rank 47 spirit energy. It will work with your body's own recovery rate rather than forcing the pace. It is not the first time I have taken a hit protecting a vault, Hua said. I know, Wei Yan replied. He was adjusting the bracer's energy flow when Hua said, without preamble, your father was not just a blacksmith. Wei Yan's hands stilled for a moment. Then he continued the adjustment. Tell me. Hua was quiet for the length of time it takes to decide how much of a long story to tell. Then he told it without preamble. The Royal Workshop, the Spirit Hall commissioned for weapons capable of precise area destruction. Weapons designed not for spirit beast hunting, but for targeted city-level strikes. Hua had recognized the design parameters. Had refused. Had been exiled from the Royal Workshop and had understood, in exile, that his refusal would not stop the commission, only delay it. Wei Yan's father, Yin Zhong, had been a craftsman of limited formal rank but exceptional practical skill. He had heard through the Forge District's network that Spirit Hall was pursuing the commission through other channels. He had connected with a group moving Tang clan refugees, families displaced by Spirit Hall's gradual consolidation of the Tang clan's home territories. He had provided equipment and safe passage arrangements. The Spirit Hall census that came through your village when you were 12, Hua said. That was not a routine census. They were looking for the network. Wei Yan absorbed this without visible reaction. He had known his father died in something he did not understand. He had not known the specific shape of it. He knew what he was doing, he said. He knew, Hua confirmed. He did not tell you because you were 12 and because knowing would have made you a target. The network was careful that way. How many people did he move before? 43. Over 2 years, Hua said. We have approximate records. Most reached safe locations in the eastern regions. He paused. Some did not. Wei Yan looked down at the bracer. The spirit heat function was running at proper calibration, the energy distribution even and stable. He had built it in under 2 hours because the need was real and the solution was within his ability. His father had done the same thing, with the tools he had, for the stakes he had understood. He knew Spirit Hall would come, Wei Yan answered. He expected it, Hua said. He left you the smithy and the forge hammer because he wanted you to have something that was yours regardless of what happened to him. A pause. I don't think he expected the forge god system. I don't think he would have known what to make of it. Wei Yan thought about his father's hammer technique, the genuine precision in it, the decades of practice. He had carried that technique into the system's framework without fully acknowledging what he was inheriting. He would have understood it, Wei Yan replied quietly. Not the mechanics, but the principle. Hua looked at him with the expression of a teacher recognizing something that did not require comment. They did not speak again for a while. The bracer ran its first full cycle. Outside, Bo Rong had taken position at the workshop door, and Xiao Pei was at the planning table reconstructing the ledger documentation from every backup available. The grief was real. Wei Yan acknowledged it, filed it in the same place where he kept the other things he would deal with after the immediate crisis was resolved, and returned to work. He had 43 people's worth of reasons to make the work matter, and he understood now that his father had known the cost of that reason before he paid it. The question was whether Wei Yan would make the same choices if he had to. He did not yet know the answer, and that uncertainty was not comfort. It was a gap. Chapter 47. The Unintentional Tear 5. The grief went into the forge. This was not dramatic, and it was not metaphorical. It was simply what happened when Wei Yan sat down at the workbench that night after everyone else had stopped moving. After Hua had fallen into the medicated sleep the bracer's secondary function provided. After Bo Rong had checked the perimeter twice, and Xiao Pei had documented everything and gone back to the Pei Trading House offices to work. The forge was still. The medical bracer was built and running. There was no pressing technical task. So he picked up the materials for a replacement bracer, better designed, built with what he now understood about Hua's specific injury pattern and the residual damage from years of forge work at rank 47. And he started building. He did not count the hours. The Forge God system interface was visible at the periphery of his awareness, monitoring and accumulating points without comment. The system did not speak to Wei Yan the way stories about cultivation systems sometimes described. It did not offer encouragement or judgment. It observed. It accumulated. It unlocked when thresholds were crossed. The threshold crossed itself around the 3rd hour. The bracer he was building exceeded the design parameters for Tier 4 equipment by a margin he had not intended and could not entirely explain in the moment. The spirit heat function had integrated with the repair function at a depth that required Tier 5 material interaction, not because he had forced it, but because the design required it, and the emotion driving the design had pushed the technique past its normal ceiling. Unintentional Tier 5 prototype. Detected medical bracer. Enhanced spirit restoration plus physical repair plus rank preservation function quality. Legendary grade forge points. 156. He studied the interface notation. Then he examined the bracer. The rank preservation function was new. Not in any blueprint he had accessed. Not a technique he had consciously developed. The system had extrapolated it from the combination of spirit infusion mode and the emotional intensity of the forge session, producing a function capable of maintaining a cultivator's spirit rank stability during recovery from serious injury. For Hua, whose rank 47 cultivation might have degraded under prolonged injury, this was not minor. The bracer would protect his cultivation base as fully as it repaired the physical damage. He replaced the previous bracer with the new one without waking Hua. The energy transition was smooth. The new piece recognized the ongoing treatment cycle and absorbed it without disruption. In the morning, Hua woke up, looked at his arm with the precise assessment of a craftsman who has worked with spirit tools for decades, and said, "This is different from what you put on last night." "A better one," Wei Yan answered. Hua flexed the fingers of his right hand slowly, testing each joint. Full range of motion. The function that should have taken 6 days was progressing at a rate suggesting 3. He was quiet for a long moment. "Your father's hammer technique," he said finally. "The way he taught it. He said the best forge work comes from something you need to get right, not just something you want to get right." He flexed the hand again. "I see what he meant." Wei Yan said nothing. The system logged 156 forge points and added a notation. Tier 5 threshold approached. Scarlet Grandmaster trial parameters updating. He had not advanced yet. The trial would come when the system designated it. But the threshold was closer than he had known, and the path to it had passed through something he had not expected to understand yet. He returned to the workbench. The work was still here. The work was always here. And today, that was exactly what he needed. But the feeling that something fundamental had just changed in his understanding of himself was not comfortable, and it was not going to resolve by morning. Chapter 48. The safe house. Tang Wuying arrived at the workshop the morning after Hua's injury with the manner of a person who has already made a decision and is not interested in discussing whether it was correct. "My clan's minor branch maintains a secondary property in the Forge District's northern quarter," she said, without greeting. 3 floors, separate forge access, warded against spirit sense detection on all approaches. The ward was installed during a clan dispute 3 years ago, and has not been removed. She set a key on the planning table. The property is unoccupied. The branch elder knows I am using it for a business purpose and has asked no further questions. He took the key from the table. This is not charity. It is a business decision, she said. You are a legitimate commercial partner. Your workshop has been targeted twice. A secondary location reduces the risk that all your production capacity is compromised in a single event. Her expression was level. The ward on the property also prevents Spirit Hall from conducting a remote spirit sense sweep, which means any work done there cannot be monitored from outside the building. That is a significant operational advantage, he said. Yes, she said. The bracer design sequence for Tier 5 work cannot leave that property until the administrative challenge is resolved, he said. I understand operational security, she said. He picked up the key. Thank you. I told you it is a business decision, she said. But the edge in it was not quite as sharp as it had been in earlier months, and they both noted this without discussing it. The secondary workshop was exactly as described. 3 functional floors, a forge alcove on the second level with ventilation designed for extended work sessions, and a warding system that Forge Sense confirmed operated at a level sophisticated enough to block even skilled spirit sense probing. The ward had been built for political concealment, not combat. It would do. Mei Suyin helped Wei Yan transport the more sensitive blueprint materials and the Tier 5 bracer prototypes documentation. She worked in the specific quiet of someone who is both competent and aware that she is operating in a situation larger than she fully understands. She did not have to offer this, Mei Suyin said, once Tang Wuying had left to return to her own lodgings. No, Wei Yan said. She is putting her clan branch relationship at some risk, Mei Suyin said. If Spirit Hall escalates and they trace the property, the branch elder will face questions. She calculated it through, Wei Yan replied. She calculated it was the right risk. Mei Suyin looked at him with the same expression she had worn during their hospital conversation. Patient, clear-eyed, and communicating something she was not going to say directly. Work on the administrative challenge, Wei Yan told her. I will not waste what she offered. He set up the secondary forge space with the precision of someone building a production environment from scratch, which he had done 3 times now, in different cities, under different pressures. He knew how to make a forge functional in under 2 hours. The administrative challenge was active. The ledger situation was manageable. Hua's arm was healing ahead of schedule. The secondary workshop was operational. The cost of Tang Wuying's decision would arrive at some point. Clan politics were patient in the way that institutional pressures were patient, accumulating rather than striking. When that cost came, it would come in a form he could not yet predict. He intended to have made the time she had bought him worth the price she had paid for it. Whether that was possible, whether anything he built would be worth what others spent to make it possible, was the question he could not answer from inside the work. It was also the question that would follow him regardless of the answer. That was not comfort. That was a debt he had not yet had the chance to repay. Chapter 49. The Bloodline Challenge. The cousins arrived the second day the secondary workshop was operational, which told Wei Yan that the branch elders' no further questions had its limits. There were 3 of them, men in their mid-20s with the Clear Sky clan's characteristic direct bearing and varying degrees of inherited spirit rank. The senior of the 3, a young man named Ing Bao, was the one who spoke. The branch elder has no objection to the commercial arrangement, Ing Bao said. We have an objection to the Hammer bloodline's presence in a property with clan ties. Wei Yan looked at him without particular expression. You have not seen my Hammer spirit activated. We have heard accounts of your public registration, Ing Bao said. The Clear Sky Hammer bloodline is a clan inheritance. An independent awakening is not a clan inheritance issue, Tang Wuying said from behind Wei Yan, her voice carrying the precise quality of a person who has been through this argument before and finds it as tedious the second time. The bloodline awakens in bloodline carriers regardless of clan registration. You know this. The Tang sect records document 17 independent awakenings in 300 years, none of which were subject to clan claim. He should present himself to the main branch for formal assessment, Ing Bao said. On whose authority? Tang Wuying asked. A silence. The cousins had prepared for arguments. They had not prepared for Tang Wuying cutting through their justification structure before they finished presenting it. Wei Yan crossed to the secondary forge's work area and picked up the Clear Sky Hammer spirit. not summoning it fully, just allowing the forge fire manifestation to activate enough to be visible. The black warhammer wreathed in gold, smaller than full combat manifestation, but carrying the full signature of the bloodline's quality. All three cousins went still. The clear sky hammer manifested in this family as axes and great hammers, and, in some branches, as paired short hammers. The forge fire component was unusual, that golden black fire, and the density of the spirit energy signature was above what any of them had encountered in a peer. Wei Yan activated the forge aura and struck a target block on the forge bench, a standard test strike, measured, precise, aimed at demonstrating control rather than power. The block split cleanly, no fragment scatter, the energy distributed exactly as intended. He set the hammer down. The clan's assessment concerns me less than my work, he said. But I have no objection to formal acknowledgement through proper channels, at a time and place of my choosing, through a process I agree to in advance. He looked at Bao. If the main branch wants a bloodline test conducted by their standards, they can request it formally through the Heaven Do Administrative Registry. I will respond within 30 days. Bao looked at the split block, then at Wei Yan, then at Tang Wuying, who was watching them all with the expression of someone who knew exactly how this would resolve. The branch elder will be informed, Bao said. I expect so, Wei Yan said. They left. Tang Wuying waited until they were out of earshot. Bao has been asking the branch elder for permission to visit the main clan branch for 2 years, she said. He wants to be formally registered as a combat elite. He will report this to them in a way that makes him look like he handled the situation. Good, Wei Yan said. Let him. She looked at him. You wanted the main branch to send someone. I want to know what the main branch will decide, he said. The fastest way to find out is to give them a reason to decide quickly. He picked up the next blueprint. The cousins gave us that for free. Tang Wuying considered this. Then she picked up her own work from the corner bench, the cultivation resource he had left for her, the material analysis of a new spirit ring approach for her rank, and began reading it without further comment. The secondary workshop had found its working rhythm. It would not last indefinitely. Nothing in this arc had lasted indefinitely, but the rhythm itself was worth noting. Chapter 50. The Clan Elder Hammer King Clan Elder Guo Chang arrived in Heaven Do on a Wednesday, and Wei Yan knew about it by Wednesday afternoon because Xiao Pei's commercial network had better reaction time than Spirit Hall's local branch. Main Clear Sky Clan Elder, rank 71, Spirit Saint, traveling with 4 accompanying cultivators ranked 40 through 55, she said, setting the intelligence summary on the secondary workshop's planning table. He arrived via the Imperial Post Road, which means Heaven Do's Gate Record Office has his documentation. He checked into the Jade River Inn, which is the most expensive accommodation in the city, a statement of intent, not a comfort preference. He intends to be seen as significant, Wei Yan observed. He is significant, Bo Rong said from the corner. Rank 71 and a clan elder position. That is not someone who comes to Heaven Do for business travel. He came because the cousins filed a report and because the Tier 4 resonance pulse is a matter of record, Wei Yan said. He was looking at the secondary forge's work calendar. He will want a meeting. He will structure it as an inspection. He will expect deference. Are you going to provide deference? Tang Wuying asked. She was on the bench across from him and her expression was neutral in the careful way that meant she was paying close attention. I am going to invite him here, Wei Yan said. For a meeting, at his earliest convenience, at the Spirit Equipment Institute's secondary workspace. He looked at Tang Wuying. Not at the Jade River Inn. Not at the main Spirit Hall branch office. Here. He will read that as a power statement, she said. It is a power statement, he said. I am a recognized artisan of exceptional grade, active in commerce, operating under the Heaven Do Civil Tribunal's administrative protection, with the Ling Noble House as a standing commercial partner. If Elder Guo wants to assess the Hammer bloodline, he can do it on ground that establishes the context accurately. She let this sit. You are going to need to demonstrate the full Hammer inheritance. Yes, he said. He will not be pleased that you can access forms the main branch has not recovered in 3 generations. I expect not, Wei Yan said. But displeasure is not the same as rejection, and his official assessment is more valuable to me than his approval. He paused. When the main branch formally acknowledges the bloodline as legitimate, They cannot then claim I am operating as a rogue practitioner. That documentation, once created, is permanent. Tang Wuing looked at him for a long moment. You have been building toward this since the cousins showed up, she said. Since the Spirit Hall summons arrived, he said. The clan acknowledgement was always going to be necessary. The question was timing. He met her gaze. The cousins provided the timing for free, and I intend to use it. She picked up her cultivation material again. Her expression was not quite the unguarded one. It was something more complicated than that. Recognition mixed with something she had not named yet. Outside, Elder Guo Wuchang was settling into the Jade River Inn, reading, Wei Yan assumed, the Ying Bao report and forming his preliminary assessment. He had perhaps 2 days before the elders sent a formal inquiry. He intended to use both of them well. The preliminary assessment would determine the elders' opening position, and the opening position would shape the entire bloodline meeting, which meant the next 2 days were not waiting time. They were preparation time, and the distinction between those two categories had never been academic. He went to the blueprint cabinet and pulled the Clear Sky Hammer's documented combat forms, the techniques Elder Crane had taught him, the system unlocked forms, the gravity hammer's full progression. He laid them on the work table and began reviewing them with the same systematic attention he brought to material analysis. If Elder Guo Wuchang was going to be surprised by what he found, Wei Yan intended to know exactly which form would surprise him most, and why. Chapter 51, The Bloodline Meeting. Elder Guo Wuchang arrived at the secondary workshop at the designated hour on the 3rd day, with 2 of his 4 attendants and the bearing of an elder who has conducted formal inspections in unfavorable settings and knows how to maintain institutional authority regardless of environment. He was a tall man with the clan's characteristic broad build, white hair swept back, and spirit energy that read, through Wei Yan's forged sense, as dense and disciplined. A cultivator who had maintained his rank through regular, methodical work for decades rather than dramatic advancement. The Spirit Saint register was well-earned. The Spirit Equipment Institute, Elder Guo said, looking at the secondary workspace. His tone was neutral in the specific way that means a first impression is being filed. Secondary location, Wei Yan explained. The primary workshop is currently under administrative protection during a Commerce Ministry proceeding. This space provides operational continuity. Administrative proceeding, Elder Guo repeated. Spirit Hall filed charges related to artisan registration and technique registry classification. The proceeding is active and expected to resolve in my favor. Wei Yan gestured to the workbench. I appreciate the elder's time. I understand you have come to assess the Clear Sky Hammer inheritance. I have come to understand an independent awakening, Elder Guo said. This bloodline has not manifested outside the main clan branch in 37 years. The last independent case was assessed, and the practitioner was offered incorporation. A pause. He declined. I am also inclined to decline, Wei Yan said. But I have no objection to formal bloodline acknowledgement. Elder Guo looked at him for a long moment. The assessment of a senior practitioner reading the confidence register of someone significantly his junior. Show me the spirit, he said. Wei Yan summoned his hammer spirit. He did not restrain it. The full manifestation was the honest one. The black warhammer wreathed in gold forge fire, spirit energy signature at his current spirit ancestor rank fully expressed, the forge fire aura extending to the room's edges with the warmth and gravity of a working forge. Elder Guo's expression did not change. The 2 attendants went still. The forge fire component is not a standard Clear Sky Hammer manifestation, Elder Guo said. No, Wei Yan agreed. It indicates a dual awakening. The Forge God system manifested alongside the Hammer Spirit, Wei Yan said. They are integrated, not competing. Elder Guo studied the manifestation for a measured length of time. Then, demonstrate the gravity hammer technique. Wei Yan deployed it against the test block at controlled intensity, the mass amplification field, the localized gravitational compression, the strike that split the stone with force distribution that exceeded his combat rank's normal ceiling by a measurable factor. The block split. This is an advanced inheritance form, Elder Guo said. The main branch has not recovered this technique in 3 generations. He stood with this information. The clan's bloodline records indicate this form exists, that it was present in the direct line inheritance before it went dormant. You are accessing it. Through the system's guidance and Elder Crane by his teaching, Wei Yan said. Elder Crane by he. Elder Guo absorbed this. He has not interacted with the clan in decades. He chose not to, as I understand it, Wei Yan said. Another measured silence. Elder Guo looked at the split block, the hammer spirit hovering in Wei Yan's grip, the forge fire aura still active. The bloodline is genuine, Elder Guo said. The awakening quality exceeds any current main branch member under 40. He did not sound pleased about this. I will file the formal acknowledgement. You are a recognized Clear Sky Hammer inheritor. The main branch will require periodic reporting on advancement. The main branch will receive reports when I judge them useful, Wei Yan replied. The acknowledgement establishes legitimacy. It does not establish clan authority over my practice or schedule. The two attendants looked at each other. Elder Guo looked at Wei Yan for a long time. You are 17 years old, he said. The forge does not measure by age, Wei Yan answered. A pause. Then, very quietly, no. Elder Guo agreed. It does not. He straightened. The acknowledgement will be filed. The main branch will need time to discuss the reporting arrangement. He turned to leave. At the door he stopped. Your father's name was Yin Zhong. Yes, Wei Yan answered. He was known to the clan, Elder Guo said. Peripherally, the story was thought to have ended with him. He did not look back. It did not. He left. The attendants followed. Tang Wuying, from the corner where she had observed the entire meeting without a word, said he was shaken. Surprised, Wei Yan replied. He did not expect the technique quality. Elder Guo will file the acknowledgement because failing to file it would be a larger political problem than filing it and accepting that the bloodline is active outside the main branch. And the cost? She asked. He will push for the reporting arrangement, Wei Yan answered. I will agree to something limited enough to be acceptable and specific enough to be unenforceable in practice. His gaze moved to the split block. The acknowledgement is what matters. Once it is filed, Spirit Hall's rogue practitioner classification is closed. Tang Wuying held that. He knew your father. Yes, Wei Yan said. She looked at his expression and did not ask further. Some things were filed in their own category, and she was perceptive enough to recognize when a door was closed without being locked. But closed doors between people who needed to operate in close proximity had a way of becoming structural problems, the kind that did not announce themselves until they had already caused damage. He had not recognized this in advance. He recognized it now, and the timing was not ideal. Chapter 52. The Refusal and the Complication. Wei Yan sent his formal response to the clan acknowledgement within 24 hours. A polished 2-page document accepting the bloodline recognition, providing a limited reporting framework that committed to annual notification of major cultivation advancement, and declining incorporation into the main branch on the grounds of existing commercial and institutional commitments. Elder Guo's reply arrived 3 days later. 1 paragraph, accepting the limited reporting framework, noting the clan's reservation of rights regarding the Forge God system's relationship to the bloodline inheritance, and closing with a formal acknowledgement of legitimacy. 1 paragraph. Wei Yan read it 3 times and filed it in the permanent records. The clan politics were not resolved, they were deferred, which was a different thing and preferable in the short term. The Hammer King clan elder would return to this when the immediate Spirit Hall situation was either resolved or collapsed into open conflict, and when he did, Wei Yan's position would be stronger for having the documentation. Tang Wuying was quiet in the days after the meeting. This was not unusual. She was often quiet, but it was a specific quality of quiet that Mei Suyin recognized, and Xiao Pei noticed, and Bo Rong did not mention because he had been told not to by the other two. The clan politics affect her directly. Mei Suyin explained to Wei Yan one evening. In the matter-of-fact way she delivered information she thought he needed but had missed. The match pair claws are documented as products of the Spirit Equipment Institute. She accepted them publicly. The main clan branch now has a file on her that connects her to you in a way that complicates her own clan standing. I know, Wei Yan said. Did you tell her you knew? No, he said. Wei Yan, Mei Suyin said, with the patience of a healer who has had this conversation in various forms with this particular person more than once. The cost of not saying things is not 0. He considered this. She made the decision to accept the clause, he said. She made it knowing the cost. Mei Suyin said. That is not the same as being comfortable with no acknowledgement of what it cost her. He reviewed the secondary forge's work calendar. He had 3 days before the administrative challenge's first tribunal hearing. He had Tier 5 blueprint work he had not started. He had the Ling Noble's standing contract running, Xiaopei's commerce expansion under management, and Hua's recovery on schedule. He also had a conversation that was overdue by approximately 3 weeks. He found Tang Wuying that evening in the secondary workshop's upper floor, working through cultivation drills with her match pair claws in a slow, methodical pattern that was training and thinking at the same time. "The clan acknowledgement affects your standing," he said. She stopped the drill. "I am aware of this. I should have told you it would before the elder's visit," he said. "I calculated the outcome, but I did not walk through the cost with you. That was a failure of consideration, not strategy." She looked at him for a moment. The claws were still in her hands. "You are apologizing," she said. "I am acknowledging something I should have addressed earlier," he said. "What the clan does with the connection between you and the Institute, I cannot control that. But you should have been part of the decision, not a consequence of it." Tang Wuying was quiet for a long time. The claws went down to her sides. "I knew when I accepted the commission that it would have institutional implications," she said. "I accepted it anyway." She met his gaze. "Do not apologize for my decisions. It is condescending." "Fair," he said. "However," she said, and her voice was marginally less sharp, "I note that you noticed the cost." She turned back to her drill sequence. "That is not nothing." He left her to the drills and returned to the forge space. Outside, the administrative hearing was 3 days away. Yin Mao was doing something in the Spirit Hall branch office that Xiaopei's network had not yet characterized, and the clan elder was on his way back to the main branch with a documentation set that would permanently alter the political landscape. Everything was in motion, and nothing was resolved, and that was the condition under which all of this work would need to continue. He picked up the Tier 5 blueprint and started reading. But Tang Wuying's clan status was now visibly complicated by her connection to the Institute, and that complication would not resolve with time, it would only sharpen. The question was what Yin Mao would do with that leverage point when he ran out of legal options. He had not yet answered that question satisfactorily. He did not expect to before morning. Chapter 53. The leverage moved Bishop Yin Mao. Having watched the administrative challenge run for 2 weeks, and the clan acknowledgement file itself into permanent record, made his next move on a Thursday morning when the city was busy with market traffic and the Spirit Hall branch office's formal log would show only routine operations. Lord Ling Kai was arrested. The charges were civil in nature, alleged irregularities in the Ling House's commercial registry dating 3 years back, predating any involvement with Wei Yan's workshop. The arrest was technically within Spirit Hall's civil enforcement authority under a provision that allowed temporary detention pending documentary review. Temporary detention is a maximum of 5 days under the statute, Xiaopei told Wei Yan, reading the arrest notification that the Ling House's legal advocate had forwarded within the hour. "The charges are fabricated. We have looked at the Ling House's registry, and there are no irregularities that would survive a cursory review." "The charges don't need to survive review," Wei Yan told her. "He needs them to create 5 days of pressure. 5 days before the administrative tribunal hearing on the Spirit Hall charges against the Institute. 5 days during which the Ling House's formal commercial partnership with the Institute, the institutional shield that protected the workshop from direct Spirit Hall action, would be legally clouded by the pending arrest." Yin Mao had been patient, methodical, and was now demonstrating that patient, methodical operators also understood decisive timing. "Dismantling the civilian shield," Wei Yan told her. "The donation to the hospital district established public goodwill, but not institutional protection. The Ling Noble House provided the institutional layer. With Ling Kai in detention, the standing partnership's formal validity is questioned during the same period as the tribunal hearing." "What do we do?" Borong asked. Wei Yan was already at the planning table. 3 things simultaneously. First, Xiaopei, get the Ling House's legal advocate to file for immediate review of the civil charges. The documentation is clean, the review will clear him, but the filing establishes that we are contesting rather than accepting. Second, contact the other noble houses that expressed informal interest after the donation. Now is the time for their formal registration as commercial partners, not optimal positioning. But Ling Kai's detention shows them what the cost of being peripheral looks like. And third, Xiaopei asked. He turned toward the forge. "I build," he said. Every hour between now and the tribunal hearing, I produce documented legitimate products with Commerce Ministry filing dates. Quality. Commercial record. Everything that establishes the Institute's operation as what it is. He met her eyes. Yin Mao wants me to spend the next 5 days reacting to the Ling situation. I am going to spend them building. Ren Chao, who had been leaning against the wall throughout this conversation, said nothing. He had only been at the Institute for a few weeks and had not yet spoken more than was necessary in any group setting. But he had been listening with the attention of someone filing information he expects to use. I can provide presence, he said, at the Ling House offices, or wherever visible deterrence is useful. He checked Forgeborn's grip. I am not political, but I am visible. Stay here, Wei Yan said. I need the Institute defended, not the Ling House. If Yin Mao escalates to a direct action against this building, I need Ren Chao at the door. A pause. Understood, Ren Chao said. Wei Yan turned to the forge. 5 days was a short time in which to make a mistake. It was also exactly long enough to demonstrate, through documented production output, that the Spirit Equipment Institute operated as a legitimate civilian enterprise regardless of what political pressure was applied from the outside. He intended to prove that point beyond any administrative challenge's ability to contest it. The cost of failing to do so was everything the last 8 months had built, and Yin Mao was counting on that cost to break his nerve before the documents were finished. That would not happen. But the bishop did not yet know that, and ignorance in an opponent was an advantage Wei Yan would not squander. Chapter 54. The Armed Allies. The resonant cores took 3 nights. Wei Yan built 18 of them in the 5-day window, not at maximum quality, because maximum quality at Tier 4 required preparation time he did not have, but at solid Tier 4 epic grade, the consistent production standard that the Institute's reputation was built on. Resonant core, Tier 4 complete times 18 quality, epic grade forge points, 18 each. Total, 324.6 went to the Ling House Guard Captain, delivered through Xiaopei before Ling Kai's detention ended, but with the delivery log filed under Ling Kai's commercial contract, a document that predated the civil arrest and was therefore not subject to the temporary cloud on the Ling House's registry. The guard captain accepted them, signed the receipt, and distributed them to 6 of his highest-ranked fighters within the hour. Wei Yan heard back through the Ling House's internal message network that the 6 recipients had experienced immediate combat ability enhancement. He had expected this. The resonant core's spirit ring amplification function was consistent, and the guard captain had been smart enough to assign them to people whose rings would benefit most from the boost. Yin Mao received the report within 6 hours. Xiaopei told him on day 3. He has a source inside the Ling House, not high up, but enough for this. What was his response? Wei Yan asked. No visible action, she said. But his correspondence volume to the Spirit Hall Provincial Office has increased significantly in the past 2 days. She paused. He is asking for something. Wei Yan considered what that something might be. It was almost certainly reinforcement, more bodies, more rank, more institutional authority to apply. He had 6 of the Ling House's senior fighters equipped with resonant cores. Yin Mao, who was rank 72, could not simply ignore the operational change that represented. The bishop had arrived in Heaven Do expecting a craftsman who could be pressured through legal mechanisms into compliance. He had found a craftsman who used every pressure as a supply run. He is recalculating how many resources this requires, Wei Yan said. That seems correct, she said. Good. While he is recalculating, the tribunal hearing proceeds normally. The remaining 12 resonant cores went to the 3 noble families who had formally registered commercial partnerships in the wake of Ling Kai's arrest. None of them were as politically significant as the Ling House, but 6 more fighters equipped with Tier 4 amplification tools each was not an insignificant addition to the defensive position. Yin Mao's report to the Spirit Hall Provincial Office, when Xiaopei's network eventually recovered fragments of its content, had contained one line that she showed Wei Yan without comment. Subject is arming a private force at a rate that will exceed Spirit Hall's local intervention capacity within 60 days. Wei Yan read it, filed it, and resumed work at the anvil. He was not building an army. He was building customers. The distinction was real and also slightly academic from Yin Mao's perspective, which was a problem he would need to address through the tribunal process rather than through the forge. But the tribunal was in 2 days, and the production record was clean, and the forge had given him something the bishop could not manufacture through administrative machinery. Genuine allies with a genuine stake in the outcome. That, more than any legal argument, was the foundation he had been building since the first summons. The distinction between building customers and building an army was real. But Yin Mao's report had confirmed that the distinction did not matter to Spirit Hall. They saw equipped allies as a military threat regardless of how the relationships had been structured. That meant the tribunal process needed to establish the commercial framework definitively before the next escalation arrived with enough force to make the distinction irrelevant. Wei Yan set the resonant core case aside and drafted a summary of all standing commercial relationships, time-stamped and notarized, for the tribunal record. The bishop had framed this as a security operation. The record needed to frame it as what it was: legitimate commerce, documented comprehensively. The difference between those two framings would matter when Deng Feng arrived, and Deng Feng's arrival was now a question of hours, not days. Chapter 55. The Gravity Hammer Elder Crane arrived at the secondary workshop on the day before the tribunal hearing, which told Wei Yan he had been tracking the situation closely enough to time his arrival for maximum utility. "I heard you let the bishop into your workshop," he said, setting his traveling pack against the wall. "He broke the door," Wei Yan said. "You let him break the door without stopping him," Bai said. "Which is different. You were demonstrating to Tang Wuing that the door was not the thing worth protecting." Wei Yan considered this interpretation. It was not the one he had been operating under in the moment, but it was accurate in retrospect. "The tribunal hearing is tomorrow," he said. "The administrative case is strong. The clan acknowledgement is filed. The Ling noble will be released before the detention deadline." "All of that is fine," Bai said. "I am here to give you the last part of the hammer inheritance before Deng Feng arrives." Wei Yan went still. "Deng Feng is coming personally?" "He has left the Spirit Hall provincial capital," Bai said. "With the calm of someone delivering information he has already processed. 2 days' travel." He did not send word. He sent himself. 2 days after the tribunal hearing. The bishop's escalating correspondence to the provincial office had been a request for authorization, and the authorization had taken the form of Deng Feng himself moving. "The technique," Wei Yan pressed. "The gravity hammer," Bai said. "You have been using an approximation based on the clear sky hammer's natural mass amplification and what I have been able to teach you about applying it in combat. The full technique is different." He stood. "It requires the forge fire aura and the hammer spirit to operate simultaneously. In combat range, it creates localized gravitational compression at a point of your choosing within your weapon's reach. Not area effect, precise. Surgical. I have been using it as a blunt instrument," Wei Yan said. "You have been using it as the strongest version of a strike," Bai agreed. "The full technique does not hit harder. It hits more exactly. Against a cultivator like Deng Feng, whose combat ability depends on maintaining range and domain control, precision is more valuable than force." They worked through the afternoon and into the evening, Bai demonstrating the application parameters, Wei Yan applying them with the attention he brought to a new forge technique, treating each iteration as a calibration pass. The full gravity hammer technique required the forge sense passive operating in conjunction with the hammer domain, using the environmental metal awareness to triangulate the optimal strike point in real time. Against chain-type spirits, Bai said, the chain links are metal. Every link is within your domain's awareness. A binding technique, Wei Yan said, understanding what this meant. A counter to a binding technique, Bai said. Deng Feng's chains do not defeat you by holding you. They defeat you by limiting your forge fire output. A cultivator whose weapon techniques require physical movement is less dangerous when immobilized. He looked at Wei Yan. The full gravity hammer does not require large movement. It requires precision and will. By evening, the technique was integrated. Not perfected, that would take months of application, but functional at the level that would matter in the encounter that was coming. Bai watched the final practice sequence, then said, I am formally ending direct teaching. Wei Yan lowered the hammer. You have what I can give you, Bai said. The rest has to come from experience I cannot manufacture. He paused. You are ready to walk your own path. That is not a reassurance. It is an assessment. Thank you, Wei Yan said. While he sat down on the workshop bench. I will stay through the tribunal tomorrow and through whatever Deng Fong brings. After that, I have things of my own to address. Outside, the city was quiet with the particular quality of a night before a significant event. People who did not know anything was coming, and people who did. Wei Yan put the hammer down and prepared for tomorrow. The technique was in his hands. The legal structure was in place. The allies were positioned. And Deng Fong was 2 days away. He had never felt more prepared for something that could still go wrong in a dozen ways he had not mapped. Chapter 56. The paper trail. Xiao Pei found the paper trail on the morning of the tribunal hearing, which meant she had been working through the night. She set the documentation on the secondary workshop's planning table without preamble. 6 pages of transaction records, cross-referenced with Spirit Hall's provincial office registration logs and the Heaven Do Commerce census. The accounting trail linking the stolen ledgers to a Spirit Hall commerce operation was not hidden. It was filed, formally, in the Spirit Hall provincial records, under a commerce subsidiary company that operated at one remove from the main Spirit Hall institutional structure. The subsidiary is registered as a legitimate commercial entity, she said. It has been operating in Heaven Do's spirit tool market for 2 years, buying equipment at below-market prices and reselling through channels connected to the Iron Thorn Guild. She pointed to a specific page. When the Iron Thorn Guild ransacked the workshop and took the ledgers went to this subsidiary for processing. The paper trail links them. He studied the documentation carefully. It was exactly the kind of evidence that Mei Suin's documentation work and Xiao Pei's commercial network had been converging toward for weeks, specific, cross-referenced, and dangerous. If this is published through the right channel, he said, it exposes Spirit Hall's direct commercial involvement in market manipulation, Xiao Pei said. Under the Heaven Do Commerce Act, an institution with active legal proceedings against a civilian party cannot be simultaneously operating commercial transactions linked to the same party's evidence. She paused. It does not automatically close the administrative case, but it gives the civil tribunal grounds to examine Spirit Hall's conduct in the case, which is a different kind of problem for them. And publishing it before the tribunal hearing today, Wei Yan said, puts Yin Mao in a position where he cannot focus entirely on pressing the administrative charges without also managing a public documentation crisis, Xiao Pei said. She looked at him. This is dangerous information. If we publish it, Spirit Hall cannot unknow that we have it. Wei Yan thought about the guild documentation already in the locked cabinet. The transaction records for the Spirit Hall procurement officers, the pattern of institutional conduct that had been building since the first summons. File it with the civil tribunal as supporting evidence in the administrative proceeding, he said. Not a public release, a formal evidence submission. The tribunal record is public, but the context is legal rather than political. Spirit Hall can respond through their legal representatives rather than treating it as a public attack. That gives them less justification for a direct response, Xiao Pei said slowly. But it also limits the damage to their public reputation. I am not trying to destroy their reputation, Wei Yan said. I am trying to win the tribunal case and make it too expensive for them to continue this specific line of attack. He studied the documentation again. Deng Fong is coming regardless of what happens at the tribunal. The hearing is not going to stop him. But if the administrative case is dismissed with evidence of Spirit Hall's own misconduct in the record, the next move Deng Fong makes has a documented institutional history attached to it. Xiao Pei looked at the documentation. You are building a record, not winning a battle. I am building a record, he confirmed. Because the battle Deng Fong is coming for cannot be won in a tribunal room. But the record I build here changes the cost of whatever he does next. She took the documentation and began the tribunal filing. Outside, the city was moving toward morning. The hearing was in 3 hours. Deng Fong was 2 days away, and the paper trail that Xiao Pei had found in the night was about to become a permanent part of the Heaven Do civil record, a document that could not be unstated, regardless of what arrived next. That permanence was the foundation. Everything else was built on top of it, and foundations held or they did not. And the test of this one was coming in a form that could not be delayed by any document Xiao Pei could file. He had never been wrong about a foundation's load-bearing capacity. He was not certain this time either. But certainty was not the same as accuracy, and he had built for the latter rather than the former. Chapter 57. The counter-strike plan the tribunal hearing went exactly as expected, which meant it went well. The administrative charges stood in technical form, but were substantially weakened by the Spirit Hall subsidiary documentation Xiao Pei had filed that morning. The tribunal's reviewing panel, 3 Commerce Ministry officials, not Spirit Hall representatives, had spent 40 minutes questioning the Spirit Hall advocate about the subsidiary company's connection to the stolen ledgers. The advocate had responded with institutional language that answered nothing. The tribunal chair had noted this in the preceding record with particular precision. The final finding: charges related to artisan registration were suspended pending a formal technical review by an independent panel. The advanced crafting registry charge was ruled insufficiently documented and dismissed. The resonance generation charge was reduced to a formal warning with no enforceable consequence. Not a dismissal, Xiao Pei noted, reviewing the ruling, but a substantial reduction. And the record shows Spirit Hall's advocate could not answer direct questions about the subsidiary, Wei Yan said. That is the part that matters. Why he had been present at the hearing, not as a party, but as an observer. After the ruling, he sat with Wei Yan and Elder Crane at the secondary workshop and listened to the plan that had been forming since Xiao Pei found the documentation. Deng Fong arrives tomorrow or the next day, Wei Yan said. He has been patient for months. The patience ends when he decides the administrative approach has failed. His next move is direct. Direct from rank 95, why he said, with whatever backup he brings. Which we cannot match in cultivating rank, Wei Yan said. But the paper trail changes what direct action costs him. He looked at the documentation on the table. If Deng Fong takes direct action against a Spirit Equipment Institute that has a clean tribunal record, clan acknowledgement from the Clear Sky clan, standing commercial partnerships with 3 noble families, and a documented record of Spirit Hall's own institutional misconduct, the institutional cost of that action is different from the cost of acting against an independent craftsman with no institutional standing. Different, but not prohibitive, Bai said. Deng Fong is rank 95, and Spirit Hall will support him. No, Wei Yan agreed. The documentation doesn't stop him. It changes what he wants to offer instead. He thought about the original summons, the bishop's visit, the administrative escalation. Every step so far has been about turning me into an institutional asset through pressure. If the pressure costs Spirit Hall more than I'm worth, Deng Fong adjusts the offer rather than the pressure. You are expecting him to make a personal offer, Bai said. I am expecting him to be rational, Wei Yan said. He has been rational for 8 months. He has not acted directly because direct action against a well-documented civilian artisan with institutional standing has institutional costs. He has been working through every indirect channel available. He met Bai's gaze. When the indirect channels are documented as misconduct, the offer looks better than the alternative. You intend to decline it, Bai said. I intend to decline it in a way that keeps the documentation active and the institutional standing intact, Wei Yan replied. The decline has to cost him less than forcing the issue. That requires the offer to be visible, and his departure, if he accepts the decline, to be documented too. Bai was quiet for a long moment. You are 17 years old, and you are planning a negotiation exit with an elder Douluo. I am planning for as many outcomes as I can map, Wei Yan told him. The ones I haven't mapped will arrive when they arrive. The ones you haven't mapped are the ones that will be most expensive, Bai said. Yes, Wei Yan agreed. Which is why I intend to have as many resources as possible ready before the ones I haven't mapped show up. He took his position at the anvil. Deng Fong was 1 day away. There was still production to do, and if the forge could not answer the coming question, nothing else he had built would either. That was not doubt. It was the cost structure, stated clearly. The forge had never failed him yet. Chapter 58. The prince's deal. Prince Xian's message arrived that evening, which confirmed that someone in his intelligence network had access to the tribunal records in real time, a capability that implied Spirit Hall communication channels as likely sources, which meant the prince was receiving information from both sides of the conflict and processing it through his own interest calculus. The message was direct for someone who had previously specialized in oblique offers. If you intend to expose Spirit Hall's institutional conduct publicly, I can provide royal seal authentication for the documentation. In exchange, a supply arrangement for my personal guard. No exclusivity. No operational control. Standard commercial terms. The royal seal makes the exposure politically significant in a way your tribunal filing alone cannot achieve. Wei Yan read it twice. The prince was offering to participate in the documentation exposure in exchange for a commercial relationship, one that excluded the conditions that had made all his previous offers unacceptable. No exclusivity, no operational control, standard commercial terms, which meant he had read the situation clearly enough to know that the previous offer structures had been the problem, and he had recalibrated. He wants to be positioned on the winning side, Xiaopei said. He wants to use Spirit Hall's exposure as leverage in his succession campaign, Wei Yan noted. The royal court cannot ignore a prince who publicly aligned with the party that documented Spirit Hall's illegal commerce operation. It is a political credit purchase. And if you accept his seal authentication, his political interest is tied to yours, she said. He cannot abandon the documentation without damaging his own court position, which makes him a more reliable ally than his previous offers suggested, Wei Yan said. Not trustworthy, but reliable in the way that aligned interests are reliable. He considered the commercial terms. Standard commercial supply arrangement for his personal guard. No exclusivity and no operational control means I keep the Institute's independence intact. He thought about what Hua had said. Deals with the devil were still deals. The question was whether the devil needed you more than you needed the devil, and whether the contract had a clear enough scope that the devil couldn't change the terms later. Negotiate the supply arrangement to a fixed term, he said. 2 years, standard commercial pricing, with a formal release clause if Spirit Hall's pressure environment changes materially. He paused. And include a provision that he provides advance notice of any intelligence about Spirit Hall's actions that affects the Institute's operations. That last one will alert him that you expect him to have Spirit Hall intelligence, Xiaopei said. He already knows I know, Wei Yan answered. The message was sent through a channel that makes his information source fairly obvious. Including the provision is less about the information and more about establishing that honesty is a contract requirement rather than an optional courtesy. She drafted the counteroffer and sent it by evening. Prince Xian accepted within 3 hours. Wei Yan filed the agreement in the permanent records alongside the tribunal documentation, the clan acknowledgement, and the Spirit Hall subsidiary paper trail. The record was almost complete. One more thing was missing: the specific, documented exposure of Spirit Hall's conduct through a channel with enough credibility to be permanent. The tribunal filing was good. The royal seal would make it significant. Tomorrow, Deng Feng would arrive. Before that happened, Wei Yan needed to plan the council session where the exposure would happen, and who would be in the room when it did. He was not ready. He was more ready than he had been yesterday. That would have to be enough, and if it was not enough, the cost of that gap would be visible immediately, and there would be no second chance to rebuild. He did not intend to need one. Chapter 59. The Noble Council. The Heaven Do Noble Council session was scheduled on the morning before Deng Feng arrived, which was either excellent timing or a coincidence that required no explanation because it had been coordinated through Prince Xian's network. Wei Yan attended as a witness, not a petitioner. This distinction was Lord Ling Kai's legal contribution. Ling Kai, released from detention on schedule, and carrying the specific kind of institutional fury that comes from a man who has been used as a political tool, had filed the session request and provided the evidence framework. Wei Yan provided testimony. Xiaopei had prepared a 5-page documentation summary that the council's administrative clerk distributed to all members before the session began. The testimony was clean. Ling Kai presented the administrative arrest, the fabricated civil charges, and their rapid dismissal when reviewed. Wei Yan presented the Spirit Hall subsidiary documentation with Prince Xian's royal seal authentication. Mei Suin's documentation of Spirit Hall's illegal commerce conduct, submitted through the Heaven Do Academic Council's neutral review channel 3 weeks prior, was entered into the session record as corroborating evidence. The Spirit Hall advocate attempted to characterize the session as a political attack. The council chair's response was brief. The documentation had been reviewed by the Commerce Ministry, authenticated by royal seal, and filed formally in the civil tribunal record. It was evidence, not politics. The outcome: the Heaven Do Spirit Hall branch was placed under royal audit, effective immediately. The audit committee, composed of Commerce Ministry officials and royal court representatives, would review all Spirit Hall commercial operations in the city for the past 3 years. Bishop Yin Mao was requested to cooperate with the audit or face formal recall. At the session's close, Yin Mao sent a message through his formal channel. He was departing Heaven Do for consultation at the Spirit Hall provincial capital, effective that afternoon. Ling Kai was released from all administrative proceedings. The Spirit Hall charges against the Institute were formally suspended pending the audit's findings. This feels like a victory, Bo Rong said, reading the session summary. It is a tactical success, Wei Yan said. Yin Mao has been recalled, the local branch is under audit, and the charges are suspended. None of that stops Deng Fong. But it changes what Deng Fong arrives to, Xiao Pei said. Yes, Wei Yan confirmed. He arrives to a situation where the institutional attack has been documented and reversed through legitimate channels. His next move has to be made in that context. He looked at the forge, which is exactly what I needed. Ren Chao, in his corner, was sharpening Forgeborn's blade with a whetstone and listening to everything. He had said almost nothing since arriving at the Institute. What he had done was watch, remember, and position himself to be useful at exactly the moments when useful was what was needed. He is coming tomorrow, Ren Chao said, without looking up. I can feel something in the city's spirit energy. A pressure from the north. Wei Yan met his gaze. I am not a sensor type, Ren Chao said. But the spear responds to incoming intent sometimes. It did not name this feeling, but it noted it. A resonant weapon attuned to a blazing spear spirit, responding to Deng Fong's approach. The Forge God inheritance had chosen carefully in whom it placed its tools. Tomorrow, Deng Fong would arrive. The preparation was as complete as it could be. Send word to Elder Crane, Wei Yan said. Tell him the approach is confirmed. Ren Chao was already moving. Bo Rong, in the workshop entrance, said nothing, but his gauntlet activated in the quiet way that meant he was already holding weight, already positioned to absorb the first impact of whatever came next. The ground beneath everything had not yet shifted. It was about to, and there was no way to brace for it that Wei Yan had not already built. But the cost of what he had not mapped was still out there, patient and uncharacterized, waiting for the moment when everything he had built would be tested against something he had never prepared for. He would face it. He had no other option. The question was whether that would be enough. Chapter 60. The pleasant man. The morning was ordinary. Market traffic, Forge district workers, a shipment delivery to the Institute's front entrance that Xiao Pei checked and cleared with the courier service. Wei Yan was at the secondary workshop's upper floor, completing a resonant core that would finish the standing contract with the third noble family, when Tang Wuing appeared in the doorway. He is in the market, she said. Wei Yan set down the work. They crossed to the primary workshop. He had returned to it after Ling Kai's release made the address safe again. And from its upper window, looking across the Forge District's central square, Wei Yan saw Deng Fong. He was exactly what Wei Yan had expected and nothing like what he had imagined. The Supreme Elder Deng Fong, rank 95 Elder Douluo, Spirit Hall's most patient operational mind, sat on a market bench in plain traveler's clothes with a paper bag of fresh fruit in his lap. He was a trim man in apparent late middle age, whatever age looked like when a cultivator had spent decades past the normal human ceiling, with gray hair, wire spectacles, and the specific quality of stillness that was not calm at all, but was absolute control of every impulse toward movement. He ate a piece of fruit. He looked across the square at Wei Yan's forge workshop with the expression of a man appreciating a view. He was alone. No escort. No enforcers. Just the fruit bag and the bench and 73 years of cultivation at the highest rank the Douluo system produced outside God Realm. Wei Yan walked out of the workshop and across the square. He could feel the hammer domain's edges activating as he moved, the metallic environment of the city registering within his awareness, every iron hinge and copper fitting and steel blade in the 50-meter radius. Deng Fong would feel that. Deng Fong, with 95 rings of spirit sense, was reading Wei Yan's approach with instruments Wei Yan could barely imagine. He stopped in front of the bench. Deng Fong looked up at him with mild, pleasant eyes. The Spirit Equipment Institute has an excellent reputation, Deng Fong said, as if continuing a conversation that had been interrupted by some minor distraction. The Ling House speaks highly of your work. The tribunal documentation was thorough. He offered the fruit bag. Lychee. No, Wei Yan said. I find that honest work done well is worth appreciating, Deng Fong said. He set the bag on the bench beside him. You have built something here. 8 months, in a city that was actively trying to prevent you. The documents, the alliances, the clan acknowledgement. He looked at Wei Yan over the wire spectacles. The Tier 4 resonant equipment production rate is extraordinary for someone your age. Wei Yan said nothing. I have been patient, Deng Fong said. I am still patient. He smiled, not widely, just enough. I think you and I should have a conversation. Not today. Tomorrow. He stood up from the bench, unhurried, taking the fruit bag. I will come to your forge, if that is agreeable. In the morning. Their eyes met. Wei Yan felt the ground shift. Not physically, not through the hammer domain, but in the specific way that occurs when a force of nature stops being distant and becomes present. Deng Fong at 95 rings was not a threat Wei Yan could calculate against. He was a condition, like weather. In the morning, Wei Yan replied. Deng Fong nodded, pleasantly, as if they had agreed on a lunch arrangement, and walked away through the market traffic without looking back. Wei Yan stood in the square for a moment. The fruit vendor across from the bench was watching him with the expression of someone who had just witnessed something they did not entirely understand. He walked back to the forge. Tang Wuing was at the window, watching. She said nothing as he entered. She did not need to. The expression on her face was the one she wore when something had exceeded what she had prepared herself for. Tomorrow morning, Wei Yan replied. The preparation he had built over 8 months would either be enough or it would not. The ground had shifted. Whatever came next would come from a different foundation than anything that had come before. He had never been more aware of the cost of the things he had not yet mapped. Chapter 61. The waiting game. Deng Fong did nothing for 2 days. He moved through Heaven Do with the unhurried ease of a man on a leisure visit. The market in the morning, a tea house in the afternoon, an evening stroll through the Jade District. He did not approach the forge workshop. He did not send messages. He accepted no visitors from the Spirit Hall branch office, which was now under royal audit and operating at reduced capacity. Wei Yan tracked these movements through Xiaopei's network and tried to identify the pattern. He is not doing nothing, Elder Crane said, on the second morning. He was sitting in the workshop's corner, drinking tea that Bo Rong had made and watching the street through the window. He is establishing a baseline. 2 days of visible inactivity, visible in a city that is watching him closely, tells everyone observing that he does not feel urgency. That absence of urgency communicates to Spirit Hall's local contacts, to the noble houses, to the royal court, and to you, that he is not threatened by anything you have built. It is a positioning statement, Wei Yan said. It is a statement, by he confirmed, about what he believes the outcome of any negotiation will be. Wei Yan considered this. The tribunal ruling had been a tactical success. The clan acknowledgement was filed. The Ling noble was free and the Spirit Hall branch was under audit. By any metric Wei Yan had access to, his position had improved substantially in the past 2 weeks. And Deng Fong was eating fruit on a bench and visiting tea houses. He believes the negotiation is already settled, Wei Yan said. He believes the negotiation will settle the way he wants it to settle, by he said, which is a different thing. He is offering you the experience of his certainty, not the fact of it. A pause. He has made this offer before, to other talented practitioners who built positions he considered obstacles. Most of them accepted it. What happened to the ones who didn't? Bo Rong asked from the door. Why he drank his tea. The question is whether Wei Yan is willing to find out. Wei Yan accelerated production. Every hour of the 2 days was documented. Resonant cores completed and logged. Supply deliveries registered with the Commerce Ministry, standing contract fulfillments filed on record. The forge ran hot and continuous, the system accumulating forge points at the rate of someone who had settled into a rhythm rather than a sprint. The acceleration was not frantic, it was deliberate. Every piece produced was a documented fact about the Institute's legitimate operation. Every file created was a constraint on what Deng Fong could do to the workshop status without institutional cost. You're building while he waits, Rin Chao said, on the evening of the second day. He had been watching Wei Yan work for hours and had said nothing until now. I am using the time he is giving me, Wei Yan told him. He's giving you time because he wants you to feel it, Rin Chao said. The pressure of waiting, so that when he arrives, you're already at a negotiating disadvantage. Wei Yan set down the resonant core he was checking. He looked at Rin Chao with the particular attention he brought to observations that were accurate, and that he had already made himself, but that became more real when stated by someone else. I know, he said, and you're building anyway. What he expects me to feel and what I actually feel are different, Wei Yan answered. He can control the waiting. He cannot control the forge. Rinchao was quiet for a moment. Then he picked up a cleaning cloth and started working on Forgeborn's blade, which did not need cleaning, but gave him something to do with his hands while he thought about what Wei Yan had said. Outside, the city moved around Deng Feng's deliberate stillness, and Wei Yan built. The morning of the third day, Deng Feng sent a message, a formal calling card, standard Spirit Hall protocol, requesting a meeting at Wei Yan's forge at the second hour of the morning. The language was courteous. The timing was deliberate, an hour that required Wei Yan to be awake before first light. Wei Yan replied that the second hour was acceptable. He did not sleep, and in the hours before Deng Feng's arrival, the question he could not stop turning over was not what the Supreme Elder would offer, but what he would do if the offer was genuinely better than he had planned for. He did not have a satisfying answer. He had decided what he would do. Decided and satisfying were not the same. And if the offer was better than he had planned for, the cost of refusing it would be a price he had not yet measured. Chapter 62. The trial begins. The system alert arrived at the third hour before dawn, which was 2 hours before Deng Feng's meeting. Wei Yan had expected the meeting to be the day's significant event. The system had other plans. Forge God Trial, Tier 5 Advancement, Initiated Objective, Craft 1 Divine Path Weapon within 7 days. Material requirements, Stardew Iron, Spirit Lake Deposit, Blood Coral, Cave Formation, Shed Scale, 10,000 Years Spirit Beast Trial Window, 168 Hours Failure Consequence, Tier Advancement Locked for 90 days. Note: all 3 materials must be gathered before forge work begins. Wei Yan read the requirements 3 times. 7 days. Materials that did not exist within Heaven Do's city limits. All 3 were remote acquisition targets that would require leaving the city for at minimum 2 days of travel. He was about to meet Deng Feng in 2 hours. He thought about the timing for a long moment and reached the conclusion that the timing was not coincidental. The Forge God system operated on its own schedule, but that schedule had a logic. The trial was arriving now because everything that had happened in the past weeks had pushed Wei Yan's Tier 4 work to its ceiling. The resonant equipment quality, the unintentional Tier 5 prototype, the gravity hammer technique integration, all of it had been converging toward this threshold. The question was whether Deng Feng would force an immediate confrontation that made the 7-day window impossible, or whether the meeting would resolve in a way that kept the trial accessible. Wei Yan prepared for both scenarios. When Deng Feng arrived at the second hour with no escort, alone, as promised, unhurried, wearing the same plain clothes, Wei Yan had tea waiting, and the system interface's trial notification filed in a separate partition of his attention. "You did not sleep," Deng Feng observed, sitting across from him. "No," Wei Yan agreed. "That is either discipline or anxiety," Deng Feng said. "I suspect discipline." He accepted the tea without examining it. "I have a proposal." "I expected so," Wei Yan said. "Chief Armaments Artificer." All criminal and administrative proceedings against the Institute dropped in full. Research independence. You keep your workshop, your method, your production decisions. Spirit Hall provides materials, institutional protection, and distribution access to every major city on the continent. Deng Feng's voice was pleasant and specific. "You produce what you choose to produce. We ensure it reaches people who can use it effectively." Wei Yan had rehearsed his answer 3 times since the previous afternoon. He delivered it now with the same precision he brought to a forge measurement. "No," he said, "and I appreciate the clarity of the offer, which tells me you have considered my position carefully. That consideration is worth acknowledging." Deng Feng looked at him over the wire spectacles. "The acceptance of the offer would lock my forge point accumulation into Spirit Hall's infrastructure," Wei Yan continued. "The system's mechanics do not allow that arrangement and remain independent simultaneously. Spirit Hall would gain access to the technique framework, and the technique framework would cease to advance." He met Deng Feng's gaze. "You need the advancement, not just the current output. The offer, as structured, eliminates the thing you are trying to acquire." A silence. "You understand your own system well," Deng Feng said. "I understand it well enough to know what breaks it," Wei Yan answered. Another silence. Longer. Ding Fong drank his tea. The war spear, he said finally. The gift I received. I have been studying it. He set the tea down. It is not a combat weapon. It is a proof piece. It demonstrates something about the Heaven Forge technique that is not visible in the construction, something about the mechanism of inheritance transmission. He looked at Wei Yan directly. You knew what you were giving me when you gave it. I knew it was honest, Wei Yan said. I knew it was mine to give. And you trust that honesty will protect you from what I am capable of, Ding Fong said. Not quite a question. Not quite not. I trust that the documentation I have built makes direct action against the Institute more expensive than any alternative you have, Wei Yan answered. And I trust that you have not yet decided what that alternative is. Ding Fong stood. He straightened his plain coat. I will give you 30 days, he said. In 30 days, I would like to see this conversation again. Different offer, perhaps. Different circumstances, certainly. He looked at the forge god anvil taking shape in the corner, the new materials stacked along the wall. You are further along than I estimated. He left. Wei Yan sat in the workshop alone for 3 minutes. Then he opened the system interface and began planning the material hunt for the forge god trial. He had 7 days, and somewhere out in the countryside were 3 materials that did not care about his meetings. And Ding Fong had just been given 30 days to prepare something Wei Yan had no visibility into. He had never felt a clock more clearly. The trial demanding 7 days, Ding Fong's preparation consuming the 23 beyond that, and neither deadline waiting for him to be ready. But the question that kept returning was not whether both could be survived. It was what he would have left when both were done, and whether what remained would be enough to hold what he had built. Chapter 63. The hunt begins. Tang Wuing arrived at the workshop before Wei Yan had finished mapping the 3 acquisition routes. You met with him, she said. It was not a question. He offered chief armaments artificer. I declined. He gave me 30 days. Wei Yan set the map on the table. That conversation is secondary. The system has issued the Tier 5 advancement trial. He showed her the interface notification, the materials, the timeline, the consequence. 7 days to gather 3 materials from 3 locations and complete a divine path weapon. She studied the notification with the attention of a combatant who had been reading tactical briefings her whole life. The Spirit Lake deposit is 2 hours south, she said. The cave formation, Blood Coral, that is the Crimson Reach system east of the city. For hours. The 10,000-year scale is the problem. There are only 2 documented sightings of Titan snow demon cats within 3 days' travel. The Northern Ridge, Wei Yan said. He mentioned it during a terrain survey he did last week. He is still in the city? He stayed, Wei Yan said. He said he had things to resolve. I did not ask what. She unrolled the map further and began marking routes with the precision of a cultivator who had been navigating difficult terrain since childhood. Split acquisition. You and I take the Spirit Lake and the cave. Bo Rong and Rin Chao handle perimeter and transport. Elder Crane accompanies us to the Northern Ridge for the Snow Demon Cat. We need a rank 83 presence for a 10,000-year spirit beast. The window is tight, Wei Yan said. 2 days for materials, 5 days for the forge work. Then we leave today, she said. His attention moved to the forge. The workshop was running at standard capacity, the supply contracts were current, and the administrative proceedings were in temporary suspension. Xiao Pei could manage operations for 3 days. Old Hammer was recovered enough to oversee the junior smiths. Today, he agreed. They left Heaven Do at midday. Wei Yan and Tang Wuing for the Southern Lake deposit, Bo Rong staying at the workshop for security, Rin Chao riding ahead to scout the eastern cave access road. The Spirit Lake was 3 hours south through farmland that grew increasingly wild as the cultivated fields gave way to spirit beast territory. Wei Yan's forge sense was active the entire ride, reading the ambient spirit energy, higher than the city's background, carrying the specific mineral-dense resonance of a location where water had been absorbing Earth spirit energy for centuries. The lake bed itself was dry, not recently dried but ancient dry, the kind of emptiness that had been empty for a generation. The Stardew iron deposits were visible as a metallic sheen in the sediment, caught in the late afternoon light. Someone else's claim, Tang Wuing said, and she was right. A small camp was visible at the lake's eastern edge. Wei Yan recognized the situation before they reached the camp. a spirit elder who had claimed salvage rights on the deposit, working alone, who looked at Wei Yan's arrival with the measured assessment of someone prepared for a territorial dispute. The negotiation took 40 minutes and cost Wei Yan 1 resonant core, Tier 4, epic grade, delivered from the supply he had brought for exactly this contingency. The spirit elder examined it with the care of a man who had never held Tier 4 resonant equipment before and who understood, looking at it, that the trade was genuine. He accepted. They collected the Stardew iron with his supervision and departed before sunset. You carry trade goods on material hunts, Tang Wuying observed on the return ride. I carry solutions, Wei Yan replied. The problem is usually resource access, and the solution is usually mutual benefit. He checked the ore's forge sense reading. Pure grade. Better than I needed. You plan for better than you need, she said. I plan for the actual situation, he replied. The actual situation usually has more variables than the projected one. She was quiet for a moment. Rin Chao messaged. The cave system is accessible, but there is a hostile spirit beast den 2 hours into the approach. He is marking the safe route. We leave for the cave at first light, Wei Yan said. 2 materials down. 1 remaining. The cost of that last material was still ahead. The ancient predator on the northern ridge, an elder crane, had said he was leaving soon. The timing of that departure was not guaranteed, which meant the window to reach the ridge with a rank 83 daw at his side was narrower than the trial clock suggested. If Elder Crane left before the ridge run, Wei Yan would face a 10,000-year spirit beast with Tang Wuying and no one else. And that was a different calculation entirely. Chapter 64, The Negotiation. The spirit elder at the lake deposit had been named Gong Tao, a retired spirit elder who had worked the lake bed as a salvager for 3 years, building a modest income from materials that the cultivation world had forgotten existed in that particular location. He had the sunburned look of a man who spent most of his time outdoors and the careful eyes of a practitioner who had learned to assess threats accurately. After the trade, Wei Yan had invited him to share the evening meal before departing. This was not social courtesy alone. Gong Tao had been working the Lake District for years and knew the regional terrain in a way that no map could capture. The blood coral cave system, Gong Tao said, accepting the meal with the equanimity of someone who does not encounter unexpected guests often but adjusts to them efficiently. Crimson Reach. Difficult access, but not impossible. The cave's spirit beast, a colony of iron shell crabs, ranked 25 to 40, territorial but not aggressive unless the coral formation is disturbed. He looked at Wei Yan's forge equipment. You are extracting blood coral specifically, which means you need the internal deposits, which means you have to go past the territory boundary. Negotiation or combat, Tang Wuying said. With iron shell crabs? Neither, Gong Tao said. They respond to vibration. Low-frequency vibration that matches their shell resonance calms them. It signals a non-threatening presence. High-frequency disruption triggers defense behavior. Wei Yan processed this. You have been into the cave. For mineral deposits, Gong Tao said. Not blood coral. But the approach method is the same. Wei Yan paid for the terrain information with a detailed explanation of the resonant core's mechanics, what it did, how it would integrate with Gong Tao's spirit ring, what to expect from the calibration process. The spirit elder listened with the attention of someone receiving something genuinely valuable. The core will respond to your specific ring energy, Wei Yan told him. First activation will feel like warmth at the ring absorption site. Second activation will feel like clarity. Your spirit ring's function will be more precise, less energy costly, with a small upper ceiling increase that compounds over time. Gong Tao turned the core over in his hands. You give these away in trade. I give them in exchange for things I need, Wei Yan answered. The trade is fair. You think it is fair, Gong Tao said. I think it is more than fair. A pause. You are the craftsman who built the institute. The one spirit hall is trying to acquire. Yes, Wei Yan said. Gong Tao looked at the core again. I heard about the tribunal ruling and the clan acknowledgement. He set it down and then picked it up again. The spirit elder community in this region talks. Word about Tier 4 resonant equipment in civilian hands. People pay attention to that. Wei Yan noted this. What are they saying? That someone has finally built something that works for ordinary soul masters, Gong Tao said. Not for academies. Not for sect elites. For practitioners who are good at what they do and who have been limited by tools that were designed for someone else. He set the core in his shirt pocket. You are going to have more demand than you can supply. I know, Wei Yan said. Spirit Hall knows too, the elders said. That is why they're patient. He met Wei Yan's eyes. The demand will keep growing. The supply will always be limited by what one craftsman can produce. At some point, the scale of what you've built becomes its own problem. Wei Yan filed this under the category of problems he had identified and had not yet solved. The scale question was real. The forge's output was constrained by his individual capacity, and demand was already exceeding it. That was a problem for after the trial. Thank you for the terrain information, he said. And the analysis. Thank you for the core, Gong Tao said. Whatever Spirit Hall does to you, I hope you build something that outlasts it. Wei Yan rode back toward the city's lights with Tang Wuying quiet beside him and the spirit elder's words settling into the same mental filing system as everything else that was waiting for attention after the immediate crisis was resolved. The scale problem was not going away, and it was going to matter before long. At a moment he could not predict, in a form he had not identified, as a cost he would not be ready to pay. That was the consequence he had been building toward without knowing it. But the question he could not answer was whether Deng Feng had already identified the same gap and had spent years preparing the counter that Wei Yan had not yet found. Chapter 65. The Blood Coral Cave. The Crimson Reach cave system was exactly as Gong Tao had described it. Difficult access, a half-kilometer approach through a low passage that required staying bent at the waist, and then an opening into a cathedral-scale cavern where blood coral grew in formations from floor to ceiling. Red-black columns of mineralized organic material soaked in centuries of spirit beast blood, dense with accumulated energy that Wei Yan's forged sense registered as a controlled burn. The iron shell crabs were immediately visible. There were hundreds of them, palm-sized to torso-sized, their shells the deep red of the coral itself, moving through the formations with the specific choreography of creatures who have lived in the same space for so long that they have memorized its geometry. Low frequency, Wei Yan said quietly. He activated the hammer domain at its lowest possible intensity. Not a combat-ready field, but a slow pulse, like a heartbeat, timed to the frequency Gong Tao had described. The effect was immediate. The nearest crabs slowed their movement, turning their eye stalks toward him with the curious stillness of animals receiving a familiar signal. They think you're one of them, Tang Wuying said, equally quiet. They think I'm not a threat, he said. That is sufficient. They moved through the formation slowly. Tang Wuying maintained the same stillness in combat she brought to everything else. She was good at making herself invisible in a space, at reducing her presence to zero. She had learned that in training and applied it now instinctively. The blood coral extraction took 2 hours. Wei Yan worked with a narrow chisel and a collection case lined with spirit-dampening material, removing specific sections of the formation's internal layers, the denser deposits closer to the cave floor where centuries of spirit beast blood had concentrated. He worked without rush, letting the domain's heartbeat pattern run continuously, maintaining the crab's placidity through consistency rather than force. A cave-in at the 3rd hour. The eastern section of the passage they had used to enter shifted, not a catastrophic collapse, but a significant narrowing of the exit route that required moving 3 large rocks before the passage was usable. The rocks were in iron shell crab territory, and moving them required moving through a dense formation cluster. I can extract the rocks, Wei Yan said, but I need you to maintain the frequency pulse while I do it. I am not a spirit tool smith, Tang Wuying said. You don't need to be. I need you to hold your white tiger spirit at a specific energy output, low activation, sustained. He checked the forge sense. The pulse frequency is close to your spirit's baseline at 20% activation. Your spirit is resonant with Forgeborn's material signature at that level. I calibrated the match pair clause to exactly that baseline. She processed this. You calibrated my clause to my resting spirit energy. To your combat-ready resting state, he said. There is a difference. She activated the white tiger spirit at 20%. The pulse adjusted slightly, adapting to her presence, and the crabs maintained their placidity. Wei Yan moved the rocks without triggering any defensive response, widening the exit enough for both of them to pass. They emerged from the cave in the late afternoon, covered in cave dust, carrying the blood coral case. Tang Wuying held her claws and looked at them for a long moment. "You built the frequency calibration into the weapons without telling me," she said. "I've built in a function that would be useful in multiple contexts," he replied. I did not know which context would be first. She considered this. Her expression had the quality of someone revising an understanding they had thought was already complete. "You build things to last," she said. "Not a challenge. A confirmation." "Yes," he said. The blood coral case was sealed. 2 materials in hand. 1 remaining. The great cat's shed scale, on a northern ridge, with the ancient predator requiring Elder Crane's presence and his specific approach. The cost of the last material was still the highest. The ancient cat on a mountain ridge, with no guarantee that a warmth approach would work and no backup option if it did not. She was already checking the route forward. He was glad she was there. But gladness was not a plan, and the northern ridge was 2 days away, and Elder Crane's departure window was narrowing with every hour they spent on the road instead of on the mountain. Chapter 66. The Titan Snow Demon Cat. The northern ridge was cold. Wei Yan knew this in the abstract from the terrain survey he had done, but the reality of a mountain ridge in the pre-dawn dark with wind coming off the snowfields above was specific and instructive. He had layered appropriately. The forge fire aura that was always present since his Tier 4 advancement helped at the extremities. Elder Crane moved through the snow with the specific ease of a titled Douluo who has long since reconciled with uncomfortable environments. Beside him, Tang Wuying moved with equal ease. She was a cultivator who had trained in the clan's northern branch facility, she had explained, without explaining why this was relevant. Wei Yan filed the information. The Titan Snow Demon Cat was on the 3rd Ridge Survey Pass, a white and silver creature the size of a draft horse. 10,000 years of cultivation, making it visibly different from its smaller cousins. The spirit energy density around it was a physical presence, a shimmer in the cold air. It was curled in a natural alcove in the rock face, not sleeping but resting with the absolute economy of movement that defined predators at this tier. It was shedding. The scales, not true reptile scales, but a spirit beast equivalent, plates of mineral-dense material that grew and shed with the seasons, were scattered around the alcove in various states of release. Some were barely detached. Some had been on the ground long enough to have the scales' warmth faded from them. Wei Yan had spent 15 minutes on the trail thinking about what the great cat was, what it responded to, and what approach was most likely to result in collection without confrontation. He activated the forge fire aura at full warmth, not combat intensity, just the full heat of a working forge, the kind of ambient warmth that would register to a cold-weather predator as a heat source. He walked toward the alcove alone. Bo Rome, back at the workshop, would have said something about this. Tang Wuying, 3 meters behind him, did not say anything but her hand was on her claw. The great cat opened one eye. Wei Yan stopped at the edge of the alcove's warmth radius, close enough for the forge fire to register, far enough to be non-threatening. He stayed still. The forge aura ran at consistent warmth, not increasing, not decreasing, just present. The cat's eye tracked him. Then it stretched, the full-body stretch of a large predator testing its range, and the motion shook 3 more scales loose. Wei Yan crouched and collected the shed scales that were nearest to him, moving with the small, deliberate movements of someone working in a sleeping animal's den. The scales were warm and dense in his hands, each one a concentrated nodule of millennia-deep spirit energy, exactly the material the trial required. He collected 6 scales before the cat moved, not toward him, not in aggression, but rolling to its other side, presenting its back to the warmth of his aura. He stepped back carefully. He, from the ridge above, had his spirit sense deployed at full range. When Wei Yan was 50 meters clear of the alcove, he descended. "The cat is uninjured," he said. "The cat is warm and undisturbed," Wei Yan agreed. He studied the scales in his hand. 6 scales. "I needed 2. You took 6, Tang Wuying said. She was studying the interaction with something in her expression that was not quite readable. "The Forge God trial requires 2. I collected what was available without taking what was still attached." He checked the Forge sense reading on the scales. "The extras can be used for other trials. There is no ethical case for leaving materials behind when collection caused no harm." Tang Wuying held that for a moment. "You warmed a 10,000-year predator. I provided a heat source in a cold environment, he said. The beast made the decision about my presence independently. You do not find this endearing, she said, and her tone was so precisely neutral that it was clearly not neutral at all. I find it efficient, he said. I find it, she stopped. Bo Roan was not here to hear this, and Mei Suyin was not here to observe it. An elder crane was examining a snow formation with conspicuous disinterest. Never mind. We have 3 materials. We should start back. He regarded her for a moment with the same attention he had been giving things he intended to understand completely. He started back. The trial clock was running. The materials were in hand. The weapon was waiting to be built, and somewhere in the build, a decision would be required that he had not recognized in advance. Every trial had a wall. He had not found this one yet, but walls that arrived unseen carried a consequence that certainty could never account for, and he would not recognize the cost until it was already being paid. Chapter 67. The 7 days begin. They returned to Heaven Do on the afternoon of the 2nd day. Wei Yan was at the forge within an hour of arrival. The system confirmed all 3 materials: Stardew Iron, Blood Coral, 6 Titan Snow Demon Cat Scales, all within the trial's parameter windows. The trial clock was running. Forge God Trial, Tier 5. Active time remaining: 5 days, 4 hours, 5 days and 4 hours to produce a Divine Path weapon from materials he had never worked with in combination. The system had not provided a blueprint. This was the nature of the trial, the difference between following instructions and demonstrating mastery. He set up the secondary workshop's forge space for the full 7-day session: water, preserved food, the medical bracer for circulation maintenance during long sessions, extra ventilation because the materials would produce significant heat during the alloy process. Schedule, Elder Crane said, arriving that evening. Hour 1 through 6. Material analysis. Reading each component's spirit energy signature through Forge Sense. Mapping their interaction points. Identifying the natural alloy pathway, if one exists. Wei Yan laid out the materials on the analysis bench. Hour 7 through 24. Exploratory forge work. Small test pieces to establish temperature and timing parameters for the Stardew Iron. Blood Coral introduces at the 2nd phase. The 10,000-year scale integrates last. And the weapon type? Why, he asked. The system has not specified. A Divine Path weapon responds to need and inheritance. It becomes what it needs to be. Wei Yan picked up the first scale. I will not choose a form in advance. The materials will indicate what the weapon is. Tang Wuing had positioned herself at the secondary workshop's upper level, not in the forge space, but visible to it. She had brought cultivation material and a blanket. She was not there to work. You don't have to stay, Wei Yan told her. I am not staying because I have to, she replied, and returned to her material. Bo Rong, at the entrance, turned to Old Hammer and said nothing. Old Hammer drank his tea and said nothing back. Rin Chao was at the door with Forgeborn and the expression of a young fighter who has found the place where he is supposed to be. Wei Yan picked up the first material and started the analysis. The trial was running. The foundation was in place. Whatever the weapon became, it would emerge from the best work he had done in this life, and from the people who had stayed without being asked to. That was not sentiment. That was the condition of the work, and the work required it. And if the condition failed, the work failed, and everything built on it failed with it. He had never before had that many people standing as the foundation of a single forge session. He had not recognized, until now, what it cost them to be there. And that recognition changed the calculation. If he failed this trial, the cost would not be his alone. It would reach every person in that room, every relationship he had built, every institution that had staked anything on the Institute's continued existence. The Forge Sense activated and the first material's spirit energy signature unfolded in his awareness. Complex, layered, holding interactions he had not anticipated from the surface reading. This was going to be harder than the trial window suggested. He did not stop. He could not afford the cost of stopping. Not with all of them there. Not with the trial clock running. Not with everything that still needed to be built before the 30 days closed. The first hour's analysis produced 3 findings that required immediate adjustment to the planned forge approach, but the third finding was the one that would cost him, because it had no clean solution and the trial clock would not wait for one to emerge. Chapter 68. Day 3 arrived at the forge face of the problem the system had not explained in advance. Wei Yan had spent the first 2 days building toward the alloy. The iron ore responded to forge heat at precise ranges. The blood coral components integrated at a temperature above normal forge range, and the combination was stable in theory and unstable in practice. The test pieces had shown the issue on day 2. The iron's crystalline structure, when heated to blood coral's integration temperature, began to fracture along grain boundaries that the spirit infusion mode could not bridge. He stood at the forge at the 3rd hour of day 3 and accepted that he had hit a wall the system had placed there deliberately. The system interface was inactive, no guidance, no hints, no accumulated forge points. This was the trial's evaluation point. He had to solve the problem with what he knew. He knew phase change theory from his previous life as a metallurgical engineer. He knew spirit metal behavior from 3 years of Forge God system training. He knew the intersection of those two bodies of knowledge better than anyone else currently living, because he was the only person who held both. The problem was a phase mismatch. The iron's crystalline structure was stable at its natural temperature range and brittle at elevated temperatures because it tried to maintain its original phase structure under conditions that required a different one. A phase transition approach, forcing the iron through a controlled phase change at a specific temperature threshold, then rapid cooling at the moment of blood coral integration, would allow the two materials to bond before the iron structure could revert. The technique required timing precision he had not tested at this material combination's temperature range. He ran the calculation 3 times. "You have been standing there for 40 minutes, Tang Wuying said from the upper level. She had not moved from her position, but she had clearly been watching. "I am solving a phase transition timing problem," he said. "I know," she said. "You get a specific stillness when you are processing something that requires the whole of your attention." A pause. "Do you need anything?" "Time," he said. "You have 2 days, and," she checked the trial interface through his relay notification, 17 hours. "Enough," he said. He heated the Stardew iron past its stable temperature range, into the phase transition threshold, the specific degree range where the crystalline structure destabilized. The forge sense read the transition as it happened, the structure loosening, becoming temporarily malleable in a way that normal forge heat could not achieve. He introduced the blood coral at exactly that moment, under maximum spirit infusion mode intensity. The materials bonded. The alloy cohered. The forge sense reading confirmed structural integrity across the bond. Not the iron's original phase, and not the coral's integration layer, but a third state. A compound material that had properties of both and the weaknesses of neither. He examined the compound through forge sense. "That is not a known alloy," Rin Chao said from the doorway. He had been there, silently, for most of the day. "I have never seen a material that color." The compound was deep black at its center with a gold-veined surface structure, the Stardew iron's signature color absorbed by the blood coral's crimson and transformed into something new. It pulsed faintly with accumulated spirit energy, not just the material's individual energies, but a combined resonance that the forge sense read as belonging to neither source material. "It is a new alloy," Wei Yan said. "Phase-bonded star coral iron. Discovered new material. Divine path capacity confirmed forge points. 240. Discovery bonus." The trial clock had 2 days remaining. He had the alloy. The weapon's form was still undetermined, but the alloy was responding to his forge sense with a specific quality of awareness, as if it knew what it needed to become and was waiting for him to recognize it. He picked up the compound and held it in both hands. The weapon's form came from somewhere deeper than planning. It came from the alloy itself, from the combination of Stardew iron's density and blood coral's resonance, and the ancient scale still waiting for integration. A material for a user who needed to receive power they had not yet generated themselves. Not a weapon for Wei Yan. A weapon for someone who would come to claim it. He began the shaping work. But the weapon was not for him. It was for someone he had not yet met, who would arrive drawn and irritated, who the system had designed the inheritance to call. And he had given it to Deng Fong. That decision would have consequences he could not yet see. The weapon would go where Deng Fong took it, and the heir would follow. But what happened when the heir arrived at Spirit Hall was not something Wei Yan could control, and that loss of control was a cost he had been unable to calculate when he made the decision and could not calculate now that it was done. Chapter 69, The Prince's Betrayal. The intelligence arrived on day 4 of the trial, delivered by Xiao Pei through the secondary workshop's communication relay. Prince Xian had met with Deng Fang, not secretly, publicly, at the royal court's formal reception hall, registered in the official court calendar. The prince had requested the meeting, and the supreme elder had accepted. The agenda, which Xiao Pei's palace contact had retrieved, contained one item: stabilization of spirit hall presence in Heaven Do during current administrative proceedings. He is negotiating, Wei Yan said. He had not stopped the forge work. The trial clock was running and the alloy was in its second shaping phase. He agreed in principle to provide spirit hall endorsement for his succession claim, Xiao Pei said. In exchange for, she hesitated, delivering you. Wei Yan set the alloy down and ran the forge sense check to confirm the shaping progress, then picked it up again. He warned us, he said. Before the Noble Council session, he sent a back-channel message about the legal challenge window. He was positioning on both sides, Xiao Pei said. He calculated that Spirit Hall would prevail, and he wanted to be visibly helpful to both parties, so his succession claim was protected regardless of outcome. He is now recalculating, Wei Yan told her. The tribunal ruling, the clan acknowledgement, the audit results, the calculus has shifted. He is adjusting his position. Should we adjust ours? Wei Yan worked the alloy through the third shaping pass, reading the forge sense at each point, confirming the developing structure. The weapon was taking form, not yet visible, but present in the material's response to his technique. Contact Prince Xian through the commercial arrangement channel, he said. Not as a threat. Ask, formally, whether the supply arrangement is still operative given current circumstances. Give him the opportunity to clarify his position before acting on what we know. You are giving him an exit, Xiao Pei said. I am giving him a choice, Wei Yan replied. What he does with the choice tells me what I need to know about whether the commercial arrangement is still useful or whether it has become a liability. He paused the forge work long enough to look at her directly. Deng Fang already knows I won't come voluntarily. The prince offering to deliver me is a statement of what the prince is willing to do, not a viable operational plan. What matters is whether he is going to actively work against us or simply stop being useful. And if he actively works against us, then the supply arrangement ends. We document the breach, and we note that the prince violated a signed commercial contract in the permanent records. Wei Yan returned to the forge. Deng Fang has 30 days. Xian is trying to be on the right side when those 30 days resolve. Let him be scared. Scared people make visible moves. Xiao Pei sent the message. The prince's reply arrived before evening. The supply arrangement was operative. He looked forward to continued commercial cooperation. He expressed no knowledge of any meeting agenda items other than routine Spirit Hall administrative matters. Wei Yan read this, noted that the prince had chosen the commercial relationship over the Spirit Hall alignment, for now, and returned to the trial. For days remaining, the weapon was forming. The political situation was stable enough to let it form, but stability was a category that Deng Fang specialized in undermining at the moment of maximum exposure, and there were still 4 days in which something could change. He had never asked for stable. He had asked for sufficient, and sufficient was what he had, but Deng Fang was playing both sides of the prince's position simultaneously, which meant the 30 days were not a pause. They were a build-up. The question was what Deng Fang was building toward that required a full month of preparation, and whether Wei Yan would recognize the threat before it fully assembled or only after it had already arrived in a form that was too late to counter. Chapter 70. Day 5. On day 5, the weapon's form became clear. Wei Yan had worked through the night from day 4 to day 5, not because the trial required continuous work, but because the alloy's response patterns were clearest at the hours when external noise was lowest, and his own focus was deepest. He had run the forge sense check every half hour, reading the compound's developing structure, following the material's own inclinations rather than forcing a predetermined form. A war spear. Not the kind of war spear that any combat strategist would have specified for a general-purpose weapon, not optimized for versatility or accessibility, but deeply specific in a way that spoke to a particular user's spirit type and combat methodology. The spear's core length was calibrated for someone taller than Wei Yan and with a reach-focused attack style. The blade geometry was designed for thrust and rotation techniques. The shaft's resonance structure would amplify fire element spirit energy specifically. The system had not specified any of this. The alloy had. System notation. The Divine Path weapon is a resonant-proof peace-linked function. Forge God Inheritance. Calls the designated air mechanism. The weapon will generate a resonance pulse perceptible to compatible spirit types across 200 kilometers radius on completion node. The air will not know why they are drawn to the weapon's location. They will arrive drawn and irritated about it. Wei Yan read this notation twice and was quietly amused by its specificity. You are smiling, Tang Wuying said from the upper level. She had maintained her position through night 4, sleeping briefly in 2-hour intervals and waking to confirm he was still working. The system has a sense of humor, he said. He showed her the notation. She read it. The air will arrive drawn and irritated. Apparently, he said. Drawn and irritated describes a specific type of practitioner, she said. Her tone was considering rather than amused. Someone who acts on instinct rather than planning, who resents being pulled toward things they don't understand, but who follows the pull anyway because they have learned to trust it. A combat practitioner, Wei Yan said. Probably young. Probably good. Like the spear was built for, she said. Like the alloy new to build, he replied. The distinction mattered. She held this for a moment. You did not choose the form. The material did, he confirmed. I followed what it indicated. The technique I applied was mine. The form was the compound's. The compound is yours, she said. You discovered it. You bonded the materials. The form that emerged from your technique is a product of your understanding. Wei Yan considered this. Fair, he said. It also means the air it calls will be a product of your understanding, she said. Not just of the materials. Of what you know about what a practitioner needs, built into a weapon at the level where design and intention cannot be separated. He held the spear form in the forge and ran the final shaping pass. 2 days remaining. The 10,000-year scale integration was the last step. The component that would give the weapon its inheritance transmission function, the layer that would make it a teaching tool as much as a weapon. He would finish it, and then someone would arrive, drawn and irritated, to claim what he had built, at a location he had given to Deng Feng, under circumstances he had not fully controlled. Whether the heir would find the spear or whether Spirit Hall would intercept the process was a question the trial had never answered. But the consequence of the wrong outcome was clear. The weapon would become a tool for the exact institution it had been built to circumvent, and Wei Yan would have handed them that tool himself. Chapter 71. The Completion Day 7. The final 12 hours. Wei Yan integrated the 10,000-year scale into the war spear's haft at the 4th hour of the morning, using the Heaven Forge technique's precursor movement, not the full technique, which required Tier 6 to execute, but the approach to it, the spirit infusion mode at maximum depth with the scale's inherent spirit energy, guided rather than absorbed. The integration took 3 hours. Forge God Trial. Forge God Spear of Inheritance Complete Material. Phase-bonded star coral iron plus 10,000-year Titan scale quality. Divine Path grade resonance function. Inheritance call. Active combat function. Blazing spear resonance. Amplifies fire element spirit ring abilities by 40% forge points. 847 tier 5 advancement. Confirmed system upgrade. Scarlet Grandmaster unlocked. Enhanced blueprint database. Legendary tier unlocked. Spirit sense integration. Forge sense now reads. Spirit ring composition at advanced depth unlocked. Forge field. Active area effect. Extends resonant properties of completed weapons within 30 m. Wei Yan set the spear down on the presentation stand and looked at it. The forge fire aura expanded without his directing it. Not the steady warmth of his Tier 4 baseline, but a larger, more present heat, visible as a gold-in-black shimmer that filled the forge space entirely and extended through the walls. Outside, every spirit-sensing soul master in Heaven Do felt it. Elder Crane, seated on the 2nd floor, put down his tea. Bo Rong, at the workshop entrance, took a step back from pure instinct and then held his position. Rin Xiao looked up from Forgeborn's maintenance with an expression that was not quite awe but was adjacent to it. Tang Wuying descended from the upper level. She moved through the aura without hesitation, her white tiger weapons resonating with the Tier 5 forge fire, as if greeting it, and stopped beside the presentation stand. She looked at the spear for a long moment. It is beautiful, she said, which was not a word she used often, and which she said now without apparent awareness of having used it. It is accurate, Wei Yan said. In every dimension of the design. He looked at the system interface. The advancement pulse just fired. Deng Fong felt it. Deng Fong is 2 blocks from here, she said. I know. He looked at the spear. He will come to the forge, not the secondary workshop. He will bring an escort this time. His 30 days aren't up, she said. They don't need to be, he said. He is not coming to demand compliance. He is coming to see what just happened. He met her eyes. Help me move the spear to the primary workshop. I want to receive him there. She picked up one end of the presentation stand without being asked how to do it, and they carried it together through the secondary workshop's connecting passage to the primary forge space, where the forge god anvil sat in the center, and the Institute's full production capacity was visible. Wei Yan set the spear on the primary forge's display stand. He was ready for whatever Deng Fong brought. But ready was not the same as certain, and Deng Fong at rank 95, with whatever the 30 days were building toward, was a force that certainty could not fully account for. The forge field extended its passive survey across the workshop floor, every piece of resonant equipment responding to the new Tier 5 baseline, the calibrations deepening in real time. Wei Yan read the response patterns and recognized what they told him. The spear had changed the workshop. The Tier 5 aura had changed the workshop. Every tool and piece of armor and weapon in the space was different now, elevated by proximity to the completion event, and the people who carried those tools would be different too. That was the function he had not anticipated when designing this precursor work. The forge's output did not end when the forge session ended. It propagated, accumulating in the people and equipment around it. Deng Fong, standing in this room, had felt the Tier 5 advancement. He would have read that propagation through his elder Douluo perception and adjusted his model of Wei Yan's capabilities accordingly. Whatever the 30 days were preparing, it was preparing for a version of Wei Yan that was more advanced than the one Deng Fong had left on his first visit. Whatever came next would test everything. But the cost of failure had expanded beyond what he could individually absorb. Everyone who had stayed, every person across 3 cities carrying resonant equipment, every institution that had staked something on his continued independence. He had never been more aware that he could not afford to be wrong. Chapter 72. The personal invitation. Deng Fong arrived at the primary workshop at the 6th hour. He brought 10 Spirit Hall Douluo, 8 escort and 2 senior practitioners Wei Yan did not recognize, but whose combined rank read through forge sense as somewhere between 800 and 900 rings worth of cultivation. Every one of them titled, every one deployed with the specific readiness that meant they had been briefed on what they were walking into. Deng Fong himself looked the same as he had on the market bench. Plain clothes, wire spectacles, the specific quality of stillness that Wei Yan had begun to recognize as not calm, but absolute conservation. His eyes went to the spear immediately. He crossed to the display stand before acknowledging Wei Yan and examined the forge god's spear of inheritance with the careful attention of a scholar who has been thinking about forge god artifacts for a long time. The wire spectacles magnified the lines around his eyes as he leaned in. Phase-bonded star coral iron, he said. You invented this alloy. The materials indicated the direction, Wei Yan answered. The materials do not indicate directions without someone who understands what they are saying. Deng Fong straightened. Tier 5. Confirmed by the advancement pulse. That makes you the youngest Scarlet Grandmaster in recorded artisan history. A pause. You are 17. 18 next month, Wei Yan replied. The 10 Douluo did not move. They were arranged in a watching perimeter, not threatening but present, like senior witnesses at a formal proceeding. I have a different offer, Deng Fong said. Not Chief Armaments Artificer. He turned from the spear to Wei Yan. Chief Research Director of Spirit Hall's Advanced Materials Division. Independence of method and subject. Spirit Hall provides infrastructure, materials access, and protection. You direct the research agenda without oversight. A pause. It is not a subordinate position. It is a partnership. The offer was materially different from the first one. Wei Yan recognized this and gave it the consideration it deserved. The system, noted in the interface, remained clear. Acceptance would not lock his forge point advancement into Spirit Hall's infrastructure under a partnership structure with genuine independence protections. The distinction was real. This was not the same offer as before. He deliberated for 60 seconds. The answer is still no, he said. But I want you to know that I recognize the difference between this offer and the previous one, and the difference is real. Dingfang looked at him for a long moment. You are declining partnership with the most powerful organization on the continent, he said. I am maintaining independence, Wei Yan replied. Those two things are not the same as conflict. He picked up the Forge God's Spear of Inheritance from the display stand and held it for a moment before extending it to Dingfang. A gift, one peer to another. Whatever else is between us, this is built honestly, and it deserves an honest home. Dingfang took it. He held the spear, and the resonance function activated, not because Dingfang was the designated heir, but because his cultivation sensitivity was high enough to read the weapon's inheritance signature at full depth. His expression shifted by 1 degree, a controlled movement that in someone less composed would have been visible surprise. It will call someone to your door within the month, Wei Yan said. So you told me. Dingfang looked at the spear, then at Wei Yan, then at the forge. You are building something I cannot currently dismantle without destroying what I am trying to acquire. He handed the spear to one of his escort. The 30 days stand. When they conclude, I will see you again. He left. The 10 Douluo followed, in the specific formation of a group that has accepted an outcome without fully accepting the understanding behind it. Wei Yan stood in the primary forge space. The great anvil was behind him, the Tier 5 aura running at its new baseline. The system's enhanced blueprint database opened in the interface. He had declined twice. He had given a gift. He had 30 days of guaranteed space, earned through honest work and honest refusal. Whether that was wisdom or something more expensive remained to be seen, and the cost would not be visible until the 30 days closed and Dingfang's different circumstances arrived. He had never been wrong about a forged decision's long-term cost. He had once been wrong about when the cost would be collected, and that single miscalculation had cost him 3 months and a relationship he could not rebuild. The question was not whether this decision had a hidden cost. The question was whether he would see it in time to prepare, or only after it had already taken something that could not be returned. Chapter 73. The deliberation. Wei Yan spent 2 hours after Dingfang's departure sitting in the primary workshop and reviewing his own reasoning. This was not anxiety. It was the practice of a craftsman who knew that rapid decisions made under pressure had failure modes, and that those failure modes were not visible until after the pressure had passed. He reviewed each decision point, checking his reasoning against the system's guidance, against Elder Crane's strategic framework, against the practical reality of his position. The second offer had been genuinely different from the first. Chief Research Director with independent method and subject was a meaningful distinction from Chief Armaments Artificer. The first offer was service. The second offer was partnership. He had declined both. The system's note was clear. Accepting would lock forge points into Spirit Hall's infrastructure, making independence impossible. That was the constraint. But the constraint was not the only reason. You are reviewing the decision, Elder Crane said from the workshop corner, where he had been present since the escort left. Testing the reasoning, Wei Yan said. And the offers were different in structure but identical in implication, Wei Yan said. Spirit Hall does not maintain partners. The research director title would be organizational cover for acquisition that could not be achieved by force. Within 2 years, possibly 1, the partnership terms would evolve through internal institutional mechanisms until the independence protections were theoretical rather than operative. You trust your institutional analysis more than the offered protections, Bai said. I trust that Dingfang is a patient man with long institutional experience, Wei Yan said. The protections in the offer were real when signed. The institutional pressures that would erode them were also real. Those pressures do not appear in contract language. Bai nodded slowly. And the gift? The spear was built for someone else, Wei Yan said. It would sit on my display stand without reaching its purpose. Giving it to Dingfang, who will carry it to Spirit Hall's central facility, means it will call the designated heir across a larger distance. The heir will arrive at Spirit Hall, which is not where I would have chosen. He paused. But the heir will find the spear regardless of its location. And Dingfang receives something that will tell him about the Forge God inheritance framework, Bai said. That is information. He will learn what the inheritance is for, Wei Yan agreed. That is not the same as controlling it. And it changes what he offers next, which I would rather know about than not. His attention moved to the Forge God Anvil. The system's Tier 5 advancement had unlocked the path to Tier 6, and Tier 6 required the Heaven Forge technique to become executable. The Heaven Forge technique required a different kind of preparation than any single forge session could provide. He had declined twice, given a gift, and preserved 30 days. Whether that was enough remained to be determined by what arrived in those 30 days. But the reasoning was sound. The decisions were made. The forge was still here. He stood up and went back to work. But the reasoning had a gap he had not yet acknowledged. Dengfang's patience was strategic, and strategic patience meant he had already identified the thing Wei Yan had not mapped. The thing he had not mapped was still there, patient and uncharacterized, waiting. Wei Yan reviewed his position from the outside, the view Dengfang would have. A 17-year-old craftsman with Tier 5 forge capability, Spirit King rank 53, institutional protections across multiple overlapping frameworks, and a production output that was building civilian demand faster than any single response could suppress. From that view, direct action was expensive and institutional acquisition was failing. From that view, the third option was to find the thing Wei Yan had not thought of, the vulnerability that did not appear in any of the frameworks Wei Yan had built to protect himself. And Dengfang had 30 days to find it, with Elder Douluo cultivation depth and 50 years of institutional experience. Wei Yan stood at the Forge God Anvil and considered this for 3 minutes. Then he opened the system's Tier 5 blueprint database and began searching for something he had not considered building yet, a form of protection that addressed vulnerabilities he had not identified. He was not certain he would find it before Dengfang arrived. He was certain he had to try, because the cost of being caught flat was a cost he could not pay and keep everything intact. Chapter 74. The Spear's message. Dengfang's departure from Heaven Do was quiet and professional. Within the day, his escort had vacated their accommodations. The Spirit Hall branch's audit cooperation had been formally documented through the Commerce Ministry, and a message arrived at the Institute from the Supreme Elder's private seal, confirmation that the 30-day window stood and that no Spirit Hall action against the Institute was authorized during that period. The message was one paragraph. It was specific, verifiable, and, coming from Dengfang, functionally binding in the sense that a man with his institutional reputation could not violate it without consequences that exceeded his interest in doing so. He read it and said, "He respects you. He respects the position," Wei Yan said. "That is sufficient." The position was substantial. The clan acknowledgement, the noble partnerships, the tribunal record, the royal audit, the Tier 5 advancement visible to every spirit sensor in the city. All of it created a situation where direct action had institutional costs that had grown larger than Dengfang's interest in short-term acquisition. "He will come back," he said. "Different offer. Different circumstances." "He told me as much," Wei Yan said. "The offer will be better," he said. "The different circumstances will be conditions that make the offer harder to decline." He set the message down. "He is going to use the 30 days to create those conditions." "I know," Wei Yan said. "You are going to use the 30 days to prepare for them," he said. "That is the plan," Wei Yan confirmed. 3 days after Dengfang left, he announced that he was concluding his stay in Heaven Do. "I have things to attend to," he said, in the specific neutral tone that meant he was not going to provide further information. "You have the gravity hammer, the clear strategy framework, and the institutional position. What happens next requires decisions I cannot make for you." He picked up his traveling pack. "I will be in contact." Wei Yan walked him to the workshop door. "Thank you," he said. "Thank the clear sky bloodline," he replied. "It chose well." He stopped at the door and did not quite turn. "Tang Wuying is not going anywhere." "I know," Wei Yan said. "Good," he said. "Act accordingly." He left. Wei Yan stood at the open door for a moment, thinking about what "act accordingly" meant in the context of everything else that was happening. He had an answer. He had been building toward an answer for weeks, but the answer required time he was not currently certain he had. He added it to the list of things he intended to address when the immediate situation had resolved. The spear was in Dengfang's possession, moving northward. Somewhere, in a region Wei Yan could not predict, a practitioner with a blazing spear spirit was going to feel a pull they could not explain. They would resist it for as long as they could. Then they would follow it, arrive drawn and irritated, and find themselves at the door of whatever location Deng Fong had stored the weapon. That practitioner would be the start of something he had built without knowing what he was building. The first confirmation that the Forge God inheritance was still active and still working, proof that the proof piece had done its job. He closed the door and returned to the anvil. But the heir would find the spear at Spirit Hall, not at the Institute, not on neutral ground, but in the exact institutional space that Wei Yan had been working to keep separate from his operation. That connection, once made, would not be easily unmade. But what troubled him most was that he had not thought it through as far as he should have, and the heir arriving at Deng Fong's door was a consequence Wei Yan had set in motion himself, without a plan for what came next, without any way to intercept it. Chapter 75. The parallel surge. The Tier 5 advancement's effects on Wei Yan's cultivation base registered over 3 days. This was not unusual. Major forge tier advancements carried a parallel surge in the body's spirit energy capacity, the forge fire technique and the combat cultivation tracks having been integrated since the first awakening. But Tier 5 produced a surge larger than either of the previous tier advances had, and Wei Yan spent the 3 days managing it rather than driving it. He reached Spirit King, rank 53. The cultivation advance was not dramatic in itself. Spirit King was his 5th ring, and the Forge Trials accumulated Forge points had provided the ring energy equivalent of a significant field hunt without the actual field hunt's risk profile. But the jump from rank 47 to 53 in a single advancement cycle produced some practical changes that required adjustment. His hammer domain expanded from 50 meters to 95. His forge senses reading depth increased by approximately 40%. The forge fire aura's ambient output doubled in the first 24 hours before stabilizing at a new baseline. Elder Crane had said, before leaving, "You are ready to walk your own path." Wei Yan tested this statement against the current reality. His combat rank was now higher than any of the Iron Thorn Guild's operatives by a margin that made individual confrontation academically interesting. His forge tier placed him in the top 10 artisans on the continent by documented output quality. His institutional position was defended through 3 separate, overlapping protection frameworks. He was, in the formal assessment, ready. He was also aware that ready was not the same as prepared for what Deng Fong does next, and that the 30-day clock was running on a timeline he did not fully understand. "You are pacing," Tang Wuying said. "I am thinking," Wei Yan replied. "You think while moving," she said. "You pace when you are processing something that does not have a clear resolution yet." She was seated at the workshop's corner bench, working through her own cultivation patterns. "What is it?" "The scale problem," Wei Yan said. Gong Tao identified it. "Demand exceeds individual production capacity. The forge's output is constrained by a single craftsman's throughput. At some point, the Institute's legitimacy creates demand it cannot satisfy, and the gap becomes the vulnerability Spirit Hall exploits." "Training other smiths," she said. "I have junior smiths," he said. "None of them approach the Tier 4 threshold, and none of them have access to the system's blueprint database. I can train them to produce Tier 2 and Tier 3 work at high consistency, which helps at the base of the demand curve. But resonant equipment, the work that matters most, requires forge points, spirit infusion mode, and the calibration technique." He paused. "Those are not transferable." "Not yet," she said. He considered this. "Not yet," he agreed. The Heaven Forge technique, when he reached Tier 6, would allow him to embed spirit ring powers directly into weapons. It was possible, he had been thinking about this since the inheritance fragment, that this same method could also embed cultivation insights. Technique transfer through forged objects rather than direct instruction. That was speculative. It was also the most interesting unsolved problem the system had presented him with. He stopped pacing and went back to the anvil. But the scale problem was waiting, and the 30-day window was the last clear period before Deng Fong's different circumstances arrived with whatever force he had been building toward. If the scale problem was the lever Deng Fong intended to use, Wei Yan had not yet found the counter. But it would not matter how prepared he was in every other dimension if the one gap he could not fill became the thing that made the better offer impossible to refuse. Chapter 76. The clan summons. Tang Wing received the clan summons on a Thursday, delivered by a courier bearing the main Clear Sky clan seal. She read it at the workshop table, alone. Wei Yan was in the secondary forge space, and Bo Rome was on a supply run. And when she was done, she folded it precisely and set it in her belt pouch, without changing her expression. She was still sitting at the table when Wei Yan returned. "The clan has summoned you," he said. "Yes," she said. "The match pair clause," he said. Not a question. He knew the connection. The clan's formal evaluation board requires an appearance from any branch member who acquires exceptional equipment through an independent artisan, she said. Specifically, resonant equipment above Tier 3 that is linked to a clear sky bloodline practitioner. She set her hands on the table. "The wording of the requirement is such that they can characterize my relationship with the Institute as a formal affiliation, which triggers the full evaluation requirement. Full evaluation means return to the main clan branch. Spirit energy assessment. Combat evaluation. A review of all external affiliations and their compatibility with clan standing." She was looking at the table. "If the evaluation determines that my external affiliations compromise my clan standing, I am required to sever them or register as a branch defector." Wei Yan was quiet. He knew this had been coming. He had known it since Elder Guo's visit, since the cousin's complaint, since the moment the match pair clause became a matter of clan record. He had not raised it with Tang Wuying because she had made the decision to accept the commission with full knowledge of its implications, and raising it would have been the condescension she had called him on. "I will not tell you what to decide," he said. "I know," she replied. "If the evaluation finds against the affiliation," he said, "the Institute continues. The commercial relationships continue. The technical work continues." He paused. "You have built things here that are yours regardless of what the clan decides about my involvement." "The claws are mine," she said. "Whatever the clan says about them." "Yes," he said. She stood up. "I will return in time to be here before the 30-day window closes. Deng Feng's timeline matters more than the clan's evaluation schedule." She met his gaze. "I am going because not going makes me the problem instead of letting the clan be the problem. There is a strategic difference." "There is," he said. She left. Wei Yan stood in the primary workshop and looked at the empty corner where she had been sitting and thought about what Bai He had said. Act accordingly. He had an answer now. He knew what he intended. The timing was not right. He considered the timing problem. The clan's evaluation would take 7 to 10 days, the standard window for a full assessment plus review board deliberation. Tang Wuing had said she would return before the deadline closed, which gave her approximately 16 days to complete the evaluation and return. That was achievable, but not comfortable. The institutional question was separate from the personal one, and both were separate from the forge question. The forge question was simple. Her combat defense profile had a documented vulnerability that his current production capability could address, and the window in which he had both the capability and the time to build it was finite. After the 30-day window closed, the Institute would enter a period of active threat response that would consume the secondary forge's capacity for months. If he did not build it now, he might not build it at all. He went to the secondary forge and started working on the resonant armor plates. The timing was wrong. The clan had summoned her, and he was building for her in her absence. And if the clan's decision went badly, this would be the last thing he built for her before the institutional walls went up. He built it anyway, not because he was certain this was wisdom, but because he had learned in the past 8 months that waiting for the right moment was a cost that compounded, and the moment he kept waiting for would never arrive on its own. Chapter 77. The forge alone. Wei Yan worked alone in the primary forge for the first time in months. The secondary workshop was staffed by junior smiths under Old Hammer's supervision. Hua's arm had healed to near full function, the legendary bracer performing at the performance parameters Wei Yan had built it for. The commercial operations ran through Xiao Pei's network, which had expanded since the hospital donation and the tribunal ruling into a distribution framework that reached 3 cities. Ren Xiao kept the workshop's physical security, a presence that required minimal instruction and generated minimal conversation, which suited the current work's requirements. The resonant armor plates. Wei Yan had never been asked for this commission. Tang Wuing had not requested it. He was building from memory of her spirit energy signature, the calibration data from months of match pair claw sessions, stored in the Forge Sense's extended recall function and in his own understanding of how her white tiger spirit moved, what it amplified, where it was most vulnerable. The armor required a different calibration approach than the claws. The claws were offensive instruments. The armor was a defensive system designed to complement an offensive fighting style, where the claws extended her reach and amplified her spirit ring abilities. The armor needed to absorb and redirect force without restricting the movement patterns she relied on. He had never built armor before. The Tier 5 blueprint database included resonant armor at the legendary grade, a design framework that could be calibrated to any compatible spirit energy signature. He worked through it over 2 days, modifying the base design against the White Tiger spirit's specific requirements. The front-loaded attack patterns that left her flanks briefly exposed, the spirit energy distribution that channeled toward her claws during activation and thinned along the torso, the height and reach geometry of her combat form. Bo-Rong stopped by on the second evening and sat in the corner without comment. She did not ask for this, Wei Yan said, at some point in the third hour. No, Bo-Rong agreed. It is the correct design solution for her combat profile, Wei Yan said. Yes, Bo-Rong said. I am not building it because I was asked, Wei Yan said. I am building it because the gap in her defense profile is real, and I have the capability to address it. Bo-Rong was quiet for a moment. Those two things can both be true, he said. I know, Wei Yan said. Do you also know that when she comes back and sees it, she will understand exactly what it means? Bo-Rong asked. Wei Yan did not answer this immediately. Yes, he said finally. Good, Bo-Rong said, and stood up to go back to his position at the door, which he had left briefly and which now required his attention again, apparently. The armor took shape over 3 days. It was accurate, every measurement, every calibration pass, every resonance layer. It was the best defense work Wei Yan had produced. It was also something else. He acknowledged this to himself without further analysis and returned to the work. The forge held the armor plates, and the forge fire ran warm, and the city outside moved through its days without knowing that in a secondary workshop in the forge district, something was being built for someone who had not asked for it, and who would understand everything it said the moment she held it. And what it said would require an answer he had not yet given. He had not given it yet because the moment had not been right. But when she returned, she would walk through the door and see the armor before he said a word, and the armor would say what he had not yet said, and there would be no way to take it back. He was not certain he was ready. He had never found a good reason to wait until ready was guaranteed. Chapter 78. The arrival of Ren Chao. The war spear had done its work before Wei Yan expected it to. 13 days into Deng Feng's 30-day window, a young man arrived at the Institute's primary workshop door in the late afternoon with the expression of a traveler who has been walking for a long time and is annoyed about the destination. He was tall, broad-shouldered, wearing travel-worn clothes, and carrying a spear case that he held with the specific grip of someone whose weapon was the thing they trusted most in the world. His spirit energy read, through forge sense, as rank 41 spirit ancestor, young cultivation, high potential ceiling, the energy signature carrying the blazing spear spirit's distinctive fire element density. He looked at the Institute's workshop sign. He looked at Wei Yan. He looked at the sign again. I walked 3 days because of a feeling, he said. I do not enjoy walking for feelings. I understand, Wei Yan said. You are the craftsman who built the spear at Spirit Hall's acquisition facility, the young man said. Forge God signature. Blazing fire element resonance in the alloy. He was irritated in the way of a practitioner who has been trying not to be irritated and has run out of patience for the effort. Why is the spear here and not at Spirit Hall? It is not here, Wei Yan said. It is at Spirit Hall. The resonance function transmitted the call across the distance. You followed it to the source. He stepped back from the door. Come in. The young man's name was Ren Chao. He was 19, from a cultivator family in the eastern coastal region with no sect affiliation and no institutional backing. He had been drifting since reaching rank 38, taking hired guard work that paid for cultivation resources but offered no development path. He listened to Wei Yan explain the Forge God Spear of Inheritance with the specific attention of someone hearing something important and wanting to be sure he understood it correctly. The spear was built for you, Wei Yan told him. The alloy knew a blazing spear inheritor was the intended recipient. The inheritance function will transmit what the spear knows about fire element combat application directly to you, not instruction, but a kind of resonant memory. The weapon and the practitioner grow together. Where is it? Ren Chao said. At Spirit Hall's central acquisition facility, Wei Yan said, I gave it to the Supreme Elder as a gift. He did not know it was meant for someone else. Ren Xiao stared at him. Spirit Hall has my weapon, he said. The resonance function will still work at that location, Wei Yan said. You can collect it there. You will need to find a way in. You gave away a weapon meant for me, Ren Xiao said, with the flat disbelief of someone whose irritation has converted into something more focused to Spirit Hall. The gift was honest, Wei Yan replied. The weapon will still reach you. I have to walk to Spirit Hall's central facility, Ren Xiao said, which is 4 days away. Which means I walked 3 days to be told to walk 4 more days. You could stay for a few days first, Wei Yan said. The workshop has space. Ren Xiao looked around the primary workshop, the Tier 5 forge, the Forge God anvil, the resonant cores on the supply table, the secondary workshop's open door. His expression cycled through irritation, assessment, and a reluctant recognition of quality. How long have you been building this? He said. 8 months, Wei Yan said. Ren Xiao set his travel pack down. I will stay 2 days, he said. And I am not paying rent. Wei Yan looked at the young man, at the blazing spear spirit's resonance visible around him, at the potential that the inheritance had identified before Wei Yan himself had known to look for it. He had no idea what Ren Xiao would cost him. He had the distinct impression it would be worth it, but the inheritance had called the heir to Wei Yan's door, which meant the system had a plan that extended beyond what Wei Yan could currently see. And plans he could not see were the ones that arrived with consequences he had not prepared for. Chapter 79. The proof peace bonds. The 2 days became 3 before Ren Xiao left for the Spirit Hall central facility, because on day 2 a courier arrived from Deng Fang's personal seal. A brief message noting that the war spear stored at the central facility had been generating an interference pattern in the acquisition vault's security wards, and that if any soul master with a compatible spirit type wished to collect it, Spirit Hall would facilitate the transfer with no strings attached. The message was addressed to Wei Yan's workshop. He knew, Ren Xiao said, reading the message. He knew the spear was a calling piece, and he is deliberately releasing it. He accepted a gift honestly, Wei Yan said. He is returning it honestly. He thought about this for a moment. He is also demonstrating that he understands the Forge God inheritance framework at a level that makes negotiation more interesting than acquisition. He is showing you he is smart, Ren Xiao said. He is showing me he is strategic, Wei Yan replied. Those are not the same thing. Ren Xiao left the next morning with a message from Wei Yan to the Spirit Hall Central Facilities front office and a resonant core that Wei Yan had built for him overnight, calibrated to the Blazing Spear Spirit's fire element baseline, designed to interact with the War Spear's resonance once they were bonded. He returned in 4 days. He came back through the Institute's door without knocking, set the War Spear case on the primary workshop table, and opened it. The Forge God Spear of Inheritance was unchanged in appearance, still the black and gold alloy, still the precise geometry Wei Yan had built from the compound's indications. But its resonance was different now, warmer, more present, carrying the signature of the Blazing Spear Spirit's active interaction. Ren Xiao bonded with it standing at the table. No ceremony, no preparation, just holding the haft and letting the resonance function run. His cultivation rank advanced 2 rings in 90 seconds. He collapsed. Bo Rome, who had been in the workshop and had seen this happen, caught him before he hit the floor with the practiced ease of a man who had been expecting exactly this. Ren Xiao woke up 20 minutes later, sat up, looked at his hands. What just happened, he said. The spear transmitted 2 rings worth of Blazing Spear inheritance memory, Wei Yan told him. Your body absorbed them simultaneously. The shock is normal. 2 rings, Ren Xiao said. You are now rank 43, Wei Yan said. In 20 minutes. In 90 seconds, Wei Yan corrected. You were unconscious for the other 18 minutes. Ren Xiao looked at Forgeborn. The name had come with the bond, apparently, because that was what he called it from the first moment of consciousness. He held the spear, and the fire resonance was visible as a shimmer along the haft. I am not leaving, he announced. I did not expect you to, Wei Yan said. I am still not paying rent. I know, Wei Yan said. Ren Xiao stood up, tested his weight, tested the spear's balance, and crossed to the workshop's corner. He sat down and looked at the forge with the expression of a fighter who has arrived at a place he did not know he was going to and recognized. against his expectations, that it is exactly where he needed to be. Wei Yan went back to the armor plates. The institute was 8 months old. It had acquired itself a member without actively recruiting. The forge fire ran at Tier 5 baseline, and the city outside was 20 days into a 30-day window that would close into something he needed to be ready for. He was not ready. He was more prepared than yesterday. He intended to keep making that statement true until it was finally sufficient. But the 30-day clock was running, and more prepared than yesterday was a positive rate of change with no guarantee it would reach the threshold before the window closed. That was the cost he could not engineer away. But what troubled him was not the countdown itself. It was the awareness that Deng Feng had spent 30 days preparing something specific, something Wei Yan could not currently see, and he would not recognize the thread until it was already standing in front of him. Chapter 80. The return. Tang Wing returned on the 22nd day. Wei Yan knew she was approaching before she reached the door. The match pair claw's resonance was perceptible to him at 30 meters through the forge field's passive interaction with completed equipment, a secondary function of the Tier 5 advancement that he had not fully mapped yet. He set down the work he was doing. She came through the primary workshop door with the bearing of a cultivator who has been through a formal evaluation and has emerged from it with her position intact and her patience reduced. The clan mark on her wrist, the White Tiger family seal, was unchanged. She was not carrying clan paperwork. She had passed. She had not severed the affiliation. She stood in the primary workshop and looked at Wei Yan. He crossed to the secondary forge space and came back with the resonant armor plates, 4 of them, calibrated to her spirit energy signature, built from the Tier 5 legendary blueprint modified against everything he knew about how she fought. He set them on the display stand. She looked at them. They were exact. Every measurement, every resonance layer, every detail that could only have been built by someone who had been paying attention to how she moved for months, who had understood without being told what she needed. The armor caught the forge fire aura and held it, the White Tiger's spirit resonating with the Tier 5 fire, the resonant calibration responding to her presence with the same warmth the match pair claws had shown at their first contact. Tang Wuying stood at the display stand for a long time. "When did you have time?" she said finally. "I worked at night," he said. Another silence. She reached out and rested one hand on the nearest plate. The resonance deepened, a sound at the edge of hearing, the plates recognizing their intended user. "You did not tell me," she said. "You did not ask," he replied. "But you would have known, before you left, that I was working on something for you. You would have told me not to, because the clan evaluation required distance from institutional affiliations." He paused. "I did not want to make it harder for you to go." She was quiet. "Idiot," she said very quietly. He was fairly certain she was not complaining. She picked up the first plate. The resonance activated fully, the armor's Tier 5 quality registering in the White Tiger spirit's response, the protection it offered against the combat profile vulnerabilities he had mapped over months of working beside her. She looked at him over the armor plate. "The clan told me to sever the affiliation," she said. "I told them no." She held the plate. "Before I left. Before I saw this." The forge fire ran warm and quiet around them both. Wei Yan opened his mouth to say something that he had been working toward for weeks. The workshop door opened. Ren Xiao stepped through, looked at the scene, read the situation, and began backing out immediately with the expression of a young man who has committed an error of timing and is very much aware of it. There is a supply delivery," he said. "I will handle it." He closed the door. Wei Yan regarded the closed door. Tang Wuying was looking at the armor plate with an expression that was not quite hiding a smile. "You were going to say something," she said. He agreed. "Say it," she said. He did. Outside, Ren Xiao was handling the supply delivery with exceptional focus and making no attempt whatsoever to hear what was happening through the workshop door, which Bo Rong was also very carefully not standing near. Inside, the armor plates held the forge fire, and the resonant answer to months of work and patience was exactly what it was, and neither of them pretended otherwise. The 30-day window had 8 days left. 8 days before Deng Feng returned with different circumstances and a better offer and whatever force he had been building toward. 8 days was not enough time, and it was all they had, but what neither of them said aloud was that in those 8 days, Deng Feng would return with something specifically designed for the version of Wei Yan that currently existed, and the cost of being wrong about what it was would be paid by everyone standing in that workshop. Chapter 81. The armor Tang Wuying came through the primary workshop door with the controlled speed of a cultivator who has been walking fast and does not want anyone to know it. Wei Yan looked up from the finishing work he was doing on the last resonant plate. She stopped in the center of the workshop and saw it. The 4 armor plates on the presentation stand, catching the forge fire aura in the golden black shimmer of Tier 5 calibrated resonant steel. She saw them the way he had known she would see them, not as metalwork, but as information. The armor said everything he had not said. She looked at it for a long moment. The workshop was quiet except for the forge and the distant sounds of the city outside and Rinchao, somewhere in the secondary space, pretending not to be listening. "When did you have time?" she said finally. "I worked at night," he replied. She crossed to the presentation stand and rested one hand on the nearest plate. The resonance activated, the white tiger's spirit acknowledging equipment that had been built from its signature, the calibration layers responding to her presence with the specific warmth of a tool recognizing its user. "I did not ask for this," she said. "You did not need to," he answered. "The gap in your defense profile was real. The capability to address it was present. The window in which both those things were simultaneously true is finite." A pause. "I built what the situation required." She was quiet. Her hand stayed on the plate. "Idiot," she said, very quietly, not quite complaining. "The protective layering runs along your right flank and lower torso. The exposure zones from your forward claw attack stance. The resonance calibration will amplify your white tiger spirit's defensive threshold by 30% when active and will not restrict the reach arc of either claw." He said this in the same voice he used for technical specifications, which was his voice for everything important. "The fit is calculated from the measurements I have from your training sessions. It should be accurate." She lifted the plate and held it at arm's length. The forge fire aura from his Tier 5 advancement caught the resonant layers and ran through them. A sound at the edge of hearing, warmth that was not just heat. "It is accurate," she confirmed. "Good." She set the plate back and turned to face him. The workshop's secondary door opened a crack, Bo Rong, looking in to assess the situation, and then closed again. Wei Yan did not acknowledge this. "The clan told me to sever the affiliation," she said. "I told them no. Before I came here. Before I saw this." He held this. "I know," he said. "You don't know?" she replied. "You knew I would say no? You didn't know why." She looked at the armor. "I said no because the affiliation is mine to decide about, not theirs. The claws are mine. This," she gestured at the plates, "is mine too, regardless of clan politics. They don't get to determine what I choose to keep." Wei Yan opened his mouth to say something he had been building toward for weeks, something that was true and that the armor had already said for him, but that he intended to say plainly regardless. "The 30-day window closed," she said. "Deng Fong comes back within the week. Whatever he brings next will be the thing he spent 30 days building." She picked up the first armor plate. "Help me fit this. We don't have time to waste." He helped her fit the armor. The resonance, when all 4 plates were on and the white tiger spirit activated, ran through the workshop like a second forge fire, warm and present, and his in a way he had not fully accounted for until it was standing there, wearing something he had built at night in her absence because he had been unable not to. She looked at him over the shoulder plate. He said what he had been going to say. The word she said in response was one he had not expected, but when he thought about it afterward, he recognized it was the right one. The exact word for the situation, honest and without pretense, hers in a way that the armor was his, and that was the best possible answer he could have received. Chapter 82. The counterfeit problem. The report started 3 days after Tang Wuying's return, and by the 4th day Wei Yan had a clear picture of what Deng Fong had spent the 30 days building. Xiao Pei laid the documentation on the workshop table, 7 incident reports from 3 cities, all citing equipment failure from resonant tools sold under the Institute's distribution marks. A resonant core that had overloaded and burned its users' spirit channels. An armor plate that had fractured under impact that its grade should have absorbed easily. A weapon edge that had shattered on first use. None of these items had been produced by Wei Yan's forge. "They are good copies," Xiao Pei said. "Surface appearance, weight, even the forge fire mark is approximate. Someone studied genuine pieces carefully. But the resonance calibration is wrong. There is no spirit infusion mode component. The internal structure looks right from the outside and fails under load. Wei Yan examined the fractured armor fragment through Forge Sense. The reading was clear. The Forge Fire signature was artificial, applied as a surface treatment rather than embedded through the genuine infusion process. The internal structure had been produced by a competent smith with good materials and no understanding of the resonance principle. Spirit Hall captured blacksmiths, he said. Not just any smiths. Practitioners who had studied genuine resonant equipment and could reproduce the exterior accurately. They worked from reverse-engineered samples. People were injured, Xiaopei said. Her voice was controlled, but her hands were not quite still. The core overload case. The practitioner is recovering. The prognosis is good, but his spirit channel damage will require 6 months of healing. Wei Yan looked at the reports. The damage to his reputation was secondary to the injury itself, and he acknowledged that in the order he thought about it. Someone had been hurt by equipment sold under his name. That was the first fact. The second fact was that the damage to his reputation was deliberate and structural. Not a random occurrence, but a campaign, and the campaign would continue until he neutralized the mechanism producing the fakes. How many pieces are in circulation? He asked. Unknown, Xiaopei said. Minimum 30. Possibly more. We can only track reported failures, not unreported ones. She paused. There are also pieces that may be in use without failure yet. Those are the dangerous ones. I need to build a quality certification mark, Wei Yan said. Not a stamped seal. Those can be duplicated. Something that requires my specific spirit energy to produce, and that cannot be faked by anyone without the Forge God system. The Forge Fire brand, Rin Xiao said from the doorway. He had been listening with the directness of a fighter who does not pretend to be elsewhere when something important is being discussed. Your spirit energy signature is distinct. I can feel the difference between your equipment and anything else from 20 meters. Can that be incorporated into a visible mark? Yes, Wei Yan said. He was already working through the technique. Spirit infusion mode at minimum depth, applied to a specific marking configuration, a gold and black spiral in the piece's surface layer, not stamped but grown during the infusion process, impossible to reproduce without the system's forge point mechanism. It will take 3 days to certify existing genuine pieces and establish the mark protocol. Xiaopei, I need every distribution channel to halt sales until the certification is complete. That will cost us commercially, she said. It will cost us less than continuing while people are being hurt, he replied. She nodded. She had known the answer before asking. She asked because the cost needed to be acknowledged before it was accepted, and acknowledging it was how she worked. I'll begin the halt notification immediately. Tang Wuing, from the workbench where she had been reviewing the incident reports, said, Spirit Hall will have anticipated the certification response. They will have a counter ready. They always do, Wei Yan said. But the counterfeit scheme required genuine pieces to reverse engineer. They cannot produce new fakes faster than I can certify genuine ones if I move quickly enough. He picked up the fractured armor fragment. The certification mark will also serve as evidence. We can document every fake piece through its absence of the mark and build a case that makes Spirit Hall's involvement provable. He went to the forge. The 3 days ahead were going to be intensive, but Deng Fong had spent 30 days building the counterfeit scheme, and the counter needed to be faster than the threat, or the damage would compound before it could be stopped. Chapter 83. The mark of the forge. The certification process took 2.5 days. Wei Yan worked through both nights, moving through the Institute's certified inventory with the Forge Sense running continuously, reading each piece's resonance signature, confirming genuine spirit infusion mode structure, and applying the Forge Fire brand in a single focus technique pass. The brand was not large, a gold spiral on black field, embedded in the top layer of each piece's resonant structure, visible to any practitioner with even minimal spirit sense and impossible to reproduce without the Forge God system's forge point input. He had designed it to be felt, not just seen. Any soul master who picked up a genuine piece and activated even a trace of their spirit energy would feel the brand's warmth, the residual forge fire of an honest build, distinct from the cold surface treatment of a fake. Rin Xiao tested it on day 2. He picked up a certified resonant core and held it at minimum activation. It's warm, he said. Not temperature. Something else. Honest resonance, Wei Yan confirmed. The brand registers in the spirit energy layer, not just the material surface. A fake piece will feel correct in weight and temperature, but will not carry that resonance. The gap will be identifiable to any practitioner with rank 20 or above. The fakes that are already out there, Tang Wuing said. She was at the workshop table, managing the recall coordination Xiao Pei had organized. We are asking people to bring them in. Some will not know they have one. Some will have bought them in good faith. Every genuinely purchased piece that is a fake will be replaced with a certified original at no cost, Wei Yan said. That is the commitment. Xiao Pei has the replacement pool ready. He paused the certification work long enough to look at the recall list. The replacement cost comes out of Spirit Hall's calculation, not ours. They produce the damage. We are producing the repair. Xiao Pei managed the public communication with the competence she brought to everything commercial. Clear language, factual rather than emotional, focused on the practical path to resolution for anyone who had purchased equipment. By the second day, the Forge District's message boards had the certification announcement up, and soul masters across Heavendo were examining their equipment under minimum spirit sense activation. 17 fake pieces were identified and brought in for replacement in the first 2 days. The genuine pieces went back out carrying the Forgefire brand, and their users reported, through Xiao Pei's feedback channels, that the brand changed how the equipment felt to use. Several described it as the difference between working with a tool and working with a partner. Wei Yan filed this observation under the category of things the system had built into the resonance design that he had not fully mapped until users experienced it in practice. On the third day, a Spirit Hall junior official arrived at the Institute's entrance with documentation claiming the certification mark, unlicensed use of spiritual energy identification techniques, and demanding a cease order. Xiao Pei met him at the door with 3 pages of Commerce Ministry precedent law establishing the right of artisans to mark their own work, had him escorted out within 8 minutes, and forwarded copies of the precedent documentation to the Ling noble's legal contact before noon. The cease order attempt was noted and filed. Wei Yan completed the last certification pass by the evening of day 3 and sat in the primary workshop for a while, without doing anything specific, which was not something he did often, and which Bo Rong, visible through the doorway, recognized as the particular stillness of someone who had finished a crisis management phase and was allowing the tension to leave before the next one arrived. The counterfeiting scheme had been blunted. The brand was established. But Deng Fong would have anticipated the certification response, which meant the scheme had been designed to do maximum damage before the counter arrived, and the damage was partially done. 7 practitioners had used fake equipment. One had been seriously injured. That was the cost Spirit Hall had calculated into the operation. Acceptable losses in their math, unacceptable in his. He would remember this. The cost would matter when the next decision arrived. Chapter 84, Ren Xiao's demonstration. Ren Xiao had been at the Institute for 3 weeks, and by the end of the first week it was clear that he had decided to stay indefinitely, and that the workshop storage room had been quietly reorganized to accommodate a permanent occupant. He did not announce any of this. He simply continued to be there, managing the workshop's physical security with the specific competence of a practitioner who had been doing hired guard work since age 16 and had developed strong instincts for threat assessment, approach angles, and the optimal positioning of someone carrying a 6-foot spear in a tight urban corridor. Forgeborn, the war spear, had changed in the weeks since the bonding. The inheritance resonance continued to transmit, not dramatically, not all at once, but in a steady accumulation that added techniques to Ren Xiao's combat repertoire at the rate of someone learning from a patient master. He woke up on a Tuesday knowing a spear rotation form he had not known on Monday. He found this deeply practical and expressed no sentimentality about it. The Iron Thorn Guild provided the demonstration. Gao Lei had not been idle during Deng Fong's 30-day window or the counterfeit operations management. His organization had recovered some ground after the tribunal ruling. Spirit Hall's ongoing investment in the guild as a pressure mechanism had kept it operational despite the legal setbacks. 3 operatives arrived at the Institute's Forge District block on a Thursday afternoon with the specific purpose of discouraging Institute commercial partners from accepting the certification mark and replacement protocol. They were not subtle. Bo Rong, at the workshop entrance, assessed the situation and stepped aside. Ren Xiao, who had been handling a supply delivery at the Forge District's loading area, arrived at a running pace with Forgeborn extended. The confrontation lasted 90 seconds. The three operatives were not spirit tool fighters. They were rank 30 to 35 practitioners with physical conditioning and combat experience in street-level work. Against Ren Xiao at rank 45 with a Tier 5 Resonant War Spear and 3 weeks of inheritance-transmitted technique, the arithmetic was straightforward. None of them were seriously hurt. One had a fractured wrist from a disarm strike. One had been deposited on the ground with enough force to motivate a long reconsideration of his professional choices, and one had run before Ren Xiao reached him. Wei Yan emerged from the workshop to find the situation already concluded. He looked at Ren Xiao, who was checking Forgeborn for damage from the disarm contact. Wrist, Wei Yan said, and the operative with the fracture was provided with a standard bone-setting brace from the Institute's medical supply. You carry medical supplies, Ren Xiao observed. Forge firework produces burns and cuts, Wei Yan answered. The supplies are always present. Ren Xiao considered this. He had been watching Wei Yan for 3 weeks and was still encountering instances of preparation that were not quite how other people operated. You treat people who were just trying to intimidate your operation. The fracture is real regardless of why he is here, Wei Yan said. The medical response is not conditional on his intentions. The operative, wrist-braced, left without further communication. Ren Xiao watched him go with the expression of someone filing an observation about Wei Yan in the category of information that was not quite what he had expected. That evening, Bo Rong told Wei Yan that Gao Lei had increased his presence in the Forge District following the Dangfang visit, that the guild had been repositioned as a harassment mechanism rather than a direct threat, which was what you did when direct threat was too expensive. He is waiting to see what Dangfang brings next, Wei Yan said. And positioning to take advantage of whatever gap it opens, Bo Rong confirmed. Wei Yan acknowledged this and returned to the forge. Gao Lei was a secondary threat operating in alignment with a primary one, but secondary threats that were patient and well-resourced had a way of becoming primary when the primary was occupied elsewhere. He added it to the consideration set. There was no clean solution, only the practice of managing each threat at its correct priority level while not letting the lower priority ones accumulate into something that required a full response he could not afford during the main event. Chapter 85. The hostage. The message arrived on a Sunday. It was not from Gao Lei. It was a message in Bo Rong's handwriting, delivered by a courier Wei Yan did not recognize, containing 4 words, Guild, Warehouse District. Come. Wei Yan read it twice and handed it to Tang Wuiying. She read it and looked up. They have him. Yes, Wei Yan said. Is it genuine? Ren Xiao asked from the doorway. The handwriting is his, Wei Yan said. The message is what he would write if he was being forced to write something that could not easily be traced. He kept it short. He was telling us the location without explaining the situation, which means he did not have time or freedom for more words. He folded the message. They will have conditions. The second message arrived 2 hours later. Wei Yan's presence at the warehouse district facility by sundown in exchange for Bo Rong's release. Standard hostage terms. No weapons, no allies. The guild's guarantee of safe conduct in exchange for Wei Yan's compliance with a brief consultation. They do not actually want a consultation, Tang Wuiying said. No, Wei Yan agreed. They want leverage. The consultation is the framing for delivering me to Spirit Hall or using my presence as documentation that I approached them voluntarily. Either interpretation is useful to Dangfang. He set the second message beside the first. We are not accepting the terms. We are not leaving Bo Rong with them, Ren Xiao said. This was not a question. No, Wei Yan confirmed. He spread the Forge District's map on the table. The Warehouse District is a specific area, 7 blocks east, river adjacent. Multiple access points, limited sight lines, loading infrastructure that creates cover. The guild knows the layout. We do not. He studied the map. We need a plan that does not depend on knowing the interior layout in advance. Tang Wuiying was already thinking through it. 2 entry points, minimum. I take the building from the east access during the distraction on the west. Ren Xiao holds the primary exit. You build something that complicates their ability to coordinate while we are inside. The hammer domain runs at 95 meters at Tier 5 standard baseline, Wei Yan said. In an urban environment with metallic infrastructure, loading equipment, pipes, Warehouse frames. The effective influence range is longer, not shorter. I can create enough disruption to the metallic environment to prevent coordinated movement across the building's interior. Without entering, she said. Without entering, he confirmed. That leaves you exposed in the street, Rinchao said. If they have people outside the building, they will, Wei Yan said. But exposed in the street with a 95-meter hammer domain, Spirit King 53 combat rank, and full Forge Fire aura is a different kind of exposed than what they are planning for. He looked at Tang Wuying. The plan needs Bo Rong's location before we move. Xiao Pei's network. Can she identify which specific building in the warehouse district within the next 2 hours? I will ask, Tang Wuying said, and sent the message. Xiao Pei, to her credit, had the building identified in 1 hour and 20 minutes. She also had the building's floor plan from Commerce Ministry construction records, and she forwarded both with a note that said, "Rescue only. Do not get hurt." Wei Yan looked at the floor plan, confirmed the entry points Tang Wuying had identified, and began the preparation work, both the tactical planning and the specific equipment adjustments that the plan required. He had 3 hours until sundown. The plan was feasible. Bo Rong would be out. The cost of the operation was still to be determined, but guild muscle at warehouse facilities was not the same as Spirit Hall Douluo at formal proceedings, and the hammer domain at full extension in an enclosed metallic environment was a significant force multiplier. He intended to use it. Chapter 86, The Rescue. The warehouse building was 4 stories of iron-framed construction with a loading dock on the riverside and 2 ground-level access points that the floor plan had marked as service entrances. Tang Wuying went in through the east service entrance at the 2-minute mark. Rinchao took position at the primary loading dock exit at the 1-minute mark. Wei Yan activated the hammer domain at 70% intensity from the street, 30 meters from the building's west wall. The effect on the metallic infrastructure was immediate and comprehensive. Every iron frame strut in the warehouse's structure began to vibrate at a frequency that was below pain threshold for humans, but above the tolerance for coordinated movement across a floor that was suddenly uncertain beneath your feet. Loading chains swung. Shelf brackets shifted. The building's interior became a space where calm, organized response was not structurally possible. He heard, through the vibrations in the metallic environment, 6 distinct human presences on the ground floor and 2 on the upper level. Bo Rong's signature, the Stone Fist Spirit's dense, earth element energy, was in the northwest corner of the ground floor. Tang Wuying moved through the interior in the specific way she moved in combat. No wasted space, no wasted motion, the White Tiger Spirit running at 40% activation. Enough for the match pair claws to be at combat readiness without triggering the full Spirit Ring signature that would alert everyone in the building simultaneously. She encountered the first 2 guild members at the second interior checkpoint and removed them from the operational picture in 11 seconds. The match claw synchronized pattern was exactly as Wei Yan had calculated when building the weapons. The right claw opening the angle, the left claw closing it, the combined technique moving faster than any individual attack from either hand. The guild operatives in the building were competent street fighters. They were not trained for matched resonant claw weapons operated by a rank 51 Spirit King moving through a vibrating metallic environment at full combat form. Bo Rong was in the northwest corner bound and conscious, with a guild captain standing guard. When the captain heard the commotion from the rest of the building and started toward the source, Bo Rong, whose hands were tied, but whose feet were not, swept the captain's legs with enough force to put him on the floor and then sat on him. Tang Wuying arrived to find the situation already partially resolved. "You sat on him," she said. "He was going to move," Bo Rong explained reasonably. She cut his hands free. Rinchao appeared at the door to the riverside exit, Forgeborn ready. They moved through the exit with Bo Rong between them, and Wei Yan deactivated the hammer domain as they cleared the building's perimeter. They were 3 blocks away before any organized response materialized. Bo Rong was bruised and had a shallow cut across his left shoulder from when the guild had taken him, but was otherwise functional. He reviewed the operation on the walk back with the equanimity of someone who had decided to evaluate the experience as educational rather than upsetting. "They wanted you specifically," he told Wei Yan. The captain said it explicitly. "They did not care about anyone else. You were the target." He said it like he thought you would find the information useful. "I do," Wei Yan said. The operation had extracted Bo Rong without anyone on their side seriously hurt. The guild's operation had cost them 6 operatives removed from the field, 1 captain hospitalized by Bo Rong's defensive action, and the credibility loss of a failed hostage extraction. But Gao Lei was still operational, and the next attempt would account for the hammer domain's extended range and Tang Wuying's synchronized claw technique. There would be a next attempt. Wei Yan did not doubt this. Chapter 87. The First Killing. The Iron Thorn captain had been about to execute Bo Rong. Wei Yan had not been in the building when this happened. This was the account Bo Rong gave him afterward, in the primary workshop, with the specific flat effect of someone reporting a traumatic event without performing distress about it. The captain had made the call when he heard Tang Wuying's engagement with his operatives, the calculation being, if the extraction is blown, eliminate the leverage. Wei Yan had been 30 meters outside the building, reading the metallic environment through the hammer domain, when the captain's weapon arm extended. He had not thought about what he did next. He had extended the hammer domain's influence to the captain's weapon, a spirit tool sword with a metallic resonance he had already been tracking, and applied force. The force was not intended to kill, but the angle was wrong and the speed was wrong, and Bo Rong, in the corner, had moved at the wrong moment, and the physics of what happened were not the physics Wei Yan had intended. The captain did not survive. Bo Rong told him this with the specific gentleness of a large, good-natured person who understands that some information needs to be delivered carefully. He was going to kill me, Bo Rong said. You did what you needed to do. I need you to hear that clearly. Wei Yan heard it. He went back to the forge and worked until sunrise. He did not perform the work. He actually worked, because the forge was the thing he had that was unconditionally honest, that did not require him to manage what it meant or resolve it into a clean narrative. He produced 2 resonant cores and a defensive bracer for Old Hammer's secondary arm and a small repair on one of Rin Chao's spear maintenance tools. And when the light came through the forge window at the 4th hour of the morning, he set down what he was working on and acknowledged what had happened. He had killed someone in this world for the first time. The killing had been necessary. The killing had been in defense of someone he cared about. The killing had still happened, and the person was still dead, and the event was now a permanent fact that would always have occurred. He held this without trying to resolve it quickly. The forge fire ran warm, and the city outside began its morning sounds, and he sat in the primary workshop and was present with the weight of it until he had understood it well enough to carry it. Tang Wuying found him there at sunrise. She sat across from him without asking whether this was acceptable. They stayed in silence for a while, the forge between them, the morning light coming through the window, and the workshop around them with its evidence of 8 months of honest work. The first one stays with you, she said eventually. Yes, he said. You do not become used to it, she said. You learn to carry it without it preventing the next thing. She was looking at her hands. The first time I fought to kill, I was 17. A spirit hall enforcer, in my clan's secondary branch territory, who had received orders to purge a family that had sheltered a Tang sect refugee. She paused. I was not in time to save the family. I was in time to stop the enforcer from completing the order. Another pause. I went back and trained harder for 3 years. Not because I became comfortable with it, because I understood that the alternative was being unable to protect the people I was responsible for. Wei Yan held this. I will train harder, he said. You already train harder than most people I know, she replied. But yes, that is what you do with it. She met his eyes. And you accept that it happened, and you keep building, because the things you are building are worth the cost of defending them. He went back to work. The forge fire ran warm. The city woke up around the institute, and Wei Yan built, and the weight of what had happened was real and permanent and present. But it was also not heavier than the work, and the work was what required his attention, and he gave it what it required. Chapter 88. The cost of protection. The conversation that followed was the most honest one they had ever had. It started because Tang Wuying did not leave. She stayed in the primary workshop through the morning, not working, not doing anything in particular, just being present in the specific way she had learned to be present at the workshop, a presence that was not pressure and not absence, that asked nothing and offered a form of company that was different from solitude. At some point Wei Yan set down what he was working on. Tell me again, he said. The first time you fought to kill. All of it, she told him. Not the summary she had offered at sunrise, but the actual account. The terrain, the light, the enforcer's rank and approach style, the moment of decision, the specific form she had used, the 3 seconds between the decision and the outcome. She told it with the precision of someone who had reviewed the event many times and had learned to describe it without flinching. He listened with the same attention he brought to forge specifications. The family, he said. A husband and wife. 2 children. The enforcer had been ordered to make it look like a spirit beast attack. She was looking at the forge. I arrived 2 minutes after the family. I was 2 minutes too slow. You stopped him from completing the order. I stopped him from doing it again, she said. The family was already. They were already gone. She was still for a moment. I train at night because 2 minutes matters. I train at night because I will not be 2 minutes late a second time. Wei Yan understood this in the way he understood things that were true and that he needed to hold carefully. What does it cost? She looked at him. The training. The readiness, he said. Being the person who can always be on time, always be capable, always be the thing standing between the people you protect and what is coming for them. What is maintaining that cost? Tang Wuying was quiet for a long time. Outside, the city moved through its morning. Bo Rong was at the workshop entrance. Rin Xiao was running circuit work in the Forge District courtyard. It cost you the ability to put it down, she said finally. You cannot stop being ready. Even in rest, there is a part of you that is still watching, still assessing, still running the threat calculation. She paused. I have not put it down since I was 17. Neither have I, he said. Since I came to this world. Every decision is a forged decision. What are the materials? What are the constraints? What is the best output given what is available? I do not stop doing this. I do it while I sleep. She looked at him. Is that what you call it? She said. A forged decision. Everything is a forged decision, he replied. Materials, technique, timing. What you have, what you are willing to spend, what the work requires. He held her gaze. The cost of protecting people is that you cannot protect everyone. You can only protect the people within your capability range, and that range has a boundary, and the boundary is something you have to accept before you can function within it. I have not accepted it, she said quietly. Neither have I, he replied. But I know where the boundary is, and I know the people inside it. She was quiet for a moment. The armor, she said. Yes, he confirmed. She looked at her hands. The match pair claws were at her hips. The resonant armor plates were in their storage case. You built the boundary into the design. I built what the situation required, he said. The situation required that you be as well protected as I could make you. She looked at him for a long moment with the expression of someone who has heard something important and is deciding how to carry it. All right, she said. Then we protect each other. He went back to the forge. She stayed in the workshop, and the morning moved on around them, and neither of them pretended the conversation hadn't happened. Chapter 89. The Inheritance Fragment. The system alert came on a Wednesday. Wei Yan was in the middle of a calibration pass on a batch of resonant cores when the interface notification opened in his awareness. Not urgent in the way combat alerts were urgent, but carrying the specific weight of information that had a short window. Forge God Inheritance Fragment. Located current location. Spirit Hall Provincial Vault. Iron Coast Province. 3 cities northeast. Movement scheduled. Transport TO Spirit Hall Central Headquarters in 48 hours if not retrieved before transport. Fragment absorbed into Spirit Hall Archive. Inaccessible indefinitely. Forge points for retrieval. For 100 bonus estimated fragment content. Heaven Forge Technique. Early stage instructions set. Wei Yan read the notification twice, confirmed the timeline, and called the team. They assembled in the primary workshop within 20 minutes. Tang Wuing from the secondary training space, Rin Xiao from the courtyard. Xiao Pei threw a relay message that brought her to the workshop in 40 minutes. Old Hammer was present. His arm had healed to near-complete function, and he had been advising on junior smith training. Bo Rong, still managing the mild residuals of his shoulder injury, arrived last. Wei Yan laid out the situation. The fragment's location, the 48-hour window, the 3-city distance, the system's assessment of the fragment's content. Heaven Forge Technique Instruction Set, Tang Wuing said. Early stage, he clarified. Not the full technique. But the instruction framework for the early stage is what I am missing. The Heaven Forge is embedded in my memory from the first fragment's vision, but the execution requires a structured approach I have not been able to derive independently. This would provide that structure. The vault is Spirit Hall, Ren Chao said. Provincial level, Wei Yan confirmed. Not central headquarters. Provincial facilities are staffed differently. Fewer Douluo rank practitioners, more standard enforcement and security systems. Bishop Yin Mao, Xiaopei said. He operates out of the provincial capital. Wei Yan noted this. Possible. His recall from Heaven Do was temporary. If he has returned to the provincial base, he will be present in the target area. He studied the map. We cannot know his status with certainty at this distance. We go anyway, Tang Wuying said. It was not a question. We go anyway, Wei Yan confirmed. Bo Rong stays here. I am recovered, Bo Rong said. You are recovered to 70%, Wei Yan replied. The strike team requires full capacity for everyone on it. You stay. You manage the Institute's operations while we are gone, which is also essential. Deng Fang's window has not closed, and the Institute cannot be undefended. Bo Rong looked like he wanted to argue, and then did not. He had the rare quality of someone who was able to assess situations honestly and accept conclusions that were not what he preferred. I'll hold here. The operation planning took 3 hours. Xiaopei arranged the cover documentation for a merchant convoy. Wei Yan prepared the team's field equipment, upgraded resonant cores, field maintenance tool sets, the medical supplies that always traveled with any operational team. The route was mapped with 3 alternates. They left Heaven Do at midnight. 3 cities in 48 hours. A spirit hall vault. An inheritance fragment that might be the key to everything Wei Yan had been building toward since the first day he held a hammer in this world, and 46 hours left before it was gone. Chapter 90, The Strike Team. They traveled as a merchant convoy. Xiaopei's documentation listed them as a pay trading house equipment inspection team conducting post-sale quality verification in the provincial capital. The documentation was accurate in its surface details, which was Xiaopei's particular skill, lies built on foundations of truth. Wei Yan used the travel time to work. He produced 4 field-grade resonant cores from the supply of pre-measured materials he had packed, smaller than workshop standard, calibrated for emergency use rather than peak performance, but functional. He produced them in the back of the transit cart with the same focus he brought to the workshop forge, adjusting for the motion and the reduced working surface and the limited heat source. Tang Wuying watched him work for the first hour, and then stopped watching, which was her form of acceptance. She had learned that watching Wei Yan work in transit was normal and did not require observation. Ren Xiao slept across the first segment and was alert and functional for the second, which was the sleep management practice of a practitioner who had spent years on the road. Mei Suyin, who had been contacted through Tang Wuying's network and had agreed to join the team for the operation's healing support requirements, arrived at the midpoint staging location carrying her medical kit and the specific calm expression of a healer who has processed the risk profile of the operation and has decided that being prepared is more useful than being nervous. The provincial vault's architecture, Wei Yan said on the second road segment, spreading the Commerce Ministry construction records that Xiaopei had sourced. Standard Spirit Hall provincial facility, administrative level above, vault level below, with a security transition at the sub-basement access point. The security transition is Spirit Sense activated, not mechanical. Spirit Sense locks cannot be disabled without the matching spirit signature, Tang Wuying said. They can be bypassed, Wei Yan replied, if the correct spirit signature is present in the party accessing the transition point. Spirit Hall provincial facilities use a rotating authorization code system, but Elder Crane's Spirit Saint authorization from his active duty period was never formally revoked. He confirmed this when I contacted him by relay yesterday. His authorization code predates the rotation system's implementation. He is 3 cities away, Ren Chao said. He will be at the facility's perimeter entry point when we arrive, Wei Yan said. He agreed to provide the authorization signature for the transition point and then withdraw. The interior operation is ours. Ren Chao processed this. He came out of retirement for us. He came out for the fragment, Wei Yan said. And possibly for other reasons he has not stated. Elder Crane makes his own decisions. The second travel segment moved through the night. Wei Yan completed the field cores, checked the team's equipment against the operational plan, and reviewed the Spirit Hall provincial vault's known layout against the specific fragment location the system had provided. The fragment was in the 3rd sub-vault room, south side, in a materials case that the system's forge since read as a standard acquisition container. Retrieval should take under 3 minutes if the access route was clean. Should was not a guarantee. Spirit Hall provincial facilities were not empty. They were staffed, they had response protocols, and if Bishop Yin Mao was present, the response time for a senior practitioner would be significantly shorter than the standard enforcement staffs. He prepared for both scenarios, the one where Yin Mao was not present and the one where he was. Chapter 91, Road to the Vault. The provincial capital announced itself with the smell of the Iron Coast's salt air and the density of a city that had grown around Spirit Hall's provincial administrative presence for 2 generations. The pay trading house documentation held through 3 checkpoints on the main road approach, standard commercial traffic scrutiny, not heightened alert status. Elder Crane was at the staging location outside the city's commerce district, a compact man who looked like a scholar and moved like someone who had not forgotten, despite decades of retirement, what it meant to be rank 83. He looked at Wei Yan and then at Tang Wuying and then at Rin Xiao and Forgeborn. The spear worked, he said. Yes, Wei Yan confirmed. But he looked at Forgeborn for a moment longer than necessary. Fire element inheritance resonance at rank 45. The weapon is already passing him techniques he has not asked for. Every Tuesday morning, Rin Xiao confirmed. New form. I stopped being surprised by the 3rd week. Elder Crane seemed to find this appropriate. The authorization signature for the vault's transition point is ready. I will be at the outer perimeter access at the confirmed time and no longer. What you do inside is not my operation. Understood, Wei Yan said. Thank you. Thank the system for giving you a fragment worth retrieving, Bai he replied. And do not get caught. The operation window was 4 hours. The fragment transport was scheduled for the following morning. They had time, but not margin. The team reviewed the plan once more at the staging location, confirmed assignments, and moved toward the facility on the commercial traffic approach that Xiao Pei's convoy documentation authorized. Wei Yan used the approach to run the forged sense on the city's metallic environment. Spirit Hall facilities had specific material signatures, construction-grade spirit tool steel in their structural framework, a distinct resonance from the enchantment layers on the security elements. He mapped the facility's perimeter from the approach route, building a working picture of its metallic architecture before they were inside it. The inner structure was clear enough at 50 meters to confirm the vault level's general layout matched the construction records. 3 subvault rooms. Standard acquisition cases. The fragment's specific warmth visible to forge sense through the facility's floor material. Faint but present. The distinctive spirit energy of an inheritance piece that was older than anything in the building around it. Mei Suyin at the transit point. Tang Wuying and Rin Xiao through the documented approach. Wei Yan with the entry team, managing the forged sense survey and the domain deployment if response required it. Elder Crane arrived at the outer perimeter exactly on time. The authorization signature accepted at the transition point. They were inside. Wei Yan moved through the vault level's corridor with the practiced efficiency of someone who had mapped the route before walking it, reading the metallic environment continuously, where the security elements were positioned, where the staff presence was, where Bo Rong would have been if Bo Rong had been there instead of managing operations in Heaven Do. Subvault 3. South Side. Acquisition case. He opened it. Chapter 92. The Provincial Vault. The acquisition case held 7 items. The forged sense identified the inheritance fragment immediately. The small iron disc that the previous vision had shown him was what these fragments looked like. Dense, warm, carrying spirit energy that had accumulated over centuries of preservation. Wei Yan picked it up. The vision hit harder than the first one. The forge god's memory was not a narrative. It was technique. A forged space that did not look like any space he had seen in this world, with materials that his past life metallurgy knowledge could partially identify, and his forge god system could fully read. The Heaven Forge technique unfolded in the vision not as instruction but as demonstration. Watching hands that were not his moving through a process he had never done but that his body, in the vision, understood the way muscle memory understood repeated practice. Tang Wuying's hand was on his arm. Moving, she said quietly. He moved. The team withdrew from the subvault room in reverse order from entry. Rin Xiao first to the corridor. Tang Wuying managing Wei Yan's position while the vision continued to process at the back of his awareness. Mei Suyin's position at the exit confirmed through the relay the moment they cleared the vault level. The facility's response alarm activated at the sub-basement access point, not because they had triggered it directly, but because the facility's spirit sense monitoring had registered a Forge God system resonance pulse from the fragment's removal from its case, and that specific resonance type was apparently on a separate alert protocol. They had 40 seconds. Tang Wuying assessed this instantly. Exit east. Rinchao front. Wei Yan, can you run? Yes, he said. The vision was still processing, but he could run. He had trained for exactly this scenario, operating during a system notification event, which produced cognitive load but not physical impairment. Run, she said. They ran. The 40 seconds allowed them to clear the vault level and reach the facility's ground floor before the first response team arrived at the sub-basement access point. The response team was 3 standard Spirit Hall enforcement practitioners, rank 30 to 40, organized response protocol, moving correctly for a standard breach scenario. Rin Xiao held the corridor for 30 seconds while Tang Wuying moved Wei Yan through the ground floor's emergency exit. 30 seconds was exactly what was needed. They were outside. Mei Suyin at the staging point. Xiao Pei's convoy documentation and transit vehicle 40 meters away in the Commerce District loading zone. 2 minutes after the alarm, they were moving through commercial traffic on the provincial capital's main approach road, carrying an inheritance fragment and a vision that Wei Yan was still processing, heading back toward Heaven Do at a reasonable commercial transit pace that gave no indication of urgency. The Heaven Forge instruction set was in his memory now, fully embedded, alongside the vision of the technique's mechanics and the system's integration of the new information into the existing Tier 5 database. He would need Tier 6 to execute it. He was at Tier 5, but the instruction set was his now, and no transport was going to move it to Spirit Hall's central archives in the morning, and that was what the operation had required. He filed this as a success and focused on the road ahead. Chapter 93. The fragment's memory. The Forge God's vision continued to process for the first 6 hours of the return journey. This was not alarming. The first fragment's vision had taken 3 hours to fully integrate. This one was larger, more technique detail, more depth in the memory content, more of the Forge God's own experience woven through the instruction set. Wei Yan managed it by maintaining dual awareness, tracking the vision's integration while keeping functional attention on the return route and the team's status. Tang Wuying kept her hand on his arm for the first 2 hours. Not because he needed physical support, he could walk and assess and make decisions while the integration ran, but because she had made a tactical judgment that having a physical anchor point in the external world was better than not having one when someone was managing a significant internal cognitive event. He did not object to this judgment. It was correct. The Heaven Forge technique, he said, at the 3rd hour of the return road, when the vision's main content had sufficiently integrated to permit a coherent summary. The first fragment provided the Forge God's memory of the technique operating at full development. This fragment provides the early-stage instruction set, the specific Forge approach, the spirit infusion mode variation required, the material prerequisites for the initial execution. Can you execute it now? Mei Suyin asked. She was in the transit vehicle's back section, reviewing her medical supply inventory with the methodical care of a healer who processes operational tension through practical preparation. At Tier 6, Wei Yan said, the technique requires Black Iron Saint tier capability. I am at Tier 5. A pause. The Tier 6 advancement trial will have a similar structure to the Tier 5 trial. A proof piece requirement, specific materials, a defined window. I do not know the trigger yet. What does the instruction set contain? Tang Wuying asked. Wei Yan considered how to describe it accurately. The Heaven Forge technique embeds a spirit ring's power directly into a weapon permanently. The ring is not absorbed by the practitioner. It is absorbed by the weapon, becoming a permanent intrinsic property rather than a temporary activation. The weapon then provides that power continuously to any compatible user without requiring them to hold the ring themselves. Silence in the transit vehicle. Rin Xiao, who had been alert and quiet for the past 3 hours, said, that means you can give someone a spirit ring's power without them having to hunt and kill for it. A compatible power, delivered through a forged object, permanently, Wei Yan confirmed. The power output is not identical to direct ring absorption. There are efficiency differences. But the mechanism changes how spirit ring cultivation can operate at a fundamental level. Spirit Hall would raise cities to own that, Mei Suyin said, and then looked like she had not intended to say it aloud. They know it exists, Tang Wuying said. That is why Deng Fong has been patient. She was looking at the road. This is what he has always actually wanted. Yes, Wei Yan said. She turned and looked at him directly. What are you going to do with it? He held her gaze. Build it, he said, and then make it available to everyone who earns it honestly, on terms that are not conditional on political alignment. He looked at the road ahead, which is exactly what Spirit Hall cannot allow, because the technique's value to them depends on controlling who has access to it. Tang Wuying turned back to the road. She did not argue with this. Neither did anyone else. Chapter 94. The Pursuit. Bishop Yin Mao had been in the provincial capital. This was not the scenario Wei Yan had planned for, but it was the one he had prepared contingencies for, and the contingencies were adequate for the first 2 segments of the return route. The Spirit Hall response to the vault retrieval was faster than standard enforcement because Yin Mao recognized the Forge God system resonance from his records and escalated the response personally within minutes of the alarm. He caught up to the convoy at the second road checkpoint outside the city. The recognition was mutual. Tang Wuying identified Yin Mao at 200 meters through the approaching group's spirit energy signatures. The bishop's rank 72, spirit sync cultivation was as distinctive at distance as Forge Sense reading could identify, and she had studied his profile carefully since the workshop confrontation in Heaven Do. He has 4 practitioners with him, she said quietly. Rank 50 to 60. Formation approach. They have done this before. We cannot engage on the main road, Wei Yan said. Commercial traffic. The documentation is good, but a public combat incident would require explanation. The side access through the farming district to the north, Xiao Pei said from the convoy front position. I identified it on the route mapping. Unpaved, slower, but avoids the checkpoint. Take it now, Wei Yan said. They diverted before the checkpoint. Yin Mao's group adjusted pursuit. He had people who knew the region better than Xiao Pei's maps, and the farming district side route bought time, but did not break contact. The running engagement through the provincial farmland was not a clean operation. It was a 30-minute chase through terrain that favored the pursuing group's numerical advantage and penalized a convoy that needed to maintain travel speed rather than fighting speed. Ren Xiao took the rear. This was the moment that Wei Yan would remember afterward when thinking about what Ren Xiao cost and what Ren Xiao was worth. A 19-year-old with a resonant war spear and 3 weeks of inheritance-transmitted technique, holding the rear position against 4 Spirit Hall practitioners ranked 50 to 60 for 3 minutes of the team's extraction window. The match was not even at the pure cultivation level. The outcomes were not what pure cultivation predicted. Forgeborn's fire resonance in full combat mode was visible at 50 meters, a gold-black fire that ran the length of the spear and projected at the point on every strike. 2 of the 4 Spirit Hall practitioners withdrew before the first minute was complete. The third withdrew after Ren Xiao demonstrated the 6th inherited spear form, which involved a rotation technique that created an arc of fire spear projection covering a 180-degree field. The 4th attempted a flanking approach and discovered that Ren Xiao tracked flanking with the same peripheral awareness that Wei Yan tracked metallic environments. 3 minutes held. The team cleared the farming district road and reached the next city's approach road, with Yin Mao's group 1.5 kilometers behind and Ren Xiao rejoining the convoy at a running pace. Forgeborn slung across his back, an expression on his face that was not quite satisfaction but was adjacent to it. 3 minutes, Tang Wuying said. I had 4, Ren Xiao replied. I used 3. Wei Yan looked at him and said nothing, which in his particular mode of operating was equivalent to considerable statement. They were clear. 1 more road segment to Heaven Do. The fragment was secured, the technique instruction set was integrated, and Yin Mao's pursuit had been broken without permanent injury to either side. The return would require another 12 hours. Wei Yan used them to plan what came next. Chapter 95. Debrief. At the inn. The roadside in between the provincial capital and Heaven Do had 12 rooms and a common space with a fire that was the kind of ordinary warm that felt like a significant luxury after the farming district road. They took 4 rooms. Ren Xiao was asleep within 10 minutes of sitting down. Mei Suyin ran medical checks. Minor bruising on Ren Xiao from the rearguard engagement, Strain in Wei Yan's spirit energy channels from the forge sense running at extended range through the chase sequence. No other injuries requiring treatment. Tang Wuying, at the common space fire, was reviewing the incident timeline from the vault retrieval forward with the systematic precision of a combat practitioner who uses post-operation analysis as a training tool. Wei Yan sat across from her with tea he was not drinking. The Heaven Forge instruction set, he said. I want to explain what I know and what I do not know. She set down her notes. All right. The technique requires Tier 6 execution. I am at Tier 5. The gap is real, and the advancement trial for Tier 6 will have its own requirements that I cannot currently predict. He held the tea. What the instruction set tells me is that the technique is executable. It is not theoretical, not speculative. The Forge God demonstrated it. The fragment contains the method. What does it change? She said. Spirit ring cultivation is the central practice of this world, he said. Soul masters hunt spirit beasts, absorb ring power, advance in cultivation. The limitation is always the hunt, the risk, the resource availability, the match quality between the ring and the practitioner. He looked at her. The Heaven Forge technique allows a craftsman to embed a spirit ring's power into a weapon. The weapon provides that power to a compatible user without the hunt, without the kill. She was quiet. A practitioner in a remote region who cannot reach the appropriate spirit beast density, he continued. A young soul master whose spirit type is rare and whose matched rings do not occur in huntable territory. A healer who cannot afford the cultivation time required for combat ring hunting. He set the tea down. The technique changes what is possible for them. And for the cultivation order, she said. The entire structure of Spirit Hall's power is built on controlling ring hunting grounds, ring availability, the economic and political leverage that comes from being the organization that administers who gets what. Yes, he said. She held this for a moment. You are going to make them come after you harder. They were already coming, he replied. The question is whether the thing they are coming for is worth the defense required. He met her eyes. I believe it is. She looked at the fire. So do I, she said. Outside, the night road was quiet. Inside the inn's common space, the fire ran warm and ordinary, and they sat with the weight of what they were carrying and the choice that had already been made, and neither of them pretended it was simple. Chapter 96. What Spirit Hall knows. The return journey to Heaven Do completed without incident. At the inn, Elder Crane had sent a message through Xiao Pei's relay network. A short note in the compact handwriting that Wei Yan had come to recognize as by his operational communication style, containing no pleasantries and considerable information. They already know it exists. The Heaven Forge technique is not a discovery. It is a recovery. Deng Fong has been waiting for someone to recover it. This was the thing Wei Yan had suspected and was now confirmed. He shared the message with the team on the final road segment. Mei Suyin, who had been quiet through most of the return, said, If Spirit Hall has known the technique exists, if Deng Fong has been waiting specifically for its recovery, then his patience has always been about this. Not about the resonant equipment, not about the Institute's commercial operation, about the Heaven Forge. The resonant equipment and the Institute were real targets, Tang Wuying said. But secondary. The primary target has always been the system that would produce the Heaven Forge when it was ready. They could not force recovery, Wei Yan said. The system does not respond to coercion. Attempts to acquire it through force would likely trigger the defensive mechanics Forge God systems carry. Deng Fong understood this and chose patience instead. He looked at the road. He has been managing the situation, keeping me operational, under pressure, moving forward, until the technique was recovered and he could acquire it at the moment of peak value. The 30-day window, Tang Wuying said. He did not use it for direct pressure. He used it for the counterfeit scheme and the prince's negotiation. What? Wei Yan had been thinking about this since the recovery operation. Because the 30 days were not about pressure. They were about positioning. By the time 30 days were up, he had the prince conditionally aligned. The counterfeit scheme had created reputation damage, and whatever he is bringing to the final meeting is built on all of that foundation. He paused. The final offer will be about the Heaven Forge. It will be the best offer he is capable of making. And it will be designed for the version of Wei Yan who now has the technique instruction set, not the version who is still working toward it. He will offer to let you build it, Tang Wuying said. Under Spirit Hall protection. With Spirit Hall infrastructure. With Spirit Hall controlling distribution. Yes, Wei Yan said. And your answer will be no, she said. My answer will be no, he confirmed. Because Spirit Hall controlling distribution of the Heaven Forge is precisely the outcome the technique was designed to prevent, and because the Forge God system does not allow that arrangement and remain independent simultaneously. Rin Xiao, from the front of the transit vehicle, said, "What has happened after you say no?" Wei Yan looked at the road ahead. Heaven Do was 4 hours away. Dengfang's 30-day window was closing. Whatever the Supreme Elder had been building during the 30 days was now almost ready. Then we find out, Wei Yan said, what 30 days of preparation by a rank 95 Elder Douluo actually costs. Chapter 97. Dengfang's return. Dengfang was waiting at the forge workshop when they returned. He was alone. No escort, no documentation, no sign of the 10 Douluo from his previous visit. He was sitting on the workshop's exterior bench, wearing plain clothes, holding a small iron disc between his fingers, not the inheritance fragment, which was in Wei Yan's possession, but a different disc, a deliberate echo that communicated, in the specific language Dengfang used, that he knew exactly what had happened at the provincial vault. Wei Yan approached without breaking pace. "You are aware of the provincial vault operation," Wei Yan said. "Yin Mao's report arrived before you did," Dengfang confirmed. He turned the disc in his fingers. "You retrieved the second fragment. The Heaven Forge instruction set is now integrated." He looked up from the disc. "I know this because I have been tracking the fragment's location and your forge senses known range parameters for 3 months. Then you know what the technique contains," Wei Yan said. "I have known what the technique contains for longer than you have," Dengfang replied. He stood. "Walk with me." They walked. Rin Xiao and Tang Wuying maintained position at the workshop entrance. Dengfang moved through the forge district's early evening with the unhurried ease of a man who was not concerned about anyone within range and did not need to perform concern for Wei Yan's benefit. "The Heaven Forge technique," Dengfang said, "changes everything about how spirit power is cultivated and distributed. You know this. You have spent the past 12 hours working through its implications." He looked at the Forge District's evening activity. "The question is not what you are going to do with it. The question I am asking is what you believe should happen to it. Available to everyone who earns it honestly," Wei Yan said. "No political condition. No sect allegiance." Dengfang looked at him. "You said that without hesitation." "It has not changed since the last time I thought through it," Wei Yan replied. "Then what I offer is this." Dengfang stopped walking. "Spirit Hall protection and complete autonomy. Not organizational membership. A formal non-interference treaty, registered with the continent's legal authorities, that guarantees the Institute's independence and the Heaven Forge technique's open development. In exchange, one standing agreement that Spirit Hall receives access to the technique's development outputs on the same terms as any other organization. First access, not exclusive." Wei Yan considered this, and the mechanism by which Spirit Hall enforces the treaty's non-interference provision when internal institutional pressure seeks to renegotiate it. Dengfang looked at him with an expression Wei Yan had not seen on him before, something close to genuine respect. "You identify the flaw immediately." "The offer is real," Wei Yan said. "The institutional mechanics that would erode it are also real. They do not appear in the treaty language." "No," Dengfang agreed. "They do not." He looked at the Forge District. "I am offering you the best arrangement I am authorized to offer. Whether the institutional erosion you describe would occur is a genuine uncertainty. I will give you my answer tomorrow," Wei Yan said, "after I have discussed it with the people who would be affected by it." Dengfang nodded. "Tomorrow." He turned to leave, then paused. "The technique will be built regardless of what arrangement governs it. You are the only person who can build it. That is the situation you are in, and there is no version of the coming years in which Spirit Hall is not present at that building." He looked back at Wei Yan. "The question is what form that presence takes." He left. Wei Yan stood in the Forge District's evening and processed what he had been offered, the most generous arrangement Dengfang was capable of making, with a real flaw that Dengfang had acknowledged.